Yo. All right, I see how my audio levels is good. I literally like woke up like 20 minutes ago. That's the reason why I wanted to kind of do this early, um, just so that I make sure like things you know, didn't screw up. So right, because I literally just went to the supermarket. Well, I didn't go to the supermarket. I just went to the bodega, got my bagels and my Celsius drink. So, all right. So hope y'all doing well. And all right, so I already know this is probably going to be a long showcase, so I just need to make sure I had some things in order. Um, Let me see. Try to activate my Stream Deck. Thing is, okay, there we go. So that's good. And I guess they're doing, if I go to the website, yeah, let me go to I'm gonna go to the actual site and just pull it up because um, let me see. Just bear with me. Uh, all right, where the hell is this? Okay, we'll put this on. So it starts in 25 minutes. So let me connect this. We're gonna go here, and we're gonna go. Let's activate that, like so. And I'm gonna add the sound, if there is any sound. I don't know if there is, but sound should be good. All right, so there's still something else I have to do. And like I said, I literally just woke up. So, because I was up till 6 this morning. So I only had 6 hours of sleep. Woke up at 12, scrambled to get things straight, and so yeah. So I need to brush my teeth and shit. So, so yeah, I'll be right back. turn my TV on so I can put it to the stream as well. Is it 21? Oh, this is like. Oh, damn, this is like 16 seconds behind. Definitely a significant delay on this one. Alright. Well, for one, hail, salute, greetings, konnichiwa, all that good stuff. I'm just glad that I didn't have no issues today. So I'm just glad, but I realized, I think I realized what the problem was when I tried that Sony show. I think it was just a matter of me not having the right stream key, because on OBS, every time you do a live stream, you get like a different stream key or something, or maybe I was creating one without knowing it. So it's kind of like an authentication, like alphanumeric series of numbers or whatever that is unique to every stream. So yeah, I think when it came time for me to start that Sony stream a couple of days ago, I think it was just stuck on the wrong stream key, and I just couldn't figure it out no matter what I did. So I made this whole stream before I blacked out at like 5 in the morning, and I made sure to delete the excess keys I had. So I think that's what really caused it. But yeah, I'm chilling. I was kind of like reading comments because I had those last videos I posted 2 days ago. I think this is like the most videos I posted in like 24 hours. I think I have like 3 or 4 videos up on the channel. And yeah, some of the people, like, they're very, like, I had a couple of comments from the God of War video I posted. Some guy, I think another person trying to wage a crusade, I guess, for me saying that I think that the fake character should have been DLC. I guess that didn't sit well with this guy, and so I'm kind of dealing with that because I think that video is starting to gain a little traction, and then the Virtua Fighter videos. I've seen a couple of people, like this one guy. I mean, he's kind of like been a subscriber for a while, but it's like he left like an entire Bible passage and talking about how he's like, where is Akira, where is this character, where is that character, talking about the Virtua Fighter game. And I'm like, I think it was like the second, it was my part 2 of the Virtua Fighter video. Like, it's titled part 2, and I'm like, I didn't read the whole thing. I mean, it was like a massive fucking Bible comment, and it was just him. You know, I get that he's a little bit younger than me, but it's like, you know, the way I responded was like you left this big ass Bible post and you're just speculating. Like, you don't know what Sega's gonna do with Virtua Fighter. You don't know like what they have in store. You know, you're saying, oh, well, you know, I don't see Akira, I don't see Jackie, I don't see, bro, like, be easy. The game doesn't come out until probably late 2027. Like, it's like, what the fuck? Like, people losing their minds. Like, let them fucking cook. Literally, let them cook. Like, just because you ain't see Akira in the story mode, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just kind of weird. And then the post before that, I don't know, man. I mean, it's just strange. Like, I understand people are excited. People are, you know, there are people that have been playing Virtua Fighter basically the same amount of time I've been playing Tekken. But there's a difference between playing something for a long amount of time to also understanding the business and how things get done. Like, Sega was not going to show all of those different aspects in their story mode. I felt they showed a very good amount. So I think it was just a little bit, you know, nothing against this guy particular, but I just felt like that particular post, and I know he's not the only one. I know there are other people that do similar things because they're very excited of Virtua Fighter. But like, look, the game is still very early. We're not going to see that shit until sometime next year. Some people are thinking it's going to be late next year. They have plenty of time to edit, alter, add, what have you. In fact, what I actually think is going on, they're likely going to introduce characters in a similar way to what Street Fighter 6 does, where you go and meet different characters while you're in the open world. That's what I think is going to happen. You know what I'm saying? I don't think the only person you're going to meet from the legacy cast is only Pai Chan. I mean, that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? More than likely you're going to have the other characters. And besides, we all know that Akira is like the main guy, so it's not going to be an only Pai Chan affair. It's likely going to be similar to what Street Fighter 6 has with their world tour, where you're going throughout this open world, you meet up with different people. You know, Sega might do something else where they might weave these characters in the story in their own way, but I'm quite sure they're not going to exclude some of the older characters. And besides, even if they do, who gives a fuck really? Because at the end of the day, the Virtua Fighter mode that people see, it's basically going to be that mode that we play in Street Fighter 6. But instead of like creating your own avatar the way they have in Street Fighter 6, they're giving you control over this Cielo guy. Okay, fine, that's cool. But in Street Fighter 6, you're still able to pick whatever character you want, beat up the CPU like you always have been able to do, and once you get to the last guy, which is likely M. Bison or whoever that character is beefing with, they give you an ending to that character. So, you know, that's been a staple in every fighting game. So this story mode campaign is just a side separate thing. You know what I mean? So that would be my message to those people that are super concerned about what they've seen, or shall I say what they haven't seen in Virtua Fighter 6. Take it easy, take a breath, let them cook. The game does not come out anytime soon. You know, just be happy with what you've seen during the Virtua Fighter showcase, because they actually ended up showing far more than I thought they were going to, if you take into account the other moments that they did show. Like like if you've been following Virtua Fighter 6, you would know that they've shown like very little footage. Some people didn't like what they were showing. I remember one time, I think they showed something, it was like a PowerPoint presentation. People couldn't stand that shit. But ironically, during that so-called PowerPoint presentation, Sega actually showcased several of the game's new mechanics, like from a fighting game standpoint. But many people probably either didn't watch that, or they just kind of tuned it out. So it's like, you know, you gotta stay on top of it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what people like me do. I understand the way this business is ran, and that's just how it goes. And then there's the other topic where I had somebody ask me and obviously I'm not looking at the chat right now. I don't want to lose my train of thought, but there was somebody that asked me in my messaging my thoughts on Tifa Lockhart going to Street Fighter. And you know, I was going to record something last night, but I was like, you know, let me not jump the gun. I wanted to understand what is going on with this situation, because it is in the fighting game industry, in the fighting game genre, that is a big fucking deal. The fact that Tifa Lockhart did not go to Tekken, but instead it went to Street Fighter. And so I don't know if I really wanted to do my own separate recording on this, but what I can say is many gamers don't understand the process. They don't understand the business. One of the main reasons why Tifa was never selected in the first place for Tekken, which she would have been the perfect pick given the fact that she is a martial arts character. And I wanted to understand, we got two Final Fantasy characters across Tekken 7 and Tekken 8. Noctis from Final Fantasy 15 and Clive from Final Fantasy 16. What I learned, which I'll just kind of just share here, is that the decision of Harada and his team back then in making that selection, it did not only have to do with the popularity of Tifa as a character, because my research, I looked up who were the top most popular characters in Final Fantasy, period. And at the fucking top of the list, you have Sephiroth, Cloud Strife, you had this wizard looking character from Final Fantasy IX, Vivi, which I completely forgot about. Not Final Fantasy IX, was it Final? No, it's Final Fantasy. Yeah, Final Fantasy IX. You had I think Kefka was there, the villain of Final Fantasy III. So there were other characters, but Tifa Lockhart, I believe, was third or fourth in the ranking that I seen, with thousands of votes. So the decision to not place Tifa Lockhart as the DLC character in Tekken 7 was due largely because of corporate. Squaresoft wanted Cloud, wanted what the fuck is his name, Noctis, because at that time that was the current Final Fantasy game on the market, and they wanted to push additional sales for Final Fantasy 15 at that time when they added Noctis to Tekken 7. That was the main contributing factor. Number two, the reason why they added Clive, and I hope people are, if you're interested in this shit, I hope you're paying close attention to what I'm saying. The main reason why they decided to add Clive in Tekken 8 from Final Fantasy 16, because quite frankly, amongst the pantheon of Final Fantasy characters, the Final Fantasy community, I'm gonna be very blunt, they didn't give two fucks about Clive. I'm gonna just be honest. If you ask a die-hard Final Fantasy fan that has been with that franchise forever, Clive is one of the, they're probably not gonna mention Clive for like, they're gonna mention several characters before they get to Clive. I can guarantee you that. So since Final Fantasy 16, based on what I understand, it was not a Final Fantasy mainline entry that many people really remember, that many people really liked or cared about. When you talk about past Final Fantasy games, Square Enix wanted Clive to be in Tekken 8 to see if they can drive additional sales for Final Fantasy 16. Because if it was based solely on popularity, Tifa Lockhart would have been added to Tekken 7. So now you might have some people that would say, and I'm going to cover these bases. You might have some people, in fact, let me put the camera on me. Fuck all that. You might have some people that might say, well, why didn't they just put Noctis and Tifa in Final Fantasy 7? Why didn't they just put Clive and Tifa in Tekken 8? That's a fair point, given that if you look at Street Fighter 6, they do have two characters from the same franchise in Terry Bogard and Mai. So somebody might say, well, if they already have a Final Fantasy character in Tekken 8 with Clive, they're likely not going to put Tifa in as well. That's a fair assessment, but it's not uncommon for a licensor or licensee to license two main characters from the same fighting game, which is what they did SNK for Street Fighter 6. So I believe that, you know, I just feel that at the end of the day, no matter what you say as a content creator, no matter what you say as a consumer, it ultimately doesn't really matter because the decision has been made. You know, it's like me talking about Tekken 8. I could talk about Tekken 8 until I'm fucking blue in the face, until I'm red in the face. No matter what, at the end of the day, the game is what it is. The only thing you can really do is decide how much you interact with it. That's it. I decided to no longer interact with Tekken 8. But no amount of me bitching and complaining is going to change the piss poor mechanics that, you know, leads to the reasoning of why I hate the game. So it's something that I had to really come to grips with. And that's the same thing with, you know, people that might take issue with the anime character of Yujiro Hanmo being in Tekken 8. You know, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to do a little bit more of a deeper dive into the business side of things as to why Tifa Lockhart was not added into the Tekken franchise, because 100% she fit far more than Clive and Noctis ever will. That's a fact. I'm not going to get into the minutia or into the weeds comparing her to the Yujiro Hanmo character, which I honestly don't know and I don't give two fucks about. But I do understand that there were many people that wanted the Yujiro Hanmo character, and they got their character. And he is a martial artist based on what I understand. But what I don't like is those same Yujiro fans are saying that Tifa wouldn't be a sound pick for Tekken, despite the fact that she too is a martial artist. And they downplayed the character, saying, oh, well, people only wanted her for gooner bait. Like, I think that's pretty fucked up. I think that's pretty fucked up. Because it's sort of like, haha, I got my character, fuck the rest of you that wanted yours. I think that's kind of fucked up and kind of petty and immature from the Yujiro Hanmo fans. I can, you know, for me, I don't give two shits about Tekken 8. I don't care. I never cared about guest characters. But I think that a lot of the community backlash is seeing a lot of those Yujiro Hanmo fans that got their character, but they're downplaying, like it's almost like saying, well, your desire to have your character didn't mean anything. So for a Tifa fan, they're looking at that as, you know, pretty much disrespect. So I understand that. But beyond anything else, at the end of the day, Tifa is going to Street Fighter, and you got the Yujiro Hanmo character for Tekken 8. So you just have to accept it. You know what I'm saying? Whether you're going to keep playing it, playing Tekken 8, whether you're going to try Street Fighter 6 if you want to play Tifa, that's up to the person. But for me, especially on my channel, I prefer to look at the business side of things, because that's what really fucking matters at the end of the day. Dollars and cents and the corporate's decision to add a particular character for the purpose of having that guest character elevating whatever current mainline game they have on the market. In this case, again, to conclude, since the Street Fighter, the Xbox thing is a minute away, they added what the fuck is the guy's name? Noctis to boost sales for Final Fantasy 15. They added Clive to boost sales and visibility of Final Fantasy 16. So hopefully that makes sense. And so yeah. So I just had to get that off my chest, like breast reduction, and so yeah. Now I'm likely going to be focusing hard on this showcase, so no disrespect to anybody in the chat, but this is like a big moment for me. I'll glance at the chat here and there. Hopefully you guys will, you know, understand that, because I'm very eager to see what's happening here. Even though my TV is like lagging behind really hard, which is annoying. So I might have to look on the laptop anyway.
Don't let him surround you.
There should be more guns in the trunk.
Here, strap these on.
This isn't enough. We should still head to the police station. We're gonna have more firepower there.
Right. Yeah. It's about 2 blocks up ahead.
Okay. Shoot, move, watch for civilians. Get inside now.
I'm actually surprised they're starting off with this. I'm a little bit surprised.
Ground's opening. Let's get moving.
Let me see what I can do.
I'm at the pay safe. I need backup. These things are all over me.
More tremors.
Any gears out there? Anyone that can hear this? Look out! Oh, shit! What the fuck is that?
Target surface. Open fire.
These are goddamn breach points.
Reloading. Cover me.
Classic.
All right. That gear said they're stuck in the pay and save. Which way?
It's on the other side of those apartments. At least that thing carved us a shortcut.
Through here.
Too slow. Oh, bugger! Come on, then. Nice shot. Oh, where the hell did you lot come from?
We heard your distress call.
Well, you saved my ass.
but we need to make ourselves scarce. These fuckers keep pouring in every few minutes.
More trappers, watch it!
Right on schedule. You guys scarce?
Yeah, who are you?
Private Marco, Commander.
Where's your squad?
Beasties took out on squadron a couple of hours ago. We were into protecting some survivors nearby. I was about to get back when I got cornered in here.
Hey, tomorrow! These things been coming in waves?
Ah, what's the problem till I ran out of ammo? I'm gonna get scared of I got friends inside.
Oh, nice. I like that. Oh, block. That was good shit. Get that MMA shit on. I'm mad somebody in the main chat said is this Far Cry 3? Oh man, these guys are hilarious. Oh man said Far Cry 3. Oh. That's hilarious.
Anyone see him?
Contact front.
This is looking really good.
Pick him off!
On your right, bro! I got it!
Jams! Damn it! Tom!
There's Ty, right?
Our roads converge again. Marcus Phoenix.
Oh, okay, they have a release date. Let's fucking go. October 6th? Yeah, buddy. Game Pass. Yo, Asha Sharma.
Welcome to the Xbox Game Showcase. For the past 25 years, Xbox has delivered some of the greatest games of all time. Games that changed what was possible, games that brought players together, and games that defined generations. Xbox was built on the spirit of creativity and heart. And as we kick off the show with Gears of War E-Day, it's only fitting that as we return to Xbox, we return to Gears. So today, we're announcing
Oh, wow.
that Gears of War E-Day
That's
will be
something.
an Xbox console exclusive. The core of Xbox is great games, and that's what today is all about. We're going to show you more than 25 titles
Wow.
from creators around the world, followed by our Gears
Well.
Direct. Enjoy the show.
There you have it. People wanted to bitch and complain about exclusives. Well, I guess they got it. And definitely happy early birthday
Do I
to-
remember the moment
to good
when Paris
old-
came in?
Uzaris.
Well, I was being crushed to death with seawater and mud and manure whilst holding onto my sister's hand. I remember her fingers gripped so tightly in mine that her nails drew blood. until I lost her grip. But she stayed away. Does stick in the memory bit, yeah. I know why you're here. You want to talk about them. They're not real heroes.
You ever seen a legend in the flesh?
All that power, how do they use it? Killing mindless beasts. Fighting petty villains. None of that matters.
Look what the guild shut out.
A real hero knows how to wield power. They don't waste time on trivialities.
You're back, and dressed like a twat.
Fable, yep.
About the vegetables.
A hero knows how to live with their choices.
Oi! What the fuck was that?
Well, I was just...
Just sent my brother into the infinite fucking abyss without even asking permission.
Remorse? Remorse is for the guilty. Look, I will tell you what I told them. Albion is broken, and I'm going to mend it. Albion doesn't need heroes. It needs a hero.
You're a monster.
And that hero is me.
At least there's a release date. Oh, I forgot my stream is a little bit further ahead. Play it day one on Game Pass. Halo.
You've heard the story. Halo.
Yo, Jack of Blades. I haven't heard that name in eons.
Stuff of legends. But that's not the story I'm telling today. This one, you haven't heard. I've started simple enough. Drop in, grab the goods, get out before anyone noticed. Well, guess what? They noticed. Now you ready to get to it? You serve long enough, you learn to read a battlefield. This place, more of a freak show. And trust me, I know freaky.
Have you enjoyed your stay so far, Demon?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're on the clock. The thing with simple jobs is, they always get complicated. Plans change. Odds get worse. My advice, bring a Spartan. Chief, you ever get tired of being the strong, almost silent type?
Wow, that's actually right around the corner. That's actually right around the corner. I like that they decided to do something extra with it, so kudos to them.
There's something on this island. It's like it calls to me. You and my father found that island thanks to me.
There's more to this than you understand. More than you can handle.
I've proven myself.
Have you? Have you really?
A sword keeps you alive.
I like the way she's using her blades, but I think a little bit more polished because it just looks a little too. It looks like there's missing animations.
It's mad.
But this is very early.
The final confrontation is
But I do like what I see so far. Just a little bit more refinement. But this is very early gameplay.
They're all dead. Move.
But you couldn't have said, "Hey, Lenny, you know those ancient death curse rumors? Well, maybe they're true. Sit in."
Oh, they're bringing that. Oh, the plague. Okay, plague tail. Okay. I mean, I like the way it looks. I just noticed just the way the animation of the dagger strikes. I feel like they could add a little bit more animations in there. Because it almost looks like she goes from point A to point C. Like there's nothing really in between. But they have enough time to change that. So, but it looks cool for me.
Now where are we? Whoa. Feels like we're someplace totally different. Watch out!
Now then, whatever's going on here, we're getting to the bottom of it.
To wield a persona is to wield direct control.
I'm gonna invest some time to playing that Persona 5 because they're bringing that back I think today in Game Pass.
Someone had to see that.
But these are very good games. It's like kind of like the Like a Dragon Yakuza style games, but more RPG or JRPG like.
So, shall we?
These are very popular games.
Come on, don't call me that.
All shadows were originally born from humans.
Well, then that means Senpai got killed by her other self.
No! Get out of here! Don't look at me!
Does that mean you're just gonna stuff me back in your head and pretend I'm not Rhea?
I can't! That thing is not me!
Persona! Alright. Which means that we also gotta catch whoever's tossing.
Yeah, the music of this franchise is really catchy.
I'd like to help too. I'm not running away from this.
I'm really happy they're bringing this back.
So yeah.
Like I said, man, gaming is for everybody. Just there's something for everybody. I was about to say this kind of did look like a remake. It didn't look graphically like, oh, like this is something new. So I kind of surmised it was a remake of some sort. But I think they already did a remake for Part 3. So that, you know, Part 4 makes sense. And Part 5 is coming back to Game Pass. I think it's back on Game Pass today, if I'm not mistaken, or tomorrow. Persona 5 Royale. So I definitely need to invest some time into that. But, you know, there's so many games and you only got so much time, you know? Oh, State of Decay 3! State of fucking Decay 3! Finally! Fuck! Damn, this shit's been
argue about what ended the world.
Finally, let's go.
A weapon.
Yeah, State of Decay 3. Oh, what's up, Gray?
Started in quiet towns. Empty roads. Places the world forgot. survivors found each other, built walls, pushed back against the night, we'll always have each other's back. Because the world has become more dangerous than ever. The dead aren't just wandering anymore. They hunt. In the end, it doesn't matter what you believe. What matters is that when the dead come through the dark, so do we.
Is there a release date? Okay. 2027. This is one of those games that has been like it's been in such mystery. I'm glad to see that they decided to show something. So I'm very happy for that.
On the Sea of Thieves, there have been plenty of grand adventures. But what if you could make your own Sea of Thieves experience? With our new free update, Custom Seas, you can.
Well, so far, I don't have any complaints about the showcase so far. I mean, but then again, it just started 21 minutes ago. So far, so good.
Battle to the death. Just remember to watch out for explosive barrels. Oh, I'm sure they're
it literally was like one trailer. I think it had like a black girl in it, and they were like in a snowy wilderness or some shit, and that trailer was like years ago, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I was beginning to think maybe they canceled the game or something, but you know, it's nice to see that they're moving forward with it.
Camera tools, you could show romance, action, or tragedy. Or maybe just show the world from a whole new perspective. Or you could even just create a place to hang. Literally, if you want. Or you could come together.
Did I leave my phone in the living room?
Or maybe you want somewhere you can just kick back and relax. Whatever your piratical pursuits may be, we're giving you your own keys to the seas.
Oh, no, I didn't.
There's a whole new world of possibility ready to explore. So dive in and unleash your creativity. The tools are now in your hands. What you do with them is up to you. Just try not to wreck the place.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Oh, we got a Ukraine game? Oh, this is Metro. Yeah, this is Metro. Metro is a very, very good franchise. If anybody has never played it, it's a very, very good atmospheric first-person shooter. Good story. I played them all so far. It's really nice.
But that is not your name. Your name is Hunter. As a Spartan, you were a legend. You stood for something. But where are the Spartans now?
Yeah, Killzone. Sony needs to bring back Killzone. I don't know what the fuck happened with that. Sony had Killzone. They had Sokum with Gabe Logan. I don't know what the fuck happened to those franchises. Infamous, that was another good one.
Swore to crush the enemy, to face them head on, and guide the Metro to the light. But darkness consumes you. Spreads.
I believe it is. It's definitely based off of it's a Ukrainian novel, I believe.
Every step.
Now the thing is, it's based off of novels, but I don't know if the story of the game follows any particular book in general. It's like with The Witcher. The Witcher is made off of a book, but the stories in the game are original, from what I understand. So this might be a similar case.
Turn to ash. I won't stop until the Führer burns with him.
Okay, so this is coming out the same month as Fable, so that's pretty good because they're two different games. So that's fine. I like, because it's very important for developers and publishers to make sure that their games are spaced out to where they don't cannibalize each other in terms of sales. Because way back when, there was a situation where Battlefield 1 and Titanfall 2, I believe it was Titanfall 2, they came out at the same time, and that was one of the worst moves because it placed Titanfall 2 in between Battlefield 1 and a Call of Duty game. So it was kind of like a bad deal. So I just say that to say that it's very important for game developers to space out their games as best as they can, because you don't want to have one particular game that's based in the same genre to potentially affect the sales of your game. But when you have something like a Grand Theft Auto, nobody wants to release in that same window, and that's the reason why with all the delays of Grand Theft Auto, it's been affecting other games releases, because other games don't want to release in that same window unless they're a massive title themselves and they feel they can take on that particular challenge. A lot of people don't really know that, so I just wanted to share that.
World premiere.
Countless wars have been waged throughout history in pursuit of the elixir of immortality. A champion rises, destined to quell the chaos of this senseless cycle.
See, oh, wait. Is this... You know what I think? I think this might be Wolong. This might be Wolong, a sequel or DLC. Because when the character lit up gold... Yeah, I think this is a sequel or a DLC to Wolong.
Phoenix.
I really enjoyed that game, by the way. Yep, Wolong. Wolong 2, let's fucking go. This was an actually good game. This was a very solid game.
So, it was you who
I immediately recognized it because you could see the player character. They had like almost like a gold skeleton, like it was golden. That's what happens when you're about to use one of your special abilities. So that was a dead giveaway for me.
You're ready for the challenge and the reward of opening your very own cult.
Nothing can beat us, nothing can break us, nothing can shock us, nothing can shake us. I know it's nothing.
You'll be going to beautiful Bedford County, USA, teaming with locals waiting to join our family.
You scare me? You don't scare me.
You better reevaluate your life choices.
You pissed off a random person on the street. You want a trophy?
Even if they don't know it yet.
What in the world?
Build a cult, and I will shield you from the apocalypse. Join us. Join us.
What in the world? Oh, that's the name of it. The name of it is the name of it is actually Join Us. That was the name of it. That's crazy.
World premiere. You buried your wounds. Left your people behind. Believing time would see them heal. But what is left in the dark sickens. And some binds cannot be broken.
Oh. Are they making a sequel to this?
Accept what waits for you.
Answer the call of Vault 76.
Welcome to the surface, a sprawling paradise. Meet the locals, learn to fish. Doesn't that sound nice? What a hoot! You found loot. This is no time to hoard. Share your stroke of luck with your pals. All aboard. Build your camp as a team. Hey, life's pretty swell. But in this Appalachian wonderland,
All is not well.
Gadzooks! It's worse than expected. Enemies are waiting in places undetected. So suit up, son, and defend our great nation. And gather all your friends when you fight this infestation.
That was very weird. I'm not gonna say what was appeared in my chat, but I don't know, man. Bunch of fucking weirdos.
Looking for kicks. Answer the call of Vault.
Answer the call of Vault.
Answer the call of Vault 70. Oh dear.
Our flock has been led astray by your acts of defiance. Argent and Nord trembles in the wake of your actions. They follow you now.
Oh, we got more Doom? Oh, that's what's up.
The council has chosen. Beneath this chamber
the hell is this bullshit?
This place is your pain given shape. It holds many secrets. Only a cleansed soul may leave. I am not your enemy. I am your way out.
Max is surprised they're doing more for this game. That's pretty good.
With the Slayer gone, have you not found peace? The demons, they have retreated. Their war is with him.
The Slayer is alive, and we're going to find him.
Oh, that's godlike. Yeah, it looks really, really good. I'm just like, there was like, I don't know, bro. Like, there was just some fucking weirdo that just popped in my chat that left some real sick fucking message. I tried to delete it, but I don't know if it's still, I think it's still showing, but I deleted on my YouTube, but the chat is still on Stream Elements and I can't seem to get rid of it from there, but I don't know. You got some sick people though. But yeah, anyway, the Dark Ages game does look really good. But yeah, that message just kind of threw me off. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? Is this Crazy Taxi? Okay, so right now you don't see it anymore, right? But you said it's still showing in the overlay. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing that's annoying because the overlay, that is from Stream Elements. So I don't know if I don't know what I can do to get rid of it from there. I'm not sure. But like, I deleted on my YouTube and I fucking got rid of this fucking nobody. It's always some fucking no count, man. I don't know, maybe I'll have to I think I know what I can do. Let me see. Can I wipe this actually? It's like it doesn't give me much options to do anything.
In the frozen north, we know only one way of life. We know the thunderous crash of the waves against our ships. We know the bite of cold steel. The roar of fires that consume consume our enemies, and that the moment of peace is only temporary. Because Valhalla opens its gates only to the worthy. And the next proving ground awaits just beyond the horizon.
Oh, wait a second. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to get rid of that shit off the overlay, and I think I did it. Like, I literally had to tune out to... Like I said, man, it's always some sick fucking people that just want to just disrupt shit. Like, it's like really annoying. But I think I got rid of it now. Hopefully I won't have no more mentally fucking disturbed people that leave sick shit in my chat. Hopefully I can get through this without any more dumb fucks that do shit like that.
World premiere.
Ladies and gentlemen, admirers of the mysteries of magic, take your seats before the lights go down and the curtain rises. For our next act is about to begin. Are you sitting comfortably? Are you prepared to witness feats both mystifying and illuminating? Watch
Joe
closely
9000,
then,
what's
and
up?
let the shadows tell their story. Behold, the famous Jacob Menturo, stage magician.
Yeah, that shit came out of left field chat, like, so I hope that shit's totally gone. It looks like it on my end, so.
Through a deal with the devil, the masters sought yet more power. Their deal demanded a sacrifice, and in the darkness, they chose Jacob. Jacob was trapped in eternal torment, but the devil had other plans. He pulled Jacob from his infernal nightmare and offered.
Oh, good. Thanks for letting me know. Because I had to go into my stream elements to wipe the entire chat, aside from the people that just recently commented. So I'm glad for that.
That's your cue. Run.
So I guess this guy's like Doctor Strange or something. I don't mind it, honestly. Is this Game Pass?
A deal's a deal, Jacob.
I'm sure there's an audience for it. I might fuck with it, depending on how much it's priced.
What would you give for victory?
What, like the Doctor Strange game with the magician? I mean, at the end of the day, you're gonna see more and more games that's gonna be using AI. Assuming it was AI. I mean, this is the way of the future. People, they want to bitch and complain about AI, but it's not. It's going to take over. It's just a matter of time. So people should just get used to it. Unless something really serious happens across the entire planet Earth, AI is taking over. It just depends on how much they're going to lean into it.
Would you have the strength, the resolve to wield it?
It's inevitable.
If destiny was there, within reach, could you sacrifice everything? For your country. For your empire. For your emperor.
Well, again, I guess there's a market for this. There's an audience for this, so it definitely is not a game. Maybe it's one of those games that after I buy the games I want to buy, then if I got anything left over, I might look to it.
Glenumbra's full of thieves.
Kind of like primary and secondary. Some of these games will go in the secondary category. For me.
You've got talent and a lot of promise.
Stop! Thief!
Are you ready to talk about planning a real heist, partner? Welcome to our Thieves Guild. Our members will show you the ropes. This job is going to need every trick in the book.
I heard that caravan should arrive tomorrow.
Some jobs call for slick distractions and quick fingers, but you never truly know what's behind a door. Or if that's not quite your style, step out of the shadows and take a direct approach. There's other treasure all around the world, if you know where to look and are willing to fight for it. Whether it's fortune, adventure, or danger, the Thieves Guild has everything you need, as long as you're willing to take
I'm not one to really play Elder Scrolls Online, so I'm sure the millions of people that play this online, I'm sure they'll be happy for this. I don't know what your fascination is with this Blade game, but I've never heard of anybody really calling for this. So, but you know, I'm sorry if you feel the show is an L because they didn't show one game. But at the end of the day, this is still, the show is still going on. So who knows? Maybe they'll show this Blade game, but I've never heard of nobody talking about it. So, you know, I don't know. Let me see. Halo. Well, maybe the game was canceled. Maybe it just wasn't enough people that wanted it. It could be anything. Or maybe they're still cooking. It's the same thing that happened with State of Decay 3. Like this is why I'd say, like, a lot of times, you know, I hate to say it, people don't understand the process. Sometimes games, they go radio silent. Sometimes maybe somebody from the development team, they quit or they got fired. Maybe they decided to take the game in a completely different direction. That can also set a game's trajectory off course. It could be a variety of things. Well, you're not gonna really know if it's canceled or not. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's so frustrating trying to explain this. Like, there's a lot of things that happens behind the scenes that a lot of people just are not aware of.
The mountains.
A game can literally go completely silent for a number of reasons. Like, you know what I'm saying? It could be that maybe the game was canceled, or maybe it could just be that they're going in a totally different direction. Maybe they were originally going with A, shit wasn't popping. They decided, you know what, instead of going A, we're gonna go B. That's how this works. That's why certain games that shouldn't take as long as they do, that's why some games, they take long to come out. Because there's a complete different shift with how they're developing the game. This is exactly what happened with Dragon Age: The Veilguard. That game took 10 years. 10 fucking years, because there was so many people coming in and out of the development cycle. That's how this works.
In the human heart. This is your game to decide.
Let's see something more. Because Blade is not like let me try to be Blade is not something that you got millions and millions of people clamoring for it. Like, it just isn't. If it was, it would be all over the internet. Like, it's a very niche type thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're literally putting things that if they feel it can really make money, they're going to prioritize it. That's what it comes down to. If it's just like a handful of people, and I'm just kind of using it as a bit of a metaphor, it's just like for instance, I follow this industry left and right. I haven't heard of no Blade game. It's just not something that's really on. I'm trying not to sound fucked up, but like, who the fuck cares about a Blade game? Like, I'm just being honest. Like, that's not something that's like, oh man, you know, I gotta get that Blade game. Like, you don't hear that. People talking about Halo, they're talking about Gears of War, they're talking about Grand Theft Auto. Like, that's the shit that's going to be making that money. God of War, even though they got a lot of controversy surrounding that. So I'm sure Blade has its fan base, and if it's going to come out, it'll come out. Likely what's going to happen, because I'm spending too much time yapping about this pointless game, but if it's going to come out, it's going to come out. Be patient. That's the best thing that you can do.
Some years have a color to them.
Like I said, man, a lot of guys, you guys just don't understand the process, man. You guys just want what y'all want. Y'all don't understand anything about this. And I try to be as respectful about it as I can, but
Its glow.
Like, this is just another example. Like, you don't know why
new places.
this shit went radio silent. You have no idea.
dear friends you always
There's
need.
several reasons why it could have gone that way, but those thoughts don't come to mind. And then when you look at a Doom game, you say it's on another bullshit Doom game. Doom makes money. Like, you may not like it, but Doom makes money. Everybody knows Doom. Everybody knows Diablo. Everybody knows Call of Duty. Everybody knows Halo. Everybody knows Gears of War. These are franchises that make money. So if a development studio is like, you know what, we got 3 games we're gonna. I'm being honest. I'm being like, it doesn't matter, bro. You don't have to be stupid, but at the end of the day, there's just certain shit that a lot of you guys don't know. It doesn't mean you're stupid. That's like I don't know trigonometry. Does that make me stupid? No, it just means I just don't know trigonometry. There's certain things about this industry that you guys don't really understand. And if you did understand it, you wouldn't be reacting the way that you're reacting. If a development studio has 4 or 3 games they're going to make that decision based on how much money they're going to make. If they don't have the ability to bring out every single game, they're going to make that decision and say, look, which is the game that has the most earning potential? That's how this works. Like, I mean, damn. See that all right. There's just some people I can't reach, man. You calling people bots because, bro. All right, man. I don't know how old you are, dude, but that's a real stupid take, bro. I don't like to use words stupid, but that's a real dumb take. So millions upon millions of people that play Doom, they're all bots, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. Don't go out like that, bro. Don't go out like that, man. Like that's insane. That's fucking insane. That's absolutely insane. I get you want your little Blade game. I'm sorry. Maybe the game will come out. Maybe it won't. The world won't end. But calling an entire franchise has been around, like literally the first person shooter, if you want to also include Quake, you're calling the people that play that, all of them are bots? Come on, man. Come on. Jesus Christ. Like, I can't defend that. Like, I don't know. That's why I don't know, bro. I don't know how you come to that conclusion. It's a fucking business. Like, this is why I say people only know how to mash buttons. They don't understand the business side of this shit. It's about making money. Are they gonna make money off Blade, or are they gonna make money off of fucking Doom, or are they gonna make money off Halo? Real shit. Now, if they got money left over, all right, fine. Bet they'll allocate some resources. But that's how this shit works. People bitching and complaining about, oh, it's AI. I hate AI. Well, I'm sorry to those motherfuckers that bitch and complain about AI. This shit is here to stay. AI makes fucking billions of dollars every single fucking year. This is how this works. This is how this works. Like, it's just annoying that, like, if I feel like if I know this shit and if I fucking put forth the effort to actually learn this shit, in my mind, I'm like, why doesn't everybody else do the same thing? That's my thought process. But then I give people too much credit because people aren't willing to go and dig beyond just pressing buttons. They're just not. Otherwise, people wouldn't understand how this whole process works.
Alarms are ringing. Bullets are flying.
What you do that for?
My fingers slip. And every copper in the tangle is on my
If there's no Doom, if there's no Blade game, oh well. Like, it's not the end of the world.
Let me introduce you to some of
It's not the end of the world.
colleagues.
Even my schemes have schemes.
Me, I prefer to make it up as I go.
Morgan! Oh, you'll have better odds getting through without me.
I mean, like look, everybody has what they, you know, but you have to understand the process of shit. That will make things a lot easier to understand.
A corpse in hand is worth two in the grave, as they say.
Look at the bloody airships. We're not here for you.
Not here for me. I'm Anne fucking Darrow.
Time to lay our hands to mischief.
We've been preparing to rob Griswick's vault for months now. We're putting the heist tonight, yeah? Morgan, get to that crane to lower the ship.
Greetings. I am the Miracle Industries auto-loading crane. If you have the authority, I am at your service.
What happens if I fired a few holes in you?
The lift is now unlocked.
Ah, defeat. How sad. You were all doing so well.
Do you expect us to go quietly?
Well, I certainly don't expect any trouble from some of Avalon's most disposable citizens.
Hello, frightened human. I can get you out of this.
Is this Clockwork Revolution?
25 years back in time. This place, on this day, is ripe for changing the course of history.
I think that's what this
life ain't
is.
one for granting easy choices, but I just found a way to control the past. Change who's in control. Make things unfair in our favor. Brought you a little toy with a big mouth.
What a proper little villain.
A better villain than you'll ever be, you decrepit old soak.
The pimp, the plod, the priest. Who do we like the least? Oh, it's different how they do ya. The ways they stick it to ya. And when they're done with chucking it up the old downstairs, well, they're all gonna screw you in the end.
Nothing's ever given to folk like us, especially not the future. But this time, we've a chance to steal it. What more could an honest thief ask for?
Stairs, well, they're all going to screw you in the end.
I missed it. I don't know. I think that was Clockwork Revolution, but oh, okay, it is Clockwork okay.
Clockwork Revolution is an original experience full of intriguing characters and incredible world building. And it's an Xbox console exclusive coming in 2027. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is a milestone year for us as we celebrate 25 years with you, and we're excited about our lineup of iconic games. Record-breaking Forza Horizon 6, the return of Master Chief, rebuilt from the ground up, the extraordinary world of Fable, full of choice and consequences. Incredible games from our partners at Sega, 4A Games, Koei Tecmo, and more. And players can look forward to 2 upcoming exclusives, Gears of War E-Day in 2026 and Clockwork Revolution in 2027. In a moment, we'll dive into Gears of War E-Day, but before we do, one franchise that has been with us from the beginning is Call of Duty. Now, it's bigger than ever, with a new Modern Warfare later this year and a movie on the way. Last month, the teams at Infinity Ward and Activision gave us a glimpse of the story and gameplay. Today, they are back with a first look at DMZ,
Okay, let's get it.
reimagined in a way that only Call of Duty can deliver.
Julia
사랑하는 최고령도사 동지.
유명한 용도 아래 우리 조선 반도는 질서정연하고 강력하다. 남부 차단구역에서 발생했던 산업사고는 우리 공화국의 용적 투쟁으로 이미 수습되어 조국의 안전엔 흔들림이 없다. 차단구역은 안전하다.
Inside the mall is a set of black files carrying bounty intel on a high-value target. Locate the files and eliminate the HVT. Expect contact. HVT may be in the area hunting anyone after that intel. Jeez, this is huge. It's dark as hell. That's why you got NVGs, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna head downstairs real quick. See if there's any weapons or gear laying around.
No, it's a negative. That's not why we're here.
I'm gonna be fine. It's only gonna take 2 seconds.
I say again, that's a negative. Okay, get your ass upstairs.
Damn, he's down. Let's go help him.
Hell no. That's on him. I told him to get his ass up here.
Copy. Where are we at on the intel?
Got it. Alright. Let's find that HVT.
On you.
Overwatch to actual. Letting that intel compromise your location. Enemies are alerted to your position.
Shit.
Yeah, they know we're here.
Damn.
Okay. Alright, let's just find that HVT.
Hey, hold on.
What's up?
Let's just... Hey, you good, man?
Fuck.
Yeah, you're all right.
Was that the HVT?
Hey, fuck the HVT. Let's just go to Expo.
Fuck! I got you, man. You good?
Yep. Let's just get out of here.
All right. Let me get some ammo.
Yep.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right, let's move.
Overwatch to actual. Look for any building with green smoke. I say again, green smoke. Freeze, you got eyes?
Yeah, I got it. Oh, shit. I'm inside.
Get your ass to the roof right now.
Copy. Please have medical. Oh, thank you. Hey, Locker, you downstairs?
Negative. Headed up the ladder. Going up to the roof.
Oh, shit!
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure all the Call of Duty content creators are going to be weighing in on that one.
Welcome to the Coalition, here in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, home of Gears of War. When Gears debuted in 2006, it instantly redefined the genre. And now in 2026, we're on the cusp of another rare moment. A chance to honor where we've been, celebrate with our fans, and lay the foundation for where Gears is going next. To get there, we're taking it all the way back to the day the world changed and the fight began, Emergence Day. It's a day of unimaginable loss that sits at the heart of our universe. And today, for the first time, we're ready to take you inside the studio and show you all the ways to play with our new movements, weapons, and modes that will make E-Day the most brutally satisfying Gears yet.
Is that all you got?
Before we talk about what this game is, I think it's important to share why we chose E-Day. When we started this project, we were moving to Unreal Engine 5. It was a new foundation with a blank slate. So we took a moment to reflect on what makes Gears so special to us and to our fans. And we realized that all of the things that make this world feel so unique, brotherhood, brutality, that melancholy beauty, and over-the-top spectacle, they're all perfectly set up in this one moment in time, E-Day. The moment the Locust ripped through the ground and changed the history of Sarah forever. And to tell that story, we wanted to build an experience that evoked the vibes of the original Gears game. So we started with this one still from the Mad World trailer. It's Marcus facing down the Locust, defiantly firing into the darkness against overwhelming odds. And we said, this is the emotional core of Gears. This is the tone and feeling that we wanted to build our next game around.
This is our most ambitious game yet. E-Day is a story we haven't been able to tell before because we didn't have the technology to do it. We finally have the tools to reimagine the Gears world at a new, unprecedented level of detail. We're pushing Gears to new heights with the densest, most detailed world we've ever created. With seamless, large-scale environments.
It's even worse from up here.
Fully dynamic ray trace lighting. And richer real-time destruction. Starting with an empty hard drive, we literally rebuilt everything from scratch. Characters, enemies, weapons, animation, sound, the world itself. And then we tear it apart in front of you.
Look out! Coming down!
You'll fight against bigger and more brutal enemies with new and craftier weapons and navigate the battlefield with more natural character movement so that every moment of emergence plays smoother and hits harder.
This is a game that feels like Gears, but plays like new.
Now, we're inside.
It's a return to the feelings that we had when we played the original games, but now reimagined, evolved, and enhanced with the power of a new engine.
E-Day is set before the events of the original Gears of War. After decades of conflict, peace has finally been declared on Sarah, and the Gears have returned home.
Love you, baby.
Marcus Phoenix and Dominic Santiago are young veterans trying to adjust to civilian life while grieving the loss of someone they both loved. Carlos Santiago, Dom's older brother and Marcus's best friend.
To Carlos.
To Carlos. Best fucking brother anyone could ask for.
Carlos died in combat in a moment of sacrifice before the war ended, and without him, Marcus and Dom's relationship is distant.
The emotions from our refinery kept power running.
With the world just barely on the cusp of peace and our characters coming to terms with their new reality, the Locusts emerge and change everything.
The Coalition Emergency Broadcast System. There are reports of multiple tremors causing minor damage across Kelowna.
Strap these up.
E-Day tells not one, but two origin stories. The start of this world falling apart and a brotherhood coming together. And over the course of 3 intense days, you'll see how loss reshapes this world and our characters, beginning with a night of desperate survival in a brand new city.
We decided to focus our story on just one city, so you could really feel what war does to people. When we started creating Kelowna, we wanted it to be more than just a backdrop. We wanted to feel alive, like it was another character in the story, packed with layers and personality. Kelowna used to be all about innovation and discovery.
I must have missed that part.
Years of industrialization.
Oh, I
for
probably
the
wasn't
Cog
paying
War effort
attention.
Totally reshaped it. With such a rich history, it made sense to lean into that classic Gears retro vibe. Towering architecture, robust vehicles, and grounded technology. Kind of like those gritty industrial cities from the 1970s. We also looked right outside these windows at the mountains, the ocean, and local landmarks to help give Kelowna its unique style. As you play the campaign, the city reveals itself through the main districts. The historic center, with its classic Gears architecture in stone and steel. The downtown core, more modern, reshaped by decades of industrial growth. The military airfield, set at the forest edge with shipyards nearby, the refineries, and supporting working-class neighborhoods, built around constant emulsion production.
Gears plays best in a city, and Kelowna is the ultimate battlefield. Kelowna's density, tight streets, mixed with open spaces, let us rethink how Gear moves through the world, and it created the perfect stage for greater scale and verticality in combat. Our soldiers are basically giant tanks in armor. They slam into cars, weaving through hails of bullets. And we wanted to keep that heaviness, but add more fluidity to how you move through the battlefield. Cover is life in Gears. And we've completely rebuilt our movement and cover systems, with smoother transitions and a bigger range of cover heights and shapes, including new low ground cover. And this all allows us to create more complex and organic feeling spaces than ever before. From Sprint, you can now slide, which lets you quickly get under objects, slide around corners, or transition more smoothly into cover from a run. And we added the ability to jump, which really opened up this citywide battleground. We get to play with more verticality, climbing walls and vehicles, or clearing gaps in crumbling buildings to reach new flanking routes. At the heart of our gameplay is still that great Gears combat puzzle. A mix of unique enemy combinations, tactical weapon choices, and your ability to read and move through the arena. But now you have more choice than ever, and we get these peaks of almost action movie sequences. You can throw yourself off a balcony, land next to your buddy and revive him, scramble through cover, slide under a truck, and hit safety on the other side. We get these amazing Gears playgrounds, small and large, where all these elements come together, and the city is filled with them.
Our missions move across the city, from linear fights in narrow streets and alleys to more open districts, where you have access to entire neighborhoods. Now you have strategic choices. Do you take the enemy head on? Do you flank them from a side entrance? Or do you climb up to the balcony across the street and take them all out with your long shot? It's up to you. And if you're playing co-op with your friends, well, then you can try all three at the same time. Taking your own path reveals small stories from the city. Survivors trapped in an apartment.
There's a civilian in that building, 4th floor.
A raven crashed in the distance. A group of gears readying an ambush. You still have your orders, but it's up to you to decide where you offer to help or how much of the city you choose to explore.
And that city is fully realized. To create a city of this scale and detail, we needed to invest in an entire suite of tools. Tools for roads, intersections, sidewalks, e-holes, buildings, rooftops, and pipes. We have a procedural content generation toolset for scattering millions of pieces of trash and debris across the ground to make Kelowna feel lived in. This is the largest, most complex location you've ever seen in a Gears game.
But the board control is connected to an older antenna. I can reconfigure their radios to reach Afira.
Do it. The remaining Gears will hold the fort.
In other Gears games, the world's basically already dead. There are very few human survivors left. But in E-Day, you're watching a live city get ripped apart in front of you. People who once went to work, sporting events, and celebrated the possibility of peacetime are now stopped in their tracks. They abandon their cars and run for survival, attempting to find refuge in subways or stores. A glimpse of a child's toy or dinner left uneaten are reminders of what's been lost and the horror of what the locusts have unleashed.
You'll experience the locust decimation at all scales in E-Day through our customized destruction technology. E-holes are back, unleashing waves of enemies from under your feet at any moment.
As a game design element, getting to use e-holes again as a spawn mechanic is brilliant. Locusts can come out of the ground anywhere, you can toss a grenade in to close them up, just adds this great tactical layer to encounters.
But you'll also encounter massive sinkholes that'll pull down vehicles and entire buildings. And no amount of detail is too small, as micro-destruction goes beyond what we've ever done before with chippable cover across a range of materials. Your impact is real, visceral, and leaves a mark on the world. Destroyed Beauty has long been a visual pillar of Gears of War, and we finally get to show the before, making the after hit that much harder. You'll recognize a neighborhood that was once intact is now completely destroyed. You'll walk through city streets filled with smoke and fire, and it feels completely different from how you first experienced it. You start getting this real feeling of the city's a character, and it's really under attack. It's the fall of Kelowna.
E-Day is an intentionally intimate story. There's this colossal event going on in the plot, but the actual characters and the journey they go on is where you get to explore themes of burden, of loss, and of loyalty. The whole world of Gears is about characters. It's the nightmarish monsters from below versus the soldiers that hold the line in a war for survival.
You okay? No way this is real.
It's pretty fucking real to me. On your feet.
This was our opportunity to focus on what makes Gears characters so special and what makes our enemies so iconic. The entire campaign is played from the perspective of our new squad, Bravo. As the invasion breaks out, you'll meet Mags Carter, a former Gear now sweating it out at Kelowna's emulsion refinery.
Now, why don't you come talk shit when your balls drop? And quit going through my stuff.
And you'll also meet rookie cadet Lucas Reyes.
What the hell?
A sharp comms officer who never made it to the front lines despite his dreams of military glory.
Holy fucking shit.
Mags and Lucas, together with Marcus and Dom, are four soldiers thrown together, fighting through tensions with each other while fighting the Locust, ultimately forging their bonds in battle.
We follow Bravo Squad with our cinematic cameras, just like the intense war movies we love. The shots are intentionally gritty and a bit shaky, and leaning into these rough edges is what makes you feel like you're right in the middle of the action.
Bravo's story also intertwines with others called to defend the city, including returning characters like warrior-philosopher Ty Caliso.
Our roads converge again. Marcus Phoenix. Ty.
And fans of the books will finally get to see the hard-ass Raven pilot Gil Gettner in-game for the very first time.
Let's go and fuck this mess.
Oh
Marcus
boy.
and Dom are absolute legends. You can spot those strong jaws and thick necks
Oh
from a mile
boy.
away.
I don't
If
know.
you go too realistic, you lose those unique features that
I
make
don't
them
know.
stand out. Honestly, Marcus just isn't Marcus if you take away his classic perma-scout. So instead of chasing perfect realism, we focused on making them believable and memorable, respecting the details that really make them who they are.
Material and character fidelity in Gears of War E-Day far surpasses anything we've been able to achieve before. Our facial animation systems have been completely upgraded for E-Day, with 3 times more joints and over 350 facial shapes sculpted for each head alone to really represent the emotion in our characters. Marcus has more detail in his eyelashes than his entire character model did in the original Gears of War on Xbox 360.
Phoenix. Marcus. Sergeant, 26 RTI C Company. Next to kin, Adam Phoenix.
With the amount of layers we have, we've never had fidelity at this scale. Combined with a much more sophisticated animation rig, this allows us to have way more expressive characters with a huge range. From a small smirk to yells on the battlefield.
Come and get some, you goddamn grubs!
Your experience takes on a new intensity. We're pushing the graphical limit with 4K Ultra HD resolution, native HDR10 rendering, hardware ray tracing at 60 frames per second in campaign, and up to 120 frames per second in multiplayer.
When it comes to the Locust, to make them
Well,
more
I
believable,
can already
we made them
surmise
scarier.
what
The
a lot
jaws
of
are
the
wild,
Gears of War content creators are going to be talking about. So, and there's controversy. I already see it. I can already tell what they're going to be talking about.
Before they rip you apart. And the Reavers, they crawl up buildings and rain fire from above. Basically, the whole Locust army, whether new or old, are more intense than ever before.
So what now, Marcus? We save everyone we can.
Gears of War has never been a horror game, but the world has always felt horrifying. And with E-Day, we lean into that even more. Our new gore system means damage feels meaty, responsive, and satisfying.
That was satisfying.
Muscle and cloth deforms in response to your attacks, and blood and bone damage adds to the intensity of combat. Gore is localized as well. Shoot a locust in the arm or leg, and you'll see the bullet take a chunk out of it. Or land a heavy shot on a limb, and our dismemberment system will rip it clean off in glorious detail.
The Nasha is going to get you the most satisfying shots, covering you in blood, or pop heads from afar with the long shot. We've revamped our favorite weapons for E-Day. And of course, we also have some fun new ones for even more brutal ways to tear your enemies apart. The new Gut Puncher grenade launcher is a COG weapon that fires armor-piercing explosive rounds. Quick fire a round to let it explode, or hold the trigger to control when it detonates. That means you can place a well-timed explosion behind an enemy protected by cover, or with practice, master its long-range eco closing potential. The Incinerator is our new shotgun. You can see the emulsion literally melt the skin off an enemy's body. Before, you'd probably get into a grapple if an enemy came charging at you. Now, you feel the power of getting to incinerate them when they get close. And of course, the Lancer.
Nice.
The creation of the Chainsaw Lancer is another origin story from lore that we wanted to show in E-Day. From the moment that Ty grabbed that chainsaw to rip through a locust at the superstore, to a prototype kit bash on the front lines of the invasion, all to deliver on that gratifying moment when you finally get to slice a grub in two.
Gears music has always been about tension, escalation, and release. When a fight kicks off, the music hits hard. It tightens as things get more dangerous. And when you've dropped the last enemy, you hear that familiar big ringing chord. For E-Day, we kept that structure, but made the sound harsher. Together with our composer, Adam Lastica, we built the score to match a world on the verge of collapse. The electric guitar returns alongside classical instruments, but both are pushed into uncomfortable territory. Like dragging a bone saw across a cello, creating dissonance that never fully resolves.
Where the hell are we?
And then there's the sound design. All chainsaws have voices. When it came to the sound for our Proto-Lancer, it was important to us to track down the exact make and model that was recorded back in 2006, and rebuild it from the ground up using our new sound effects system. This chainsaw has a 14-inch blade with that signature meaty yet intimate sound, and when it revs, you can hear all the gnarly details. In terms of how you'll experience Kelowna, I always think about our acoustic system like this. I'm walking down a street and I hear the sound reflecting off the walls around me. Then I step into an alley and everything immediately tightens. I come back out into a wide space and the sound opens up again, almost like a cathedral. And it's not just those spaces, it's the transitions between them where the magic really happens. That's where things feel alive. That's acoustics in real time. It's a heavy world. And what better way to experience its dread and tension than through the music and sound that surrounds you?
No other game does the squad like Gears does. Our themes, our gameplay, and our modes, they all revolve around this core element. But it's not just about the brotherhood that you experience in the stories. It's also about the bonds you create with your friends. Co-op has always been a part of our DNA. And like every great Gears game, you can bring your own squad to this fight. In campaign, all 4 characters are playable from the start, and we support 4-player online co-op and 2-player split screen on console. In Versus, our sweaty squad-based PvP is back, with a collection of 4v4 modes and all new maps set in locations in and around the war-torn city of Kelowna. We've combined classic Gears' symmetrical PvP map design with new traversal opportunities. You'll put your skill to the test alongside a seasonal roadmap of killer content, almost all of which you can just earn by playing the game, completing in-game challenges, events, and achievements. And today, we're excited to announce a dynamic new evolution of Gears' iconic PvE mode, Horde Siege. It's a 12-player mode where all 3 squads fight alongside each other to battle the Locust invasion and defend Kelowna across a range of city-based maps. We'll have more to share soon, and we hope you join us for our open beta weekends later this summer.
We good? Sergeant Phoenix?
Guess we're back to it.
last. But as long as we're still breathing, we're the ones that keep fighting.
20 years of Gears is such a milestone. It is such an honor and also a huge responsibility to make sure we deliver on the story of Gears.
It always comes back to the squad. It always comes back to this theme of getting through the absolute shittiest of times with somebody else who constantly has your back. And that's Marcus and Dom's story. The story of the original trilogy. The story of E-Day. And the story I think we can all relate to.
Thanks for pushing through. Couldn't have done it alone.
You got it, man.
Having the opportunity to have E-Day come out in the same year as the 20th anniversary of Gears, the quarter-century anniversary of Xbox, it's almost like a homecoming. It's like returning back to our roots and saying, fuck yeah, we're back. And we have so many more stories to tell. It's an incredible honor and one that we want to make sure that we do right.
Ty. What a nightmare.
Untouched by nearly 80 years of war. Destroyed in 2 nights.
For us, the heart of Gears has always been about the bonds you make in the darkest of times. Inside the studio, we rally around a simple phrase: never fight alone. It guides how we build our stories, our gameplay, and our world. It's how we work as a team and the commitment we make to you, our fans. Everything comes back to that important idea of sharing life's experiences, the highs and lows, together. And E-Day is the best expression of never fight alone that we've ever made. Whether you'll be picking up a Lancer for the first time ever, or you're as battle-hardened as Marcus Phoenix, there's always a place for you in the Gears squad when Emergence begins on October 6th.
I know why you're here.
Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats.
The council has chosen.
Now you ready to get to it?
Do you expect us to go quietly?
I've proven myself.
Have you really?
I have come here to destroy you.
Welcome to the surface.
All right, that was it. So I guess I have my share of thoughts. I can see that the chat of the main stream has several thoughts. I guess let me just put the camera on me. And I'm just gonna say this, because I need to focus on this. So for me, I think that this show was really, really good. I really enjoyed the show. Even though it's like I already know that the Gears of War content creators, they're gonna be bitching. I already fucking know they're gonna be bitching. The Call of Duty creators, they're likely going to be bitching about a few things. There's also going to be those people I'm even seeing right now in the main chat as I see it scroll on my TV that their particular game probably didn't get showed, so they're saying that because their one game that they wanted, that the whole show is an L. So you got those types of people. You got people. It just kind of never fails. So when it comes to Gears of War, I liked what I seen when it comes to like the graphics and all that stuff. The whole thing of them adding all these details in Marcus Phoenix's eyebrow or something like that. I understand why they want to say that. They're basically, they want to highlight the amount of attention to detail that the character model has. I get it. It's what developers tend to do very often. I'm not like there were people that were having issue with, I think it was a fucking tranny that was talking. I noticed a lot of people in the main chat were commenting on that. Then you had the black girl, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think she's like the one that's writing the campaign or something like that. She's like the campaign producer or something. People are going to complain about that. They showed a moment where they had like a woman commander or something. I guess she's the one giving the squad orders. People are going to be complaining about that. People are probably going to be complaining about the new female squad member. They're going to be bitching about that. So I all in all, I already know, like, even as I speak right now, the other larger YouTubers, they're already making their video on Gears of War, and I can guarantee you everything I just mentioned, they're going to bring up. I guarantee it without failure. That's without failure. For me personally, I understand the landscape that we're in when it comes to gaming. You got the DEI thing. I'm pretty sure that chick, she probably, I would be surprised if she's in her mid-20s. I would be very fucking surprised. She likely wasn't even born when the original Gears of War came out. And if she was born, she was basically a toddler or a very young kid. So to have her, if I'm not mistaken, to have her in control over the campaign in terms of the story, that's going to set people, it's going to make people concerned. So I already know, like, people are going to find some issues with the game. I already know this. That's just the landscape that we're in. I'm calling it right now. I'm calling it right now. And over the course of the next couple of days, probably even next couple of hours, if I'm scrolling through my YouTube right now, I'm pretty sure the usual suspects of people that make Gears of War content, they're gonna bring all this shit up. And even some of, like, the grifter, I want to say grifters, but the ones that kind of focus on the negative, they're gonna mention this as well. So I already know, it is what it is. So they're likely going to completely pick apart this whole Gears of War thing. For me, I like the way the game looks. I think they've definitely brought the graphics, I mean, into another realm. I do like the movement, the sliding, you know, sliding under like certain vehicles and the traversal. I like the transitionary or the transitional animations from running to sliding underneath something. I pick up on stuff like that, but unfortunately, you're gonna see a lot of people that's going to just comment on the things I just mentioned. Not to say it's not valid, but it's gonna happen. It's like I guarantee, like you're gonna watch videos in the future, and I'm talking about all those 20,000, 50,000, those larger channels. I guarantee you they're gonna be bitching about that. I guarantee it. I'm fucking calling it. And it is what it is. It is what it is. In terms of the Call of Duty aspect, I don't know why they decided, like, I don't know what I was watching there, because it looked like they were showing some sort of body cam. Like, it wasn't like the typical heads up display. You know, there was no aim reticle. There was no nothing. It was just it looked like a body cam footage. So I don't know if that's really, I can assume that's what they wanted to go by. And then it looked like it was flickering. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like if you paid attention to the Call of Duty footage, it looked like it was glitching out a bit. So I don't know if that was the stream. I don't know if that's just what the game was gonna. I don't fucking know. Like I I don't know what to say about that. I'm probably gonna have to look at that again. In fact, you know what? Fuck it. Let me, as I need to see this again real quick. So let me, as I already know that they probably already have it. So I know they've already posted it. Let's see. Call of Duty. Because it was, you know, it was like a. Oh, okay, here it is. Wait, is it this? Yeah, I think it was this one. Okay. So I don't really care. I don't really need the audio, but I don't know. I guess this is just kind of like what they wanted to do. I guess this is what they wanted to do. So I don't see that aspect right there.
I'm inside.
Can I bring it back a little bit? Let me see.
Copy.
I think it's when he first starts getting shot.
Oh, thank you.
Let me see.
Hey, Locker, you downstairs?
Like, so I don't know if this is how. I'm assuming this is the viewpoint. Yeah, like this. Yeah, there we go. I paused it. So I don't know if this right here. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they were just doing that for the sake of the video. I don't know if they were just doing, like, I don't know. Like, I've seen games where your equipment can get hacked or whatever, but even aside from that, you know, you're still having a proper heads-up display. So it could just been maybe they deactivated it for the video. But you know, so I don't know. I'm struggling to find an answer for this. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure the other larger Call of Duty creators, you know, I'm pretty sure they're probably gonna have a similar perspective as I do. So I definitely look forward to seeing what they come up with. But I just felt like, all right, I'm just watching a camera feed of the characters. Like, it doesn't seem like they were really, like, it's like, even right now I'm struggling to figure out what the fuck I was watching. I would like to think that maybe they just deactivated the HUD, the heads up display. If that's the case, then fine. Maybe that would come out. Maybe somebody will fucking confirm that. But yeah, I don't know. Aside from that, it looks fine. But I just would like to have an answer to that, personally speaking. And if I were to go over to Gears of War, let me just type this in. Gears of War. I'm pretty sure it should pop up here. Let me see. Where is the one with the I guess I'll do the deep dive. Let me see. Deep dive. Where was the thing they don't have that section uploaded yet? It doesn't look like. I'm trying to find it. It's not this. At least I don't think it is. This is just the gameplay video. That's fine. Do I have to? I guess I'll just have to. Where the fuck is it? See, all I'm seeing here is the gameplay demo, and that's fine, but I want to watch the actual interview. And I'm not seeing it pop up here. So unless yeah, I'm not getting nothing out of this. Like, I want to see, like, the actual the interviewers and shit. But anyway, I guess it's not that important. Like I said, I just don't know if people are going to be welcoming. I don't know if people are going to really be welcoming from a narrative standpoint. I just don't know. Like, the person, like that chick, I don't even, like, that's why I want to look at that again to see what her fucking name was. I guess I'm just gonna have to click on the actual full Xbox broadcast and just scrub through it real quick, because they're not, maybe they just haven't posted it yet. Because yeah, so I'm just gonna have to click on this and let's just skip. I'm gonna have to skip around.
Locust can come out of the ground anywhere.
Maybe it was toward the end.
Battering ram, smashing.
Game does the squad like Gears does. Our themes, our gameplay, and our modes, they all revolve around this core.
Because I want to know who that chick was.
Wild and vicious.
Really represent the emotion in our
in-game for the very first time. First monsters from below versus the soldiers
Okay,
that
here we
hold the
go.
line.
No, who was? Now, what was her fucking name again?
E-holes are back, unleashing way.
Okay, I think it's earlier in the
Reveal
broadcast.
small stories from the city.
And I think that's when they start
Objects,
introducing
slide
people.
around corners, or transition more smoothly into cover from a run.
The years of industrialization for the Cog War effort.
and hits harder.
Okay, I think it was. Okay, this is the Call of Duty thing. Okay, so I think it's after this.
To reflect on what makes Gears so special to us and to our fans. We realize that all of the things that make this world feel so unique, brotherhood, brutality, that melancholy beauty, and over-the-top spectacle, they're all perfectly set up in this one moment in time, E-Day. The moment the Locust ripped through the ground and changed the history of Sarah forever. And to tell that story, we wanted to build an experience that evoked the vibes of the original Gears game. So we started with this one still from the Mad World
Because I'm
trailer.
scrubbing through
It's
it on
Marcus facing
YouTube,
down the
and
Locust,
it's kind of
defiantly
tough to
firing into
control
darkness
the.
against overwhelming odds.
Because
We said,
I
"This is the
want her
emotional core of
name.
Gears." This
I've
is the
never
tone
seen
and
this
feeling
chick
that we
before,
wanted to build
and
our next
I
game
want
around.
to see what else
This is
she's
our
done.
most
So, see this? You got the
ambitious
tranny
game
right here.
yet. E-Day is a story we
Okay, so
haven't
that's
been able to
now
tell before.
did all right. I
because we
think
didn't have the
the other
technology.
chick came after that person.
Craft your weapons and navigate.
At least I think so.
Love you, baby.
Marcus Phoenix and Dominic Santiago, Carlos Santiago.
Hold on, where is the?
Instant.
Okay, now was it after
together.
her?
And over
It might have been after her.
Robust vehicles and grounded technology.
Yeah, this is
Kinda
frustrating.
those
I feel like
gritty
I'm looking
industrial
for a
cities
needle in
from
the fucking
1970s.
haystack.
Outside these windows, at the mountains, emulsion production.
Giant tanks and armor. Wide battleground.
Take the enemy head on.
Oh my
is
god, I'm
fully
getting annoyed.
realized. To create a city of this scale and detail, we needed to invest tools for roads, intersections, sidewalks, e-holes,
Because I
buildings,
can't
rooftops,
remember.
and pipes. We have a procedural content generation toolset for scattering millions of pieces of trash and debris.
I don't
across the
remember
ground
when
to
they
make one feel
highlighted her.
lifted. This is the largest, most complex location you've ever seen.
And scrubbing through YouTube is. Oh my god, bro.
Gears game.
Viewed in 2006, it instantly redefined the genre.
Can't remember. Wait a second. Okay, I want to know what her name is. Where the fuck? I guess I'll just check it out from here.
Welcome to the Coalition here in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Home
Okay, I'll
of
just
Gears
have
of
to
War.
like let it rock out
When Gears
from
debuted
here.
in 2006, it instantly redefined the genre. And now in 2026, we're on the cusp of another rare moment. A chance to honor where we've been, celebrate with our fans, and lay the foundation for where Gears is going next. To get there, we're taking it all the way back to the day the world changed and the fight began, Emergence Day.
I think she appears after this guy talks. Or was it the tranny that pops up? It might have been the tranny that's after this guy.
And today, for the first time, we're ready to take you inside the studio and show you all the ways to play with our new movements, weapons, and modes that will make E-Day the most brutally satisfying Gears yet.
Is that all you got?
Before we talk about what this game is, I think it's important to share why we chose E-Day. When we started this project, we were moving to Unreal Engine 5. There's a new foundation with a blank slate. So we took a moment to reflect on what makes Gears so special to us and to our fans. And we realized that all of the things that make this world feel so unique, brotherhood, brutality, that melancholy beauty, and over-the-top spectacle, they're all perfectly set up in this one moment in time, E-Day. The moment the Locust ripped through the ground and changed the history of Sarah forever. And to tell that story, we wanted to build an experience that evoked the vibes of the original Gears game. So we started with this one still from the Mad World trailer. It's Marcus facing down the Locust, defiantly firing into the darkness against overwhelming odds. And we said, this is the emotional core of Gears. This is the tone and feeling that we wanted to build our next game around.
This is our most ambitious game yet. E-Day is a story we haven't been able to tell before.
Okay. All right, let me look at this person. Or let me make a note of this. I'm going to make a note of this in my notepad. Kate Renner. Or Ratner or Renner. Is it Ratner or Renner? Let me see. Move this over. Rayner. Okay. So, technical director. All right. So that's that person. Now, I know this person talked for a while, so I'll probably
E-Day is set before the events of the original Gears of War.
okay, so
After
all right, so
decades
she's
of
the brand
conflict,
director.
peace
So I
has finally
think
been
the
declared
other
on
chick
Sarah,
I'm looking for
and the
comes
Gears have
after
returned
her.
home. Coming together. And over the course of 3 intense days, you'll see how loss reshapes this world and our characters, beginning with a night of desperate survival in a brand new city.
We decided to focus our story on just one city, so you could really feel what war does to people. When we started creating Kelowna, we wanted it to be more than just a backdrop. We wanted it to feel alive, like it was another character in the story, packed with layers and personality. Kelowna used to be all about innovation and discovery. But years of industrialization for the Cog War effort totally reshaped it. With such a rich history, it made sense to lean into that classic Gears retro vibe. Towering architecture, robust vehicles, and grounded technology. Kind of like those gritty industrial cities from the 1970s. We also looked right outside these windows at the mountains, the ocean, and local landmarks to help give Kelowna its unique style.
I mean, the game definitely looks great. I mean, I can't deny that.
As you play the
The
campaign,
scale of it
the
is
city
really
reveals
cool.
itself through the main districts. The historic center, with its classic Gears architecture in stone and steel. The downtown core, more modern, reshaped by decades of industrial growth. The military airfield, set at the forest edge with shipyards nearby, the refineries, and supporting working-class neighborhoods, built around constant emulsion production.
Gears plays best in a city, and Kelowna is the ultimate battlefield. Kelowna's density, tight streets, mixed with open spaces, let us rethink how Gear moves through the
Yeah, I
world.
like the
And it
traversal.
created the perfect stage for greater scale and verticality in combat. Our soldiers are basically giant tanks in armor. They slam into cars, weaving through hails of bullets. And we wanted to keep that heaviness, but add more fluidity to how you move through the battlefield. Cover is life in Gears. And we've completely rebuilt our movement and cover systems, with smoother transitions and a bigger range of cover heights and shapes, including new low ground cover. And this
Yeah,
all
that-
allows us to
that
create
part
more
right there
complex
looked
and
really
organic
good.
feeling spaces than ever before. From sprint, you can now slide, which lets you quickly get under objects, slide around corners, or transition more smoothly into cover from a run. And we added the ability to jump, which really opened up this citywide battleground. We get to play with more verticality, climbing walls and vehicles, or clearing gaps in crumbling buildings to reach new flanking routes. At the heart of our gameplay is still that great Gears combat puzzle. A mix of unique enemy combinations, tactical weapon choices,
Well, I mean,
and your ability to
I
read
would
and move
assume
through
it's
the
going to be
arena.
on PC as well.
But now you have more choice than ever, and we get these peaks of
So if
almost
it's on
action
PC,
movie
just
sequences.
Just play
You can throw
play it on
yourself off
Game
a
Pass
balcony, land next to
PC.
your buddy and revive him,
Unless
scramble for
it's
cover,
only
slide
on
under a truck
console.
and hit safety on the other side.
Because usually when they say
We
that,
get these amazing Gears playgrounds,
it generally
small
just
and large,
it doesn't
where all these elements
always
come together, and the city is
like
filled
it could just simply be it's not coming to another console, but it could still also mean that it's coming to PC Game Pass.
Now you have strategic choices. Do you take the enemy head on? Do you flank them from a side entrance? Or do you climb up to the balcony across the street and take them all out with your long shot?
Well, if it's officially announced on Steam, then that's different.
Then you can try all three at the same
I don't
time.
know.
Your own path.
You know, like I said, I don't know. I don't want to assume that.
Survivors trapped in an apartment.
There's a civilian in that building. 4th floor.
A Raven crashed in the distance. A group of Gears readying an ambush. You still have your orders, but it's up to you to decide where you offer to help or how much of the city you choose to explore.
And that city is fully realized. To create a city of this scale and detail, we needed to invest in an entire suite of tools. Tools for roads, intersections, sidewalks, e-holes, buildings, rooftops, and pipes. We have a procedural content generation toolset for scattering millions of pieces of trash and debris across
Well,
the
I mean,
ground to
I
make Kelowna
obviously
feel
didn't get a
lived in.
chance to look at that just yet. I'm looking through this right
This is
now.
the largest, most complex location
I'll check that
we've
after I'm
ever
done with
seen
this.
in a Gears game.
I'm looking for
Control is
something
connected to an older
specific.
antenna. I can reconfigure their radios to reach Afira.
Yeah, so all right. So this right here, I already know that I already know people are going to be focusing on this right here. They're going to be like, who the fuck is this chick? Why is she in charge? Like, I already know. So I already know that's going to happen.
Do it. The remaining Gears will hold the fort.
In other Gears games, the world's basically already dead. There are very few human
Well, where
survivors
E
is this?
left. But in E-Day, you're watching a live city get ripped apart.
I guess she's
in front of you.
I guess she's after this guy.
People who once went to work, sporting events,
I don't want to fucking fast forward because I don't want to miss
peacetime.
the point.
are now stopped in their tracks.
Miss the part that I'm looking for.
They abandon their cars and run for survival, attempting to find refuge in subways or stores. A glimpse of a child's story, or dinner left uneaten, are reminders of what's been lost and the horror of what the locusts have unleashed.
You'll experience the locust decimation at all scales in E-Day through our customized destruction technology. E-holes are back, unleashing waves of enemies from under your feet at any moment.
As a game design element, getting to use e-holes again as a spawn mechanic is brilliant. Locusts can come out of the ground anywhere. You can toss a grenade in to close them
Arya,
up.
I
Just adds this great
believe,
tactical layer to
like
encounters.
female characters were
But you'll also
largely
encounter
like
massive sinkholes that'll pull
supportive.
down vehicles and entire buildings. And no
But then
amount
they
of
did
detail is too small,
the
as
fucking
micro-destruction
bait and
goes
switch
beyond
stuff
what we've
with
ever done
Gears
before,
4.
with chippable cover across a range of
And they had
materials.
that chick
Their impact
that
is real,
you
visceral,
know,
and leaves a mark on
I
the
think her
world.
name was Kim or something like Jin.
Has long been a visual
She
pillar
was like
of
the
Gears of War, and we
fucking
finally
the
get to show
leader
the
of all that
before,
shit.
making the after hit that much harder.
And because I you know,
You'll recognize a neighborhood that was once intact.
they've
is now
definitely
completely
altered the
destroyed.
formula
You'll walk through city
of this
streets filled with
franchise,
smoke and
and
fire,
a lot
it
of
feels completely
people
different
just
from when you first
weren't
experienced
fans of it.
You start getting this
And
real
it's
feeling
pretty
of the
much
city's a character,
it's
and
very
really under
similar
attack.
to what's been going on with God of War. Unfortunately, you know, this is just the way things are now. This is the main reason why this game even exists. This game exists only because they overshot.
There's this colossal event
There we
going on in
go.
the plot,
That's her
but the
fucking
actual
name.
character-
No, when I couldn't guess V Nyarko. Who the fuck is this chick? All right. V Nyarko. All right. Lead story producer. Okay. All right. I need to do some research on you, because I want to know what you have done. So fuck that. We gonna consult Google. What have you done, Missy? Let's see. Okay. All right, let me see, because I don't know. So I need to educate myself. Okay. We have LinkedIn. All right. Okay. Featured activity. Okay, experience. Okay, what have you done? Okay, so, all right, is it show all? Okay. 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 Wow, 2012. I was 32. Okay. Let me see. All right. Game supervisor. Okay. What is this? Marketing associate. And then corporate marketing communications. So marketing, digital marketing. Okay. You supported and oversaw Quantum Break paid media campaign and department's first live stream that yielded conversions to sales. Okay. So a lot of marketing. But she did, so basically she's done a lot of marketing. That's not, I mean, okay, what else? Production manager. Okay. And so I don't know. I don't really know. I I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I don't know how I should feel about this, because she spent more, like, she's more like marketing, uh and it's like, okay, like, I mean, that's fine, but, and maybe I'm tripping, maybe I'm not understanding something. But if you're a lead story producer, all right, let me make sure, at least because I know I'm live, and if I make an ass out of myself, then let me at least be accurate. So, okay, what is the role of a lead story producer? Let's see. Let's see what good old AI. A lead story producer is the top creative voice responsible for shaping the narrative of a production, especially in unscripted formats like reality TV, documentaries, and certain TV series, ensuring the final product is cohesive, engaging, and aligned with the show's vision. Uh-oh. Core responsibilities, narrative architecture, episode structure, story beats and logs, collaboration, tone, and theme. So basically, this is what I was looking for. So this chick is like basically, unless I'm mistaken, unless I'm going to leave that up to a possibility. Unless I am mistaken, this chick is essentially responsible for the story campaign of Gears of War E-Day. That's what that, I mean, chat, you can tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm off base here, but that's what it sounds like to me. Look at me, I'm the captain now. That's, I mean, I don't know how else to look at this, because when I read this description, when I read this fucking description right here, okay, that right there, I think I highlighted it. I don't know if the highlight is there. And I go to this woman's experience and I'm like, what has she done to be given the role to shape the campaign of a video game? I don't know. I mean, digital marketing has nothing to do with I'm just kind of confused here. Like, I'm looking at her skills and I'm not, you know, I'm not saying that she's not you know, competent in what, you know, in her talents, but I'm looking at this and there's nothing I'm seeing here that is lending to I should be the one that is overseeing the story campaign of a video game. I just don't see it. Maybe I'm bugging, but I don't understand this. I don't understand. Maybe there's something I'm missing. You know, like what has she worked on prior in the video game space? What other titles has she been a lead? What was it called again? A lead story producer. How do you go from social media marketing, digital marketing? How do you go from that to now you are the captain of one of the lead IPs in Microsoft, and you are overseeing the entire story campaign of this franchise? I don't understand this. Maybe I'm missing something here. Like, and I don't want it to look like, and I know how it's going to be interpreted, like I'm picking on this chick. I get it, you know, but at this point in time, for someone like myself, I am tired of seeing people put into roles they have no business being. This doesn't mean that they're not qualified for other shit, but that's like, hey, most of my experience was an auto mechanic, but now all of a sudden, my next job, I'm a doctor. Like, what the fuck? Like that, like this doesn't make any sense to me. And I really wanted to be clear. I wanted to make sure I'm not bugging here. I wanted to understand, okay, what is the role of a lead story producer? And this is what it says. A lead story producer is the top creative voice responsible for shaping the narrative of a production. How they differ from other producers. While a lead producer oversees the entire project, budget, schedule, crew, and production, a lead story producer focuses specifically on the story side. They are the creative architect of the narrative, ensuring that the unscripted material is transformed into a structured, audience-pleasing story. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I should take this. And the reason why I'm concerned about this is I look at what has happened with Gears of War 4, which I have the physical disc of. And if anybody, let me just kind of show this just for people, just to illustrate this. Gears of War 4 box art. So if you look at the box art of Gears of War 4, and I'm going to zoom in on this. Okay. Now, this is the Gears of War cover art. And this is the thing that I'm very concerned of. If you pay close attention to this, for those of you that have played Gears of War 4, you are led to believe that the main character of this game is this guy right here in the middle. This is Marcus Phoenix's son, J.D. Phoenix. That is his son. However, the true main character of Gears of War 4 and 5 is this chick. Good old Kate Diaz. She is the one right here to the left. She is the captain now. And what I can tell you right now is if we go on over and look at the Gears 5 cover art, as you can see, she is the fucking captain now. And you can see how they put now, if you look at where JD Phoenix is now. This is Marcus Phoenix's son. I want people to really understand. I'm actually turning this into an actual video, and I didn't even mean to, but I really have to get this stress off my chest like breast reduction. I want people to really fucking see this. She is front and center for Gears 5. Marcus Phoenix is in the background. Marcus Phoenix's son, who is supposed to be the lead character right here, he's been pushed into the fucking, like, he is like a tiny fraction here. So I fuck that. Let me do some more research here. Let me look at the sales. Fuck this. Gears, because I'm doing the shit that a lot of creators don't do, and this is probably like the boring stuff. Gears of War sales numbers. Every Gears of War title sales. Let me see something here. Okay, so this is, and now the way this works is that AI basically compiles all of the other articles, so that's why it has 6 sources. So these 6 sources is Gears of War series, Reddit, VGC charts, Wikipedia, fandom, level. So it aggregates all of these numbers. So what I'm looking to see. So Gears of War 1 was 6 million copies. Gears 2 is 5. Gears 3 is 3. Gears Ultimate Edition was only 1 million copies. Gears Judgment was 425,000 copies sold in the first month, but they don't tell you everything. Gears 4 sales figures are unavailable. And Gears 5, they don't say the sales of Gears 5, but they say it beat Borderlands 3. Okay. So what was all right. I want to know this. Borderlands 3 sales. We're going to do search. All right, maybe I asked the wrong question. Borderland sales copies. Or no. How many copies of Borderlands 3 has been sold? Okay. As of 2025, Borderlands 3 has sold over 25 million copies worldwide. All right. Now, but it says upon its release in September of 2019, Borderlands 3 achieved remarkable sales, over 5 million copies sold within the first 5 days. But if I look at this, it says it beat Borderlands. So this is kind of like this is kind of weird. So it says Gears 5 beat Borderlands 3 in sales in 2019. So I have to look specifically to see how many, like, why would it say that? Why does it not say, as you can see, it says Gears of War 1, 2, and 3. It shows you. So why is this data unavailable? Like, now I have to do all this extra work to look at the sales data of 2019. Okay, so now let me rephrase my question. How many copies of Borderlands 3 has been sold in 2019? Okay, so Borderlands 3 sold over 5 million copies worldwide within its first 5 days on release of September 2019. By the end of September 2019, sales had already surpassed this initial figure, and by early 2020, the game was closing on 8 million worldwide. This means that in 2019 alone, Borderlands sales were in the 5 to 8 million range, with the exact total at year end not publicly disclosed. Okay, so what I'm trying to understand is where exactly is Gears of War 5 sales entirely? Because if I'm trying to understand that. So if I type specifically how many copies of Gears 5 has been sold entirely. Gears 5 has sold over 10 million copies worldwide in its first 2 months after launch, with total sales across platforms exceeding 6 million copies in that period. According to Microsoft's 2019 financial report, the game sold more than 10 million copies worldwide within the first 2 months of release. This figure includes both physical and digital sales across Xbox One and PC. A regional breakdown, United States 1.8 million, 1.4 physical, Germany. Okay. All right. What I'm trying to illustrate, and it's something that that's been on my mind for a while, is the actual girl boss shift that Gears of War basically went through when it came to going from Gears of War Judgment to Gears of War 4, 5, and instead of them coming out with Gears of War 6, they're now coming out with Gears of War E-Day. And I've said this before in the past when I was talking and addressing my audience in a couple of videos in the past, where I said and asked rather, when have you ever seen a trilogy for something, and instead of them finishing the trilogy, right? We had Gears 4, we had Gears 5, the next game should be Gears of War 6. So why did we not get Gears of War 6, but instead we're getting Gears of War E-Day? And it's going back to a point of Marcus and Dominic Santiago. I just find that kind of strange because, I mean, I don't know how else to look at it because I've never seen this happen before. I've never seen a trilogy in any television, any movie, nothing. I've never seen this happen where you're in the final stretch and instead of closing out your trilogy, you're bringing out a prequel. So that leads me to believe that Gears of War 5, it was not as well received as the Coalition and Microsoft originally wanted it to be. Because I know there was a lot of backlash when it came to that particular game. And for me, and this is just, I'm speaking for myself, I felt that this was a very big bait and switch, because this is the reason why I showed the Gears of War 4 cover art. You're led to believe that the mantle of the protagonist was going to be passed off from Marcus Phoenix over to his son, JD Phoenix. But anybody that played Gears of War 4, and I'm not talking about the multiplayer. I don't give a fuck about the multiplayer, because I suck at that anyway. But if we're talking strictly the story, you're led to believe that this is going to be the main driver of that game. But in reality, the one that was really moving the plot along, the one that was more serious, the one that wasn't looking to be a fucking idiot, was Kate Diaz. JD was a fucking idiot, as far as I'm concerned. So, and then now, you know, there's that part in Gears of War 5, and I feel like this perfectly encapsulated what Gears of War 5 really was about. If I type this in, I'm going to show you, this part right here, Gears 5. What's the part? I'm trying to think of what it was. What was it that she said exactly? You know what? Here we go. I think it was screw your orders. Screw your orders. I'm sure somebody has it clipped. Here we go. So in Gears of War 5, this is the real main character of the franchise right now. So let me just show this.
But I think they were messages.
Now I can't hear it, but I know the scene.
Something's happening.
So basically, she is the main character of this franchise. And quite frankly, many people push back on this. They really push back on this. I remember this like it was yesterday.
I think we can find you answers there.
Here's the son. This is the guy that should have been, and look what they did to him. So he ends up becoming a supporting character. And
General notice. Okay.
let me see.
Jack to coordinates. No, Corporal. You're coming back to New Afira.
Here we go.
Direct order.
Well, Captain, screw your order. This isn't about you. It's about me.
Yup.
I need to fix this.
So that right there, screw your orders. You're basically telling your commanding officer, screw your orders. This is about me. I'm sorry, but there's more deeper meaning to that than I think people realize, in my opinion. Maybe I'm stretching it, but I just see that there's been more meaning for that. And it lines up. Ultimately, I've even said this a few times. I've said that I already can guess where Gears of War 6 is going to go. Because as far as I'm concerned, Gears of War E-Day is a transition game. It's a transitionary game. Gears of War E-Day, and this is my personal theory, this is just a way to get hardcore fans of Gears of War back on board. So when they do come out with Gears 6 to end their trilogy, it might put them in a better position. Because let me tell you what I see the ending of Gears 6 is going to be. Some of you are probably not going to like this. Some of you are going to be like, damn, you're spot on. Gears of War 6 is going to go this way. Marcus Phoenix is going to get killed. He's going to sacrifice himself to save his son, JD. There's going to be a part where everybody is going to be fighting, and Kate Diaz is going to succumb to the influence of becoming the new Locust Queen. That is, I am 90% sure that's what's going to happen. JD Phoenix, having love for Kate Diaz, is going to try to convince her, Kate, no, resist, don't do this, this is not you. And then eventually Kate is going to fully embrace being the new Locust Queen. Kate is going to make a move on JD to basically kill him. Marcus Phoenix, Cole, Baird, and everybody kind of like slightly at a distance is fighting the Locust or whoever they're fighting. Marcus is going to look over at the conversation. You know how you're busy, and he's going to look over like this, and he sees something is wrong. And you're going to see, and they're going to do it in slow motion, where Kate is basically going to make the move on JD to kill him. JD is frozen. He's like, I can't kill you. Marcus is going to jump in between Kate and JD and get killed. Everybody, Cole, Baird, now their attention is diverted over there. They see Marcus Phoenix on the ground bleeding out. They're going to zoom in on JD's Phoenix's face looking at his father. And at that point, that's when JD finally decides to kill Kate Diaz, or the new Locust Queen. That is how the ending of Gears 6 is going to go. I truly believe that, because everything they have done so far is leading to that conclusion. And I can guarantee you, if I'm right, that is going to fucking have a cosmic level backlash, the likes you have never fucking seen. And I do believe that Microsoft and the coalition, I think they feel that. And this is the main reason why I truly believe in everything that I know about the video game industry that I have been following for 20 plus years is telling me that is the reason why they finally decided to come out with Gears of War E-Day. They already know they're going to kill off Marcus Phoenix. They already know it is going to basically send the Gears of War community into an inferno. They already know. So this is their way to try to kind of salvage shit, because it's like they already know they've written themselves into a wall. They've written themselves into a wall. This is how I see it. I cannot see it any other way. They want Marcus Phoenix out of the way. They want to kill him off. They want to go more in line with this girl boss bullshit. That's what they've been doing from Gears of War 4 when we're introduced to Marcus Phoenix's son, and he's basically a fucking idiot. I mean, he's not comic relief like the other guy, Dell, but you can clearly see who they were really planting the seeds to take over the franchise. And what did they end up doing for Gears of War 5? They put her on the fucking cover of the game. So tell me that I'm wrong. I'm fine if people believe I'm wrong. I'm fine with it, but I don't see any other viable option here. I just don't. I don't. And this is going to cause a lot of backlash. I'm telling you right now, it's going to cause a significant backlash, because the vast majority of real Gears of War people, they don't want to see this. I'm saying it right now. Just like people don't want to see fucking Kratos being sidelined in his own franchise for some chick. This is the main reason why a lot of the backlash is happening with God of War right now. Like, I just... So, that leads me back to me doing this little bit of research and digging into this female here, where she's like this fucking story producer. And I'm like, how are you hiring this chick, V Nyarko? I've never heard of this chick before. You hire her on to oversee the story, and she has done fuck all in the gaming space when it comes to this role. Nothing that she's done has anything to do with this role. Nothing. Nothing at all. So I'm concerned. It's like you're handing the keys over to somebody that has never done not one story in any video game. She comes from a fucking marketing background based on what I can see. Everything is basically marketing, right? We got production manager, which has nothing to do with coming up with the story of a game. You have digital marketing manager, which has fuck all to do with coming up with the story of a game. You have corporate marketing communications, which has fuck all to do with coming up with a video game story. So why did they put this woman in control of the story of the upcoming Gears of War E-Day? I would love to know why. Because the easy answer is fucking DEI. That's the easy fucking answer for this. And I don't want to just go and default to that, but it's very difficult for me to not go there. It's hard. Like, what has she done in the video game space when it comes to story? Because I've studied marketing. I've studied B2B marketing. That has nothing to do with writing a video game storyline. So I don't know. I don't know. Like, this is not me. I'm not trying to shit on her, but I have to call it out. I have to call it. This is actually probably the reason why I'm keeping this stream alive right now, because I really wanted to speak on this. And I know I'm not, I know I'm a very tiny fucking channel. I know I probably got like 10 people in this stream that even fucking gives two shits. But I really am concerned because this woman has not done anything that warrants her being put into this particular position. Now, if you want to put her in a marketing role, that's fine. Or if you want to put her in the video game production, why is she the lead? Why is she the lead? Like, I don't understand. Like, you know what it's like? And I'm fumbling over my words, admittedly, because I'm trying to find the right thing to say here while I'm live, because I don't do fucking scripts like these other channels. In marketing, you have a hierarchy in marketing. You know, like anything, you start at the bottom and then you work your way through the industry of marketing, right? You could become a marketing director, you become a marketing manager, and so on and so forth. In the realm of marketing, she looks very capable. But in video game writing, when you're coming up with a gaming storyline, she did not go through that hierarchy. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like you've gone through the hierarchy of marketing, but now you're not in marketing anymore. You are literally assigned the lead role of writing the story of Gears of War E-Day. You have no prior writing credits to your name. None. I haven't seen her write, like, I don't know. This is her LinkedIn. It says Coalition Studio. So she's been with the studio for what, 4 years? Let me go back. Okay, so she's been at the studio for 4 years. That's good. But what has she done in the studio? So I guess the next question is, let me just say, let me see, V Niarco. Okay, what has V Niarco done during her time with the Coalition? She has been a senior producer since 2022. She focuses on production management for AAA game projects. Okay, this is her LinkedIn. Her role involves collaborating with developers, leads, and directors to manage new production pipelines and processes using methodologies such as Agile, Scrum, Kanban, Waterfall. She emphasizes optimizing processes to make storytelling more genuine and clear, aiming to connect players across platforms and technologies. Okay, but I understand that this sounds good, but it kind of goes back to my point is, why is this woman the lead story producer of this game? That's my point. Like, she does not have experience for this aspect of the gaming process. I mean, I'm seeing senior producer, that's fine. But when it comes to writing, that's like apples and oranges. So I'm concerned. And I think that if people are into this Gears of War E-Day, I think they should be concerned as well. This has nothing to do with the game's graphics, because that's not even part of her, that's somebody else that focused on that part of the game. And they did a very good job. The graphics look really nice, but the narrative, the story beats. I mean, I've literally just I typed it up, I believe. I think I put up, what was it? Let me put it on the screen again. What is, I think I have it here, right? Wait, what is the role of a and basically that's, so just to kind of highlight that again. So when I look at what this woman has done, I just don't think that she should have been given this position. I just don't. So I'm kind of concerned. I'm a bit concerned here. And I don't know how many other people are going to talk about that. And I know I'm not doing the best job here because I'm doing this very much in a raw type of way. But the minute I seen her on screen, you know, I just I don't know. Let me see. This is her. So, you know, I don't deny that Gears of War E-Day is gonna be quote unquote fun. Like that's not I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned with the actual story and the narration. And this woman is in control of that. And based on what I'm looking at, she doesn't have the experience for this. So I'm wondering, why was she positioned for this assignment when the bulk of her experience lies in marketing, digital marketing? I don't know. I'm a bit concerned. Like, Gears of War and God of War, they are, let's just call a fucking spade a spade. They are manly franchises. These are franchises that are male dominated. That is what got them over. That is what got them to sell millions of copies. These franchises did not get the success that they have by introducing feminine energy. I'm just going to call a fucking spade a spade. But in today's time, in today's pussified society, being an actual man apparently is toxic and is it's not the right way to go about things. And so you're seeing so many beta males, you're seeing so many homos, flaming homos, and it's like it's almost like every manly character in some, I don't want to say every, let me not, I don't want to speak in absolutes, but it just seems to me that franchises that is male dominated, these male characters are being pushed to the wayside. That's just what I see. There are just certain things that a woman is not going to be able to understand or capture that a man can. I'm not going to apologize for that. And on the flip side, there are things that a man simply cannot understand from a female's perspective. That's just what it fucking comes down to. I understand that we live in this society where, everybody wants to think everybody is the same. I'm sorry, that is not the fucking case. Because if anybody has ever been in a fucking relationship with a woman, you will know that you can have a man and a woman look at the exact same fucking thing, and they will come largely to two different conclusions. That is a fucking fact. That is not my imagination. That is not my opinion. That is a fact. A man is going to look at something one way, and a woman is going to look at something a different way. And both of us, we prioritize different things. When you have a franchise that is basically centered on male domineering energy, a band of brothers, literally brothers, because that's how the franchise started. Cole, you had Marcus, Dominic, You had Baird and Cole. They joined, I think, later. I think because I believe they were from Alpha Squad. But you also had a Lieutenant Kim and I think Carmine, if I'm not mistaken. So you had, it was all men. It was all men. And then what they ended up doing, they completely altered the formula, and they put in Kate Diaz for Gears of War 4. And this was, and another thing is, this was the first game that was, I believe, that was after the Cliff Bleszinski era. I can't speak about Judgment because I never played Judgment, but Microsoft bought the Gears of War IP away from Epic and created the Coalition Studio. At that time, Rod Ferguson, he was the lead. He was the creative lead of the Coalition until he left and went over to Activision to work on Diablo, which I think he left there too, and I don't know what the fuck he's doing now. So they decided to alter the formula of Gears of War in the 4th game by introducing the Kate Diaz character. Now, I've said, for me personally, I don't have a problem with the Kate Diaz character. I think she was well voiced. I think she looked good from a character model standpoint. She wasn't ugly. I didn't have a problem with her character. But in Gears of War, I don't think she was the right character for that game. If you were to take the Kate Diaz character and give her her own franchise, I think it would have been okay. But Gears of War 4, based on what I can see, was looking to pass the torch from Marcus Phoenix to his son. And you're led to believe that's what was going on. But throughout the course of the game, I couldn't help but realize that the major story beats of Gears 4 was kind of involving her, which leads up to Gears 5, where now she's basically going to be the new Locust Queen. So they completely took they took the narrative and spun it into the female energy. They focused on her mom. They focused on her being the new Locust Queen. And I'm like, so I already see that's how they're going to end Gears of War 6. They're going to end Gears of War 6 with Marcus Phoenix getting killed, likely trying to sacrifice himself to save his son. They're going to end up killing Kate at the end, or she might survive in the end credits. Who the fuck knows? But that's what I see. And because of that, I cannot see any other reason why Gears of War E-Day exists. Because let's face it, anybody that knows this franchise would know that the 2 major events that took place before Gears of War 1 back in 2006 or 2007, whichever year it was the Pendulum Wars and E-Day. Throughout the course of the franchise, the developers at any point in time, they could have told the E-Day story at any time. This is not something that they just thought of on a whim. The Gears of War E-Day story, when you first boot up Gears of War, it literally says, I think it was like 14 or some amount of days after E-Day. So the whole premise of E-Day existed back in 2006 or 7. So this isn't something they just thought of. So I find it very ironic that they finally decide to tell the E-Day story in the middle of an ongoing trilogy. I find this to be very odd. So, you know, I just really, I don't know. And then now looking at this woman here, like I said, no offense to this woman here. You know, I'm not saying that she hasn't worked hard. I'm not saying that she didn't earn, you know, her placement. But, you know, if let me shift gears for a moment real quick. When I talk about and let me just put the camera on me here. When I talk about Dragon Age the Veilguard, and I just want to go in this direction just a brief moment. When I talk about Dragon Age the Veilguard, and I look at who was the creative director of that game, and it was a tranny named Corinne Bush. When I looked at Corinne Bush's history, this dude, because I'm not going to partake in the masquerade that he thinks he's a female. But this dude spent 17 years working at Electronic Arts. And this dude, in fact, you know what? While I'm on fucking, while I'm here, let me look this guy up. Let me make sure I'm correct. Corinne, I forgot how you fucking spell this. It might just fucking spell automatic. Corinne Bush. All right, let me see. See all results. You know what? Let me just look it up real quick with the with this. Dragon Age. And I'm doing this because I feel like this correlates. That's the reason why I'm doing this. Lead director. Corinne Bush, right? Corinne Bush. Okay, that's how you fucking spell it. Okay. Let me copy and paste that. And let's enter this. There we go. So this is the dude that that was the creative director of Dragon Age the Veilguard. Okay. So the thing that I found interesting, let me look at the, okay. Now, the thing that concerned me is that this person spent now 18 years at Electronic Arts, game director, senior design director, creative director, senior designer. So that's kind of like in line with the experience, and that's fine. That's cool. It's a stark contrast from the person that's doing the Gears of War thing. The problem that I had with this Corinne Bush person, the problem I had was that this dude, the game that they worked on primarily was The Sims. Anybody who's familiar with The Sims? Anybody? Anyway. The Sims is a very different style of game compared to Dragon Age. And two very different games. I don't like the decisions of putting people in roles that it's sort of like if if I'm, how can I put this? Let me put it to it's sort of, it's like if you have Katsuhiro Harada, right, the guy who does Tekken, right? If all of a sudden, while he does a lot of work with Tekken, imagine if there's a sports game, a fucking new FIFA, for instance. I'm using a very crazy example, and Katsuhiro Harada is the lead game director of a FIFA game. That doesn't even make sense. That's what I'm trying to articulate, and maybe I'm failing, but I'm kind of reaching here. I'm trying to illustrate you have experience in one arena doing a particular thing, and then all of a sudden you are thrust into a leadership role doing something entirely different. That doesn't sit well with me. It does not sit well with me. And looking at everything else when it pertained to Dragon Age the Veilguard and how that game absolutely categorically flopped, despite the fact that I do enjoy the combat, I enjoy the game performance, but narratively, story-wise, that game was a shit show. And story for an RPG is very important. So when I look at what's going on with Gears of War, I can't help but be concerned. And that's not including whoever else is on the writing team for Gears of War E-Day. I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know, man. But this woman right here, I don't know if I could really go along with this. I don't. Obviously, we have no choice because this is who did it. But I don't know. I don't know how this is going to end up. All you can really do is kind of hope for the best. And that's really it. Maybe my ranting and my concern, maybe it's, I don't have to worry about anything. Maybe this is all in my mind. Maybe. If it is, that's fine. I can accept that. But the alarm bells is ringing in my the alarm bells for me is ringing. It's ringing. I'm concerned. And I'm concerned based on what I have seen and played from Gears of War 4, Gears of War 5, knowing full well that they decided to not go with Gears of War 6, and instead they're doing this E-Day game, which they could have done after Gears of War 6. Why are they doing this game now? Why are they doing Gears of War E-Day now? That's what I'm wondering. And I look forward to seeing if there's any larger content creator that knows about Gears of War. I'm looking forward to seeing if there's any one of them that will even address this or even answer that particular question that I wonder. Because I have no idea. I have no idea. That is a concern to me because this is something I've been seeing in the gaming space for a long time, where you are basically you're essentially removing or downgrading male characters in their own franchises. And I'm seeing this time and time again. You're positioning a female writer for a story that is male dominated. I'm not a fan of that. I'm just not, because like I said, I'm not. I kind of feel like what I'm saying right now, I feel like people will likely roast the fuck out of me. I feel like people will probably feel like I'm like some sort of hater or something like that, because that's just the nature of the internet. And you know, I'm not saying that this woman can't do a good job. Maybe maybe the story will be great. I don't know, but I'm just concerned. I'm just concerned because this is not a small game. Gears of War is what you call a system seller. This is a marquee franchise. This is basically Forza, Halo, Gears. This is the cream of the crop when it comes to Microsoft, much like you have God of War on the Sony side. And look at what they're doing with God of War. So I'm concerned, and I guess I'm just, I know I'm rambling right now, but I can tell you right now, if I was not live right now, I would probably be in my living room pacing and literally voicing this out loud. So I'm like, fuck it, I might as well just do it. At least here I can feel like I'm talking to somebody. Shit. Because I am really concerned about this, given the current climate that I see gaming currently in. There's far too many beta males and fucking shills that's in this in various gaming communities that are letting shit slide. Under no circumstance should fucking Kratos, talking about God of War, there's no fucking reason why Kratos should not be in his own fucking franchise. It's absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. Like, so when I'm looking at certain things like this, it does, I am concerned. What can I say? I don't know how else to frame it. I don't. God of War is a very important franchise for Sony. Gears of War is a very important franchise for Microsoft. And ironically, I guess, they're both male dominated. They're both manly men. They're both testosterone over 9,000. And in both franchises, you have a woman that is leading the stories of both games. I don't know how I'm just a bit concerned. And I can already hear, oh, you're a fucking misogynist. Oh, you're this, you hate women. I already know it. So I can already expect that to be in the comment section. Believe me. And believe me, I've seen a few fucking beta males that were literally hitting me up on Twitter saying, oh, I hate women. I must be gay. All kinds of other bullshit that motherfuckers will never say directly to my face, because I would smack the living shit out of them. But, it's the internet. That's what I'm going to deal with. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to deal with it with me talking about this 100%. Because I'm sorry, there's certain like, you're not going to, let me put it even more real. You are not, if I don't know if I should say this because it's a little bit controversial. So I think I will just pass on that, because I don't want YouTube to screw me. But there's certain perspectives that a woman will never understand when it comes to being a man. And it does go both ways. Like, a man cannot understand what it means to be pregnant. Let's just call it like that, right? So when you're writing a video game story that is centered on a very domineering male character, I just feel like there's going to be something lost along the way. I feel like there's going to be something lost, and I just can't help but think that. I just can't help but think that. It's a concern for me. It doesn't mean that's a guarantee. Maybe this game will go on to be the greatest Gears of War game ever made. Maybe God of War Laufey will be the greatest God of War game ever fucking made. I don't know. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. But I'm still concerned. And if I had a PlayStation, I would be very concerned about the upcoming God of War game. But because, I have an Xbox, those concerns are now, reflected to the games I have access to, which is Xbox games. And in this case, Gears of War. And I just, I don't know. It's very concerning. I don't know how many ways I can pick this apart. I think I'm kind of beating a dead horse at this point, but yeah, I don't know. I guess when, I might post this as a separate video and see what kind of roasting I'll get in the comment section on that particular thing. But I don't know, man. I don't know. So let me see. How many people is even in here? Probably not many. Yeah, it's not many people. But yeah, man. I enjoyed the show largely. I think Microsoft had a good show. I enjoyed the games that they showed, outside of the concern I have for Gears of War and kind of like the things I don't really understand about the upcoming Call of Duty game. I think it was a pretty solid show. Obviously, there are going to be some people that didn't get the game that they wanted to see. That happens, you know what I'm saying? But all in all, I think Microsoft had a decent show. I'm probably going to spend a portion of the day probably looking at some of the larger content creators and see what their thoughts are, and see how many of them share my perspective or not. But I guess we'll see. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing. But I don't know. I try to do my best, whenever I speak about these sort of things. Because like I said, I'm under no illusion. I am a very tiny channel. Like I said, I'm probably not a blip on many people's radars. But I will say, when it comes to this industry, I do know more than most. I mean, that, call it being cocky or conceited, but I've invested a large amount of my life following this industry and understanding why certain decisions are made when it comes to certain games. I'm no game designer, but I understand some of the reasoning behind why some decisions are made versus why some decisions are not made. I understand the current political virtue signaling society that we live in. I understand that. And so I try to do what I can to be as forthcoming and authentic to my small yet growing audience here, because quite frankly, when I want to find something out in the vastness of YouTube, not to say it doesn't exist, but it's very hard for me to find content creators that speak on the things I speak on. It's not, like I said, I don't want to say I'm the only one. I'm not that fucking crazy, but I watch a lot of content creators. Like, this is what I do. And a lot of them, they really don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm just be honest. They really don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And there are a few exceptions I've come across. You know, whether we're talking about Xbox, we're talking about PlayStation, we're talking about the AI RAM crisis, all that shit. Like, I have seen and read some of the most horrific takes. Like, it just, I'm just like, I don't know how these people have such large followings. I don't know. I don't know if they paid for them. I don't know what, maybe they just went viral. I don't know. So I feel like I want to share with my audience the things that I want to know. And you know, I'm not perfect, you know what I'm saying, but I do what I can. So I appreciate, you know, the few people that'll give me my little props and appreciate the perspectives. Like I said, I'm well aware everybody's not going to agree with me, and that's fine. I don't agree with everything from everybody says either. But it's more important for me that somebody understands what I'm saying. If you don't understand what the fuck I'm talking about, and then you disagree, your disagreement is not really valid, because in your mind, you're thinking I'm saying X, but I really said A. So in your mind, if you think I said X and you're disagreeing with me, I can't go along with that. But if you really understood what I'm saying and you disagree, I can live with that. I don't need to be, you know, right all the time. But what I do try to do is I try to find out as much information as I can on something. I try to educate myself on something and look at it from a business standpoint. Does this make dollars? Does it make sense? And when looking at the God of War situation, you know, because that's a very controversial thing right now, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's completely unnecessary. And, you know, you look at things like this, it's just, you know, I don't know what they expect that game is going to do, but I will be very surprised if that God of War is going to do any real business. I'll be very surprised. You know, I think it's very important to do your research and find out who is making your games. Who is really behind your games? Like, it's one thing to like what you see, because many times that goes in line with the art director. That's the art style of the game. And then you have the gameplay designer. That's like, that falls in line with like the mechanics of the game, you know, the animations of the game. You're not going to find virtue signaling and politics in there. Like, you can't make mantling over cover political, but you can make the narrative political. You can make the story political, virtue signaling, woke. So whenever, and this is what I want people to understand, whenever you see a game and pay close attention to who is leading the story, you'll likely find out something very disturbing or, you know, or concerning, as I did looking up this woman when it comes to Gears of War. Because a lot of times people don't do that. A lot of times people don't do that. And, you know, I want to do that. And I have done that. So I appreciate you, Zaris, you acknowledging that. You're among the few that would. I would say that. You know, even when I looked up the woman that is overseeing the God of War game, I think her name is Ariel something. Let me see. Who is the game director for God of War Laufey? Ariel Lawrence. Okay. So, fuck it, we do the same thing, right? Now, I am well aware that this woman has worked at Santa Monica Studios for quite a while. I'm well aware. Let me see. LinkedIn. Okay. So this is her. So this is the woman that's creating God of War, or should I say Wife of War. So I'm not going to see, when you see this, I am an award nominated narrative writer, story producer. Okay. That's fine. She's been, what, 5 years, game director, lead writer. So, regardless of what people might think of this particular woman, when I see this, when I see certain titles like these, narrative director, head of narrative, lead narrative writer for League of Legends, senior narrative writer, I want people to understand this. And we got stories, associate producers, story, cinematics, and animation writer. When you see things like that, when you see credits like that, those are experiences. And this is a little bit different, so I hope I'm not confusing people. I'm looking at the woman that is the game director of the upcoming God of War game. I'm looking at her experiences. In fact, let me can I pull this up twice? Let me see. LinkedIn. I should be able to, right? So let me put yeah, that's what I'll do. Let me put, I could probably highlight them both. So let me copy and paste this from my notebook. All right. So LinkedIn. Oh wait. LinkedIn, this woman here. Okay, I think I did. All right. So I have two. Okay, I think I did this right. Okay. So what I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to illustrate is I'm looking at, because I don't know how to put it side by side, but I'm gonna flip between the two. So you have this woman. She's the one that, just for context, she is the one that is spearheading God of War Laufey. Ariel Lawrence. This woman is spearheading the story of the upcoming Gears of War E-Day. So what I did earlier, you know, when I look at this woman's experiences, just to kind of go through this one more time for anybody that just so happened to be on the stream just recent, when I look at her experience, I'm like, okay, it says senior story producer for 3 years. Now, what I can say to that is these video games take several years to make. So what this likely means is that this is the position of her being a part of the Gears of War E-Day production for this period of time. However, when I go into her past, there is nothing about this. As you could see, it's digital marketing, digital marketing specialist, corporate marketing communications, integrated marketing associate. Let me see what else. Yeah, digital marketing, marketing specialist, corporate marketing, integrated marketing, game supervisor back in 2012, which was this. I guess this is like a GameStop for Canada, I guess. So when I look at that, this doesn't, to go from that level of experience, which is good for her in marketing, but to be given the narration and the story of Gears of War, that's concerning for me. Now, if I go and, move over to this woman, if you look at her experience, look at her. Riot Games, 5 years, narrative director, head of narrative, lead narrative writer, senior narrative writer. These are the type of credentials I want to see someone have if you are going to put them in a position of leadership when it comes to the story of a fucking video game. That's what I want to see. I don't know if that's a fair point to make. I don't know, but that's just what I want to just come across. But yeah, I just, yeah, man, I don't know. I have to do something real quick, so I want to let me see. Yeah, let me go and take care of something right quick. I'm gonna play this in the background real quick.
Open 7 days a week. Oh, can I use your ATM? Anything for a neighbor. What's in your wallet?
All right, it should be playing.
This is the coalition.
So let me just go. I'll be right back. Hold on for a second.
There are reports of multiple tremors causing minor damage across Kelowna.
Stay sharp. Don't let them surround you.
There should be more guns in the trunk.
Here, strap these on.
This isn't enough. We should still head to the police station. We're gonna have more firepower there.
Right. Yeah. It's about 2 blocks up ahead.
Okay.
Come on!
Shoot, move, watch for civilians. Get inside now! Ground's opening!
You see that? It was something big! Like huge crab figures picking up through the street!
Just the adrenaline, kid. We need to keep moving through the underpass. People!
Let's get moving.
Let me see what I can do.
I'm at the pan safe. I need backup. These things are all over me.
More tremors.
Any gears out there? Anyone that can hear this? Look out! Oh, shit! What the fuck is that? Target surface. Open fire!
These are goddamn breach points.
Reloading. Cover me. All right. That gear said they're stuck in the pay and save. Which way?
It's on the other side of those apartments. At least that thing carved us a shortcut.
Through here.
Too slow. Oh, bugger! Come on, then. Oh. Nice shot. Oh, where the hell did you lot come from?
We heard your distress call.
Well, you saved my ass. But we need to make ourselves scarce. These fuckers keep pouring in every few minutes.
More travelers, watch!
Right on schedule. You guys here?
Yeah. Who are you? Where's your squad?
Beastie took out one squadron a couple of hours ago. We went to protecting some survivors nearby. I was about to get back when I got caught into this.
Hey, tomorrow! These things been coming in waves?
Ah, what's the problem till I ran out of ammo? I'm not just standing up. I got friends inside.
Eat that! Reloading!
Anyone see him?
Contact front!
There's no end to these freaks! Pick 'em off!
On your right, Hunt! I got it!
Jams! Damn it! Tom!
I'm almost out! Fall back!
Our roads converge again. Marcus Phoenix.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code.
This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder. And you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
Need to come this weekend. The Shang Tsung mirror. Okay.
Wait, what's up with the Shang Tsung mirror?
Why is that so big? They really wanted us to see that. Okay.
Ugh.
It's weird though, because Insuperable has told us, I think 2 days ago, he actually believes his best character is Shang.
He's the current best MK9 player? No, I didn't know this guy.
But these are two people, like they definitely grind the game together. Even this weekend they've been playing games. There will be a reason for this matchup. I don't know what it is, but I'm excited to watch it because Shang Tsung.
Bro, Shang Tsung.
This is such a sick version.
Damage boost.
Why is that such a big word?
It's a big text, bro.
I think it's to help us out because we're getting old. Our eyesight isn't what it used to be. The glasses only do so much. But this is the
Is that plus?
Like close skull, close up skull is plus on block and forward 4. So forward 4 close skull is a block string and it's plus.
I love how he can't transform. The fact that he can't transform to himself is actually hilarious.
Yeah. So it's a constant
Shang Tsung. Bai used to have a god like Shang Tsung.
Because if you respect it too much, you can just loop forward into itself again. If you try and get out,
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Damn, that shit did mad. That did mad damage.
And then when you actually have the distance, he has this really awesome keep away style of like up skull.
Yo, that looks so funny, bro. That really looks hilarious.
Not to mention, he's going to get the damage boost whenever he goes for the morph. And in the mirror, this is particularly interesting because normally that soul steal move, it comes up saying damage boost. Normally, he becomes the opponent temporarily with a damage boost. But if you're playing the mirror, he basically just gets free damage because he's not going to morph into himself, is he? Like he's basically the same Shang. He just does more damage. All right, it's going to be Cyrax. Yo, damage.
Do they have gameplay for Cyclops yet, Sartorius?
But Shang Tsung's defense, there are some, if memory serves, there are some Cyrax situations that Shang Tsung in particular has a hard time getting out. Because his wake-up attack is Soul Steal, and I think there are some setups that he can't get out using it because he can't escape the bomb, right? Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen them, but I'll see you.
Oh, he's Cyrax now.
But we do know that, again, you know, Shang Tsung is the perfect character for someone like Insuperable, who literally, he's going to have a timer in his head, so he's going to know when he's going to change. Yeah. All right. Wait for the meter.
Oh, wow. Tricky?
Let's the morph back happen. Air to air. Ooh, tries. Plus frames. Yep.
I like old man Shang.
But still has the advantage. Oh, deep jump kick. I like that. Oh, the counter poke. What a round from Biggs.
All right.
Starting to mix up that offense. Didn't really come down to any massive combos. It was just plus frames and command grab mix up.
Oh, my man, Cyrax. Damage boost.
Oh, no. This makes it even more confusing.
All right. Let's see. Had to take. I'm not from Canada, so I appreciate the correction though. But I mean, the point still stands. The woman, as far as I'm concerned, I just don't feel that she should have been in the role to be in a position for this particular game, Gears of War, in terms of being the main person for the story. I just don't believe in that. That's just my what? No cable came loose. What? Oh no, I had to leave. Actually, yo, I had real shit. I had to use the bathroom. Like, that's what happened. I was like, bro, like I was, you know, nature call. Let's just put it that way. So I had to take care of that business. So, so I was like, all right, maybe I can stick it out, but nah. Let me just handle that business, and so we good now. So yeah. So that's basically what happened there. Let me see. Especially since sitting here for like quite a while. But I think, yeah, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, the game looks good. Gears of War, it looks good. I can't complain about that. Oh, okay, yeah. So, I don't know, man. I think I'll probably just play something. Obviously the stream from Microsoft is over. So I think right now I'm probably just gonna play something. I was let me see what I feel like doing. I would imagine, since where you're from, I think, yeah, you're 5 hours ahead. So for you, it's probably like 11 p.m. right now, if I had to guess, 11 or 10, because it's like 4:45 here in New York. Because I was diving into oh, it's 10 p.m. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was diving into Crimson Desert before, and I was just messing around with that. Oh, that's what's up. Well, I saw a few of your messages that you really enjoyed the Microsoft. Like, it might just be, it might be nothing, but when I look at because I don't know how long, I don't know if you just got back to the stream or not, but I looked into that woman's work history, the one that's pretty much, she's like the person in control of the Gears of War E-Day story. And so I looked her up on LinkedIn, and I'm a little bit concerned, I'm a little bit concerned that she's in a position that I think that she is not qualified for. When I look at her work history, the bulk of her history is in marketing, which is good because I've studied marketing personally, for myself. Marketing is great, but marketing is a polar opposite to video game story. And so I showed the LinkedIn experience of the woman that is the game director of the God of War Laufey game. And while people don't agree with sidelining Kratos in favor of Faye, the point is that particular woman, her name is Ariel Lawrence. She has a lot of experience within the actual gaming industry. And the experience that she has, that's the type of experience I want to see somebody have if you're going to put them in the position of power, overseeing a major IP's story. That's what I would like to see. And I'm just not, I didn't see that. I didn't see that at all. So I'm a little bit concerned about it. It doesn't mean she can't do a good job. That doesn't mean that. But it raises a bit of an alarm bell for me. So and since, you know what, since you're here, if you can bear with me for a moment, I'll show you exactly, because what I was looking at. So I'm going to bring up both of them. So let's do her first, and then let's do this one. So now I did this before, but I guess you weren't here. So let me just a bit of a concern when it comes to the Gears of War E-Day when it comes to its narrative. Now, what you're seeing right now, and I'm going to be flipping between this back and forth, you're seeing the LinkedIn of Ariel Lawrence. She is the game director for the game God of War Laufey, the game that has a lot of controversy. I've already stated my position that I feel that this story should be more like a DLC, but that's neither here nor there. I'm talking about the experiences between these two women. Now, if you go on over here, which is the she is the lead story director. Let me get the exact title. She is the lead story producer for Gears of War E-Day. This woman right here. Her right here. This is her. Now, when I go down through her history, her work history, her experience, now this apparently is, from what I was corrected, let's see, I guess she's Canadian, or she works in Canada or whatever, or worked in Canada prior. So what you're going to notice is most of her experience comes from marketing and communications. University of Waterloo, I guess that's someplace in Canada, maybe, I don't know, but that's neither here nor there. Integrated marketing associate, corporate marketing communications, digital marketing specialist for Xbox, digital marketing manager, junior production manager in Toronto, Ubisoft, and now senior story producer. This right here from September 22, which is about 3 years and 10 months, more than likely this is during the time of the Gears of War E-Day being created, because what many of you should be aware is that these video games take a long time. They take years. So this is likely her role being the Gears of War lead story person. Nothing in her experience, this woman's experience, this Vanessa, this lady here, nothing in her experience screams out video game story. Nothing. That is what concerns me. When it comes to marketing, when it comes to, I guess, production, that's fine. But this woman should not have been given the lead when it comes to creating the story for Gears of War E-Day. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Now, when I go across and look at this woman's experience, you're going to see a big difference. Video editor, producer, story, camera, DLC, writer, narrative producer, writer, Santa Monica Studios here, senior narrative writer, League of Legends, senior narrative writer, personalization team, still League of Legends. So she's spent a long time being an actual writer, head of narrative, narrative director, IP and creative. This is Riot Games. And now, oh, here we go again. Lead writer, 2021 to April 2022, 10 months. And now game director from April 22, which is likely her time with the God of War Laufey game. This woman's expertise is what I would have preferred to have seen in the woman, this lady here, creating the story of Gears of War. That's kind of like what I'm trying to say. there will be some people when I post this type of footage, there are some people that will likely come after me in the comment section and on Twitter saying that I'm a misogynist, I hate women, and all kinds of other bullshit. So I'm prefacing this by saying there is a difference between marketing and coming up with a video game storyline. This woman, Vanessa V. Nyarko, is not a writer. She has not created a narrative on anything prior, but somehow she is the one. She is she is in a position of power when it comes to the narrative and the story of Gears of War E-Day. That is something that definitely concerns me. And this is the reason why I brought up this lady here that is the, she has the experience. Now, I may disagree with the exclusion of Kratos, but that's irrelevant when I'm talking about the actual experience of someone being put in a position of power, having the know-how and the prior experiences to execute the position that they are hired for. So when it comes to Ariel Lawrence over at Santa Monica Studios for God of War, she has been a game director. She has been a lead writer. She has been a narrative director, a head of narrative for 2 years and 7 months here over at Riot Games. She's been a lead narrative writer, a senior narrative writer. When I go back over again to this chick, where's her credentials when it comes to creating a video game story? Because all I see here, a production manager, that's fine. I'm not scoffing at that. When I see junior production manager, what does that have to do with story? What does digital marketing manager have to do with story? What does digital marketing specialist has to do with creating a story or overseeing the story of a major IP that's Gears of War? So that is really the crux of my concern, not when it comes to the art direction of Gears of War E-Day, because I think we can all agree that game, it does look very good. I'm not going to take nothing away from the visuals and the actual game mechanics of Gears of War E-Day. That's not that's not the point of contention, because the art direction of Gears of War and the graphics, that's from a completely different team. That's a completely different team. We're talking solely about the actual story and who is in control. And as I just shown, juxtaposing, or should I say, maybe that's not the right word, but comparing and contrasting Ariel Lawrence over at Santa Monica Studios for God of War Laufey, regardless of whether or not you agree with the direction of God of War or not, that's a different discussion. But if we're looking at just pure on experience in the game industry, Ariel Lawrence, she's very capable. When I look at the other woman that the coalition appointed to oversee and deal with the story for Gears of War E-Day, her primary skills is production and in marketing. And what I also went on to do, what I also went on to do is I wanted to highlight, just so that there is no confusion. I don't want people fucking trying to put words in my mouth or lying on me. When I put in here, again, as I did this earlier, what is the role of a lead story producer? So if we type this in, a lead story producer is the central, I want people to hear this. A lead story producer is the central creative force responsible for shaping the narrative of a production, whether it's film, TV series, documentary, or interactive media, or otherwise gaming, video games, because video games is interactive media. From concept to final delivery, they act as the primary architect of the story, ensuring it is cohesive, compelling, and aligned, another key word, aligned with the project's vision. That is what this woman, Vanessa Nyarko, over at the Coalition, has been placed into. So she is the head honcho of the story. She is the captain of the ship when it comes to that. That does not sit well with me. It just doesn't. It does not sit well with me. Now, again, just to be clear, just to be fucking clear, this does not mean that maybe she might end up doing a great job. None of us played the game yet. We don't know. But, you know, it is a concerning point, because this is essentially a woman that spent the majority of her life being an auto mechanic, and now all of a sudden she's now operating on you as a surgeon. That's how I'm looking at it. I can't look at it any other way. She has had no prior experience doing this sort of role. You know what I'm saying? When I compare her, you know, for those people that want to say, oh, I'm a misogynist, well, fuck it. Let's compare another woman, you know what I'm saying? Just to kind of safeguard myself here, the woman that's overseeing the God of War game. And again, this is what I see. Lead writer, narrative director, head of narrative, lead narrative writer, senior narrative writer. These are the credentials that I want to see, whether it's a man or a woman, for a person being placed in control of a video game's story. These are the type of experiences I want to see. Marketing has its position. Marketing is a great field. I've studied marketing for many years. I've studied marketing, I've studied advertisement, and I've studied public relations. But the three of those industries has nothing to do with creating a video game story or a movie storyline, as is the case when you look at the definition of this role. So that is my concern. And I feel I'm being fair, and it's a justifiable concern that I have. So it doesn't mean that the game is going to end up being shit. It doesn't mean that, oh, the game is automatically going to be woke. It doesn't mean any of that. But I am, given the current climate of gaming that I have seen many, many times, this does not sit well with me. It does not sit well with me. So I don't have anything against this woman. Based on the video, she seems like a nice lady. You know, I can see that she's worked hard in her life, right? She's spent a lot of years in the marketing space, and that's fine. But I would have preferred to have seen more experience that's directly aligned with the role that she has been given, overseeing not some independent game. Like if it was like an indie game, you know what I'm saying? Like if it was just some rinky-dink game, fine. But this is Gears of fucking War. Like, it's like, you know, it's like you're just, I'm just concerned. So that's, you know, that's just what it is for me. So hopefully, you know, if you're not currently subscribed, hopefully you'll consider doing so. Also consider becoming a member. This definitely helps a poor individual like myself here in New York. That will greatly help. And I guess that's all I have to say on this particular topic. Thank you, and I appreciate your time. And so that's yeah. So I think that's what I'm gonna put on, because before I was kind of like all over the place. I kind of liked how I did it. I like how I did it this time. I feel like it was more concise, because when I started talking about this before Jules got back to the stream, you know, Uziris kind of heard me ranting and raving about this. I feel it was good, but I feel like I was very much kind of all over the place. So I think I did a decent job with this one. And you know, like I said, you know, I'm not, believe me, we can talk about the whole decision of Laufey. That's a completely different topic. You know, I just don't know. I'm very curious now, kind of talking about God of War. I'm very curious of what the budget is. I wonder if there is any news on this. Let me see, because I'm actually curious about this. All right. What is the budget of the upcoming God of War Laufey? Ah, fuck. There's no information on this yet. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. What is the budget, or no? What was the budget of God of War Ragnarok? I think that's how you spell it. $200 million. Holy shit. So the budget of God of War Ragnarok was reported around $200 million, cited by GamerRanks, Cyberpost.co, and GamesLearningSociety.org. This figure makes it one of the most expensive video games ever produced, comparable to other high-budget AAA titles like Cyberpunk 2077 and Halo 2 when adjusted for inflation. The game was developed by Santa Monica Studios with a team of roughly 200 developers working for about 5 years, built for both PS4 and PS5. Extensive motion capture sessions with top voice actors, Christopher Judge, Richard Skiff, 9 distinct realms. So this is, okay, comparison to other God of War games. So God of War 2005 was between $5 and $7 million. Very interesting. Very interesting. Look at the fucking difference here. God of War 2018 was $44 million. Bruh. That is an insane jump. That is an insane jump. Yeah, so Ariel Lawrence has been with Santa Monica Studios for a long time. So I don't call into what's the word? I don't question her experience, if that makes sense. You know, based on her experience, like I read from her LinkedIn, you know, she is somebody that is about this. I may not agree with the direction of the upcoming God of War, but you can't say that she doesn't know what she knows, you know, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's a big jump, going from $44 million to $200 million. And that's basically 4 years, 4-year difference. That's interesting. In summary, God of War Ragnarok costs approximately $200 million to develop, a figure that reflects its cinematic scope, technical ambition, and the resources required to deliver a blockbuster experience. Now, what you guys mentioned, Grand Theft Auto? Oh, yeah. You know what? For shits and giggles, let's swap out Ragnarok. What is, because it's not out yet. What is the, let's put estimated budget for GTA 6. Bruh. Yo. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Yeah. Dot. Oh my God. Yo, this shit. This shit. Yo, that's insane. $1 to $2 billion range, bruh. That's insane. That's almost like somebody, like that's like almost an entire country's GDP. It's like, that's crazy. That's insane. I mean, movies, of course, movies are very expensive. Yeah, no doubt. Movies are definitely expensive. So all right. So it says that development has been in since 2020. So they say the conservative range is 1 billion to 1.5. But the high end speculation is 2.1 billion. Yeah, that's crazy. And then of course you got the cost drivers, next gen graphics, massive open worlds, over 1,600 developers, Hollywood level marketing. Yeah, see, that's another thing. The marketing is also what's going to be costing you. So that's also what's being factored in, is not only the creation of the game itself, but you also have to market it. How much is the marketing campaign going to cost you? How much is the distribution going to cost? All of that is factored in. And not to mention, of course, if you have, celebrity actors doing their motion capture and voice acting, all of that exponentially scales this. This is why when you learn that the guy that worked on The Boys show, I forgot his fucking first name, but I know he's the son of Dennis Quaid, I think. The fact that he did motion capture as a gelatinous cube, that, as far as I'm concerned, that's an expense you didn't need. That's his name? Jack Quaid. Okay, yes, that's him. In fact, there might be a picture of it. Let me see. Jack Quaid. Oh no, I messed up his name. Jack Quaid. God of War mocap. Okay. This is from Nerdist. Here he is. So I'm like, was this really necessary? I mean, like, I don't, I question if this was really needed, because I have to assume this guy didn't, I'm pretty sure, especially coming off of The Boys, I'm pretty sure he didn't come cheap. I'm pretty sure of that. And now my thing is this: if you want him to voice act, that's fine. If you want to go that route, whatever. But you don't need to motion cap this. Like, what are you motion captioning? You know what I'm saying? Like if he was like a character, like a humanoid character doing things, maybe. But you're a cube. Like this is an unnecessary expense. I don't know who thought this was something that was needed for the production of God of War Laufey. I don't, and I know that there are some people that they might not they might not be aligned with me when it comes to this, and that's fine. Like I said, everybody has their own thoughts. Some people, they don't care, some people don't even know. But when you look into the industry the way I do, and you see many times where development costs for a particular game is through the roof, it's very, very expensive. You have to kind of look at what exactly are these people spending their money on. What are they spending their money on? And this was a criticism that Ubisoft had when it comes to like Assassin's Creed games, where the production team is so bloated. You have to pay these people. So now the game's production, we're not even talking about the marketing yet. The production of the game is so costly. It's almost like, why not just trim the fat? Just get rid of the excess. Because you having the production costs, and then you have to factor in distribution. You have to focus on localization, which largely hits games like RPGs and JRPGs when it comes to like, the spoken dialogue and translating it from one country to the next. That's the localization team. But in terms of the marketing, the distribution, the production, that's usually the most costly aspects of a video game. So it's just, I don't know. So I don't know. I wonder if somebody has, let me see. How much money estimated did it cost Santa Monica Studios to hire Jack Quaid for God of War? They're probably not going to have nothing here, but it's worth trying. Yeah, I figured that. There's no public. It's not public. Let's see. Industry practices suggest that mocap sessions for high-profile actors in AAA games like God of War can involve multi-day sessions with professional motion capture facilities, high-end cameras, and extensive post-production work. For a lead actor in a major Sony title, the cost could be in the tens of thousands of dollars per session, depending on the scope, duration, and production value. If Jack Quaid participated in multiple sessions, the total could easily reach hundreds of thousands of dollars for the mocap work alone. It's worth noting that mocap costs are just one part of the overall production budget. For God of War, the total development cost is estimated in the hundreds of millions of dollars, with mocap being a relatively small but significant expense compared to the full budget. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, multiple sessions. I would highly doubt it was a one and done. I highly doubt it was like, okay, guys, I'm here from like 8 a.m. to like 5 p.m. All right, good day. I'm pretty sure they probably did multiple sessions, to get things right. Maybe things were changed in the writing. Maybe there were different takes that needed. So it could be any other thing, You're saying he's a main character? I mean, you know what? We don't know the story, so it would be very interesting if this cube. But all right, wait a second. So okay. To my understanding, you have the cube, right? So you have the cube that talks, and then you also have the sword that talks. I think that's because I remember if I watch it again, which I guess I might, the sword, because I do know, and I watched the game. I didn't play it like you guys. You guys are PlayStation folk, but the son in Ragnarok had a sword that talked. I think it was called Ingrid. So I was thinking that the sword that is being used in Laufey is the same sword, but I guess it's not. And so the sword in Laufey is not talking, it's the ribbons that's on the sword, which even that is kind of strange. So because there's more than one ribbon. You understand what I'm saying? So it would, to me, I feel like it would make, if you're gonna go with the talking sword, I feel like it would make a little more sense, to have the sword talk, not the ribbons. I mean, to me, it's kind of ridiculous, but I I'm trying to make sense of it for me. I'm trying to, you know. Um so yeah, I understand that in Chinese, they typically put tassels and things like that on their weapons and such. I've seen this. I don't know if there's ever been anything in Chinese mythology where the tassels and the ribbons are the ones that's speaking. I don't know. Um, you know, but you know what? Since I'm here, this is what the internet is for. So fuck that. We about to learn something today. So, based on Chinese mythology, has there been instances where a sword spoke? Okay. All right. We about to learn some shit today. We learning all sorts of wild shit in this stream. So, in Chinese mythology and legend, swords are often depicted as divine instruments imbued with supernatural power. However, there are no widely attested stories in classical texts where a sword spoke in the literal sense. However, there are several traditions where swords are portrayed as alive, sentient, or capable of communicating with their wielder or others, which can be interpreted as a form of speaking. Um, in mythic, in many mythic and folkloric traditions, swords are not merely inanimate objects or tools, but are forged by gods or celestial blacksmiths and imbued with spiritual essence. For example, the sword of the immortal emperor is said to have been created by celestial smiths and to possess the power to control elements. The magic sword of the Dragon King is forged from the scales of a legendary sea serpent. In these cases, the sword's voice or will is often implied through its actions and the divine authority it represents, rather than through direct dialogue. So I don't really see anything relating to the tassels or ribbons. Maybe you know, maybe if I specifically mention that. Let me see. Okay, based on Chinese mythology, has been instances where a sword spoke through its ribbons or tassels. See, they're kind of going in line with hold on. So this is kind of just repeating what I read earlier, but maybe from different weapons. So what I'm gathering here is that the swords in their mythology, they don't necessarily speak like how I'm speaking, but they have done specific actions that can be interpreted as a way of, yeah, so it's like a yes and no kind of affair. Um so the next thing that I want to do, let me close some of these tabs so my computer doesn't fry on me. Is what is the inspiration of having a sword in the upcoming God of War Laufey game? What is the inspiration of having a sword in the upcoming God of War Laufey game that speaks through its ribbons? Okay. Let me see here. In God of War Laufey, Faye's sword is not a direct copy of any Norse mythic weapon like the Leviathan axe. Instead, it's an original legendary blade created for the game's new setting, the Everywen, the afterlife of the gods. The sword is tied to Ru, an enchanted ribbon guardian bound to it, whose role is to keep the weapon from falling into the wrong hands. Okay. Ru is described as a living, sentient ribbon entity that appears as the ribbons attached to the sword. She's not the sword itself, but the guardian that controls it. Once Faye earns Ru's trust, the ribbons extend from the blade, enabling fast aerial combat, long-range strikes. This design choice gives the sword a unique fluid movement style that blends the Greek-era fluidity with the Norse-era world building that defines the series. The sword's ribbons and Ru's presence are part of the game's mythic reimagining. Ru's guardianship reflects the idea that power must be entrusted to worthy hands, a theme echoed in Norse and Greek myth, where gods and heroes often guard or are bound by magical artifacts. In Laufey, this is literalized. The sword is dangerous and only Faye, through trust and skill, can wield it. The ribbons also serve a visual and gameplay metaphor. They extend Faye's reach, much like mythic weapons or divine gifts that empower heroes to overcome greater challenges. This mirrors how Faye, as a frost giant and former leader of Jotunheim, is now a protector of Kratos and Atreus in a hostile afterlife. While the sword's look and function are inspired by mythic weapon tropes, long blades, magical guardians, extended reach, it's not a direct retcon of an existing God of War weapon. It's a new creation for Laufey, fitting the game's focus on Faye's character and the Everyone's otherworldly setting. In short, the inspiration comes from blending Norse and Greek mythic weapon archetypes with a fresh, original design. Ru is a living ribbon guardian, adds both narrative depth and a unique combat style that reflects Faye's journey from legendary warrior to protector in a dangerous afterlife. And that's it. That is all. Yeah, I don't, you know, obviously they're able to take liberties, you know. I may not, you know, the thing is the game is very divisive, you know, but from a creative standpoint, you know, learning this, I mean, I have to give them credit that they created this. So I can give them credit for that. You and I'm speaking in general, you know, you may not like this, and I don't mean you, anybody here. I'm just speaking in general. So you may not like it, but I have to give them credit of them creating this. Uh because honestly, when I first watched the trailer along with everybody else, I didn't know what the fuck I was watching. So I think at least gives some more insight into the how and the what of things. You know what I'm saying? So I have to give them credit for that, you know. I do I like it? I'm kind of like, but for them to think about it, that's where that's the thing that I try to say to people, that I find that I'm pretty good at compartmentalizing things. If there's 10 things available, I can look at each 10, I can look at each thing and I can say, okay, I like this, but I don't like that. But then you have other people, they'll look at 10 things, and if they don't like that one thing, they hate everything else. That's something I don't want to be, and that's not what I want my channel to be. So, do I like the direction of the God of War Laufey? Like, do I like the fact that Faye is the main? I'm not a fan of it. Do I like how she looks in the game? It's not the worst. It's I I will say it's much better than the fucking K Vess from Star Wars Outlaws. I'll say that. Shit. Let me put this on the screen. Fuck that. I think people, we need to look at this again. So because this is always hilarious to me. Let's see. Star Wars K Vess actress. Images. So I'm just gonna say right now, regardless of what somebody might feel about the whole thing regarding Faye and God of War, she's not the worst. She's not the worst. This woman here that's on the screen, though, you know, obviously, the human that's on the right, that is a Venezuelan lady that is very, very beautiful. And for reasons unknown, I mean, we can speculate, the Ubisoft developers decided to create her in-game model to look like the abomination that's on the left. So when I look at the Faye character in God of War, let me see if I can pull this up. I'm curious of this. All right, so God of War Faye character actress images. Let me see. Wait, is it? Let me get that off the screen. Okay. So this is okay, so this is the woman that is doing the actual likeness of the fake character. So, you know, she's lovely, she's pretty. But when you look at the fake character in game, it's a I don't know. There are people that say that she looked a little better in Ragnarok, and then when you look at her in uh in her game Laufey, it's like I don't know, it's like they did something. So so let me see if I can be more specific. Let's just put in Laufey. I wonder if there is. I'm probably not typing up the right question, because what I wanted is I wanted something like this. I wanted her photo with the photo of the in-game model. So I'll just type that. Let me see. All right, provide a photo comparison between the God of War Faye character and the actress that portrays her. And if we go to all, let me see. So I've seen a few of these photos float around. And so I don't know, like, I don't know what the design decision was for this. Yeah, I don't really understand. So there's a lot of people that have been very critical over this. And for me personally, I personally don't care. I don't care enough about this, because just to kind of put this out there, my main issue when it came to the situation with the woman that is Kay Vess from Star Wars Outlaws, my main issue on that front really stems from them deciding to go with a Star Wars outlaw character, which we all know is basically Han Solo, if you know anything about Star Wars. But instead, they choose a female character, which I'm like, it's very evident to anybody that knows Star Wars that that archetype is Han Solo. So why are you making this character into a female? Now, that's not to say, again, because, for the people who might call me misogynist, that's not to say female characters can't be an outlaw. But I mean, like, you make her look so much like Han Solo in terms of how she's dressed, her attitude. Like, it's like, to me, it's very clear that you wanted her to be Han Solo. And that was a lot of the backlash for that particular game. Now, since then, Ubisoft developers, they've patched the game, and for what I understand, it's in a much better position than what it was when it launched. But that was never really my issue, is when I looked at the character and I said, oh, this is a game that should have starred Han Solo in it. That has always been my position. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, my thought is if you wanted to do a female character, why not distance that female character away from the Han Solo archetype? You could have had her do anything else. You could have had her wield a different weapon. You could have had her have a different look. So that's the thing that kind of just didn't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? So it's not the fact, and don't get me wrong, there are people out there, and I'm pretty sure we know, there are people out there, men, that they legitimately don't want women in gaming. They exist. There's some dudes out there, if it's a female lead, they're like, I'm out, I'm done, I am not doing it. So those people exist, unfortunately. You're going to have those people out there. My problem is, instead of making a unique female character that stands on her own, which in my view is much more empowering to women, because you're not basing your female character off of a male character, because it's going to be noticeable by the fandom. It's going to be noticed by the community. You're going to get backlash, and it's going to reflect poorly on the game's sales, which is what happened with Star Wars Outlaws. If they would have if they wanted to go with a female character, don't make her look like fucking Hans. In fact, let me have some fun with this. I'm having fun with this. Kay Vess and Han Solo. Let me see here. Images. Oh, I forgot to put images. So I'm like, when I see this, it's very apparent what they wanted to go for. They wanted Han Solo to play, like, it's just, you know, am I bugging? Am I, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Raven. Like, am I bugging? Like, when I look at Kay Vess, I cannot unsee this character. Like, so I'm just like, why didn't you just make the game and just have people control Han Solo? It's a video game. You could do whatever you want. You can have it set during whatever period you want to have it set at. But for whatever reason, they decided to go with this character. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's hard to see the comparison here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just not a fan of that. You know, I'm just not a fan of that. And I know I'm walking a fine line, you know, because I know people go, you know, they love to go after people like me that call certain things out like this. You know, I'm not speaking about the game itself. I don't even know much about the game. I need to play it for myself. I don't know about the plot. I don't know. I just played a little bit of it. The graphics look great. I'll admit that. But just looking at the direction of the protagonist, it's clear for me as a fucking lifelong Star Wars fan that that's what that is. So I don't want to spend I think I've already spent a shit ton of time on this, when the main point was the God of War situation. The God of War situation is a little bit different in the sense that Faye already existed in the God of War franchise, right? From God of War 2018. So it's not like this is, you know, it's not like this has just come out of left field. The Star Wars Outlaw, Kay Vess, is an original character to the Star Wars like fandom, the universe. But this character here is the wife, or should I say, I guess the second wife of Kratos. So it's not to say that, you know, she's a worthless character or she's weak. I mean, you know, she's a giant. She's a, she's capable, right? At least that's what they created her to be. But just to kind of look at it more objectively, this is a decision that the developers over at Santa Monica Studios, this is something that they were planning for years and years ago. So I think a lot of the larger content creators, I think they look at this situation as something that just happened. They may not say it that way, but the way they speak about it, it's kind of like that's kind of like the position that they're at. This character, the Faye character, the narrative of Faye existed years ago. It was probably being written before, yeah, it was being written before the 2018 God of War game. So that it was most likely being done back in 2014, maybe 2015. So the decision to kind of go away from Kratos was already something that was being made, likely before even God of War Ragnarok even came out. So regardless of whether or not we like it, whether or not we hate it, this is the direction they're choosing to go. And they felt in their heart of hearts that this was the right path to go down. They really believe that. And time will tell whether or not that is the case. Personally speaking, I don't think that this is the right move. But you know, time will tell on that front. I mean, you take an already established franchise that has a character that the vast majority of the gaming community loves, and it, you know, it's fine if you wanted to, you know, it's fine if you want him to be a little bit more of a side character. Like, for instance, like with Ragnarok, there were parts where you controlled the sun, but that's fine. That's his kid. So it's like, you know, it's like the Gears of War situation where you have Marcus Phoenix and the franchise should be going toward the sun. But we saw what they did with Gears of War, and, you know, I don't need to retread that again. But I just I don't know what the fascination of, you've built up a very strong franchise, and over the course of many, many years, many even decades, and you're choosing to kind of go away from that, to tell a story that, quite frankly, should have been a DLC at best. You know, there was somebody, well, I don't think he's a game developer per se, but he's part of the senior leadership of CI Games, a guy named Ryan Hill. I've had some good interactions with him for their upcoming Lords of the Fallen 2, but the point being, he responded to somebody on my Twitter, and you know what, honestly, I don't know if I interacted with it or not. I'm not sure if I could find it on my Twitter. I'm not entirely sure because I don't think I interacted with it. Maybe if I type in his name, maybe. Let me see, Ryan Hill. Let me see. Let me see here. Because there was some unhinged idiot that he was interacting with. And I don't... I should have saved it or something, but I don't know where it is. But he said something. He was agreeing. Well, he gave his take on the design, you know, on the design decision of God of War Laufey, and he was reacting to somebody, you know, because he was saying, look, you know, if he said something along the lines of, if everybody wants a red sky and they get a red sky and they're all happy, and now the next situation they're wanting a red sky again, but now they get a blue sky, are there going to be people that's going to be happy with the blue sky? Yes. But the vast majority didn't want it and they preferred the red sky. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much you know, that was his metaphor, not entirely, but that's the gist of what he was saying. And the person he was interacting with, I looked at their Twitter, and it was some young person. I don't know if it was a man or woman. It was one of those anime accounts. It even this person even had anime, some anime lover in their Twitter. And I'm just like, I came so close to getting into that, but I was like, all right, it's like fucking 12 at night. I do not want to get into a Twitter war at this point. So I just left it alone. But I really wish I would have interacted with it so I can go back to it, because yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. And I don't remember the name of the person. But I really do appreciate, at least from the Lords of the Fallen standpoint, which is an automatic purchase for me. You know, these guys, they are pretty much putting gamers first, and much of their design decisions revolve around, you know, kind of like acknowledging what the community of Lords of Fallen really wants, and they're focusing and dialing into that. So whenever I give my praise, which I do many times, you know, like even like right here, you know what I'm saying? This is what I like to see, because, you know, we as the community, we're the ones that's buying the games. We're the ones buying the games. And I just think that there's something lost there when you have a bunch of activists that's putting pressure on these developers, and they're caving to these fucking requests. And many of these people don't even play video games. They're so hell-bent on pushing their narrative and virtue signaling, and just, it has nothing to do with gaming, nothing to do with movies, nothing to do with anything. They're pushing a certain narrative. So whenever I see a game development studio like CI Games, whenever I see somebody that's like, look, we respect your thoughts and whatever, but we're making our game for our community based on the feedback they've been giving us. Those are the developers that stick out to me, and those are the developers that I truly believe people should be supporting. And I can tell you this right now, and this might come off as fucked up, it might, but if Santa Monica Studios was following that same blueprint, I can guarantee, like, I usually don't speak in absolutes, I try not to, but in this case, I can absolutely guarantee if Santa Monica Studios developers, and we need to put this on me, if Santa Monica Studios developers were taking a similar approach to CI Games is doing with Lords of the Fallen, I can guarantee you 100% God of War Laufey would not exist. Because I can tell you, you hear the expression, nobody asked for this. Who asked for this? You can truly attribute that to God of War Laufey. Nobody asked for this. And when you say that, it's important for people to understand this. It's a phrase. I'm sure there's like 5 people in the nosebleed section that may have wanted this game, but the greater community base of God of War, this if you take 1,000 God of War fans that have been playing the franchise, not like we're talking about people who've been from the fucking beginning. If you take 1,000 of them and put them in a room, I can guarantee you that the vast majority would not have been looking at, oh, you know what? Let's put in his dead wife as the main character for the next God of War game. Yeah, that's a great idea. Amongst that group of people, if you are among the 5 people in the nosebleed section that would suggest that, you would be looked at like you are crazy. So that lets me know right then and there, when it comes to actually taking in feedback, when it comes to servicing your community and acknowledging your community, Santa Monica Studios has basically done this. That's what they've done. That's what they've done to the community. They're like, fuck you, we're doing our own shit. And that's what they decided to do. I don't know any other way to really look at this. I don't. Maybe somebody else can explain it to me. Maybe somebody in the comment section, maybe somebody in the chat. I don't know. But, you know, I understand that the woman was his wife. I understand that they positioned her to be this. But, bro, when you play God of War, the franchise, removing the character that basically brought you millions upon millions of dollars for this franchise, removing that character out of a mainline entry just to satisfy your DEI and your virtue signaling, or to get a few more checkpoints on the ESG scale, that's not the right way to go about things. And you know, when I look at that character, maybe the character can be good. You know, I don't know much about the voice actress. They didn't even really capture her likeness as far as I'm concerned. So when I look at that game, you know, when I look at that game, if you know, you could have literally made a game like that and called it any fucking thing else. You could have literally, as Santa Monica Studios, if you wanted to break out and do a brand new IP, which I think would be fair, fine. You have God of War. That's cool. Go and make a female protagonist and try to make that into a franchise. I wouldn't have a problem with that. The God of War people wouldn't have a problem with that. Of course, you'd probably have some YouTube creators that would probably, like, you know, for clicks and views, they'll probably put it down and like, oh, it's woke slop or whatever. You know, they're going to do what they're going to do to get their views. But it's another thing when you're kind of like interfering with the God of War franchise to satisfy your own selfish need to put in a character nobody asked for. There's nowhere else, there's no way else for me to really look at this. Because if you were to poll the majority, and I say the majority, I'm not talking about the handful of people that are like fucking simps and beta males and those types of folk that's part of the alphabet community. Fuck all that. We're talking about real, genuine, normal fucking fans that's been with the franchise since dirt. You are not going to come across many that would say this is a great idea. You're just not. And this is a controversial situation that Santa Monica Studios willingly created for themselves. And I've seen interview after interview and article after article of them trying to justify this shit and reassuring the fan base, oh, there's going to be plenty more stories with Kratos to come. You're doing that, you're saying that because you fucking know the backlash is real. You know nobody fucking asked for this shit. You know. This is something you willingly did on your own volition. This wasn't a situation where, you know, the community is kind of saying Kratos is getting stale. You know, you might want to change it. Nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that. And then here's another thing as I adjust myself real quick. Aren't there other characters in God of War? You have the son, right? You have his son. Now, for people who are probably here for the first time, full disclosure, I'm an Xbox guy. I'm a Microsoft guy. So I don't have a PlayStation 5. I've stopped investing in Sony hardware at the end of the PS2 era. However, I have watched full playthroughs of God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok. So I know the major story beats of both games. I'm not ignorant to the story. And what I remember at the end of Ragnarok, the son, Atreus, he ends up going on his own journey with the girl. That also was controversial because they made her black, and people, you know, was kind of wondering, like, why did you make this character that's based off Norse mythology? Why'd you, like, I don't fucking know, whatever. So I remember that backlash years ago. But so she and Atreus, they go off and they're doing their own thing. Why didn't you just make the game off of that? Okay. You have the daughter of Thor. The what's her name? Thrud? Brood? I think that was her name. Okay. I think at the end, she ends up getting Mjolnir. That could have been an interesting story. Okay. You know, there was some investment. There was some character development. Character was pretty interesting. Then you have Freya. What the fuck happened to her? We gonna forget that Freya exists in God of War across both the games? But no. You decide to go with a chick that's dead that was mentioned, and I'm just saying this in a very disrespectful way because I'm in a not giving a fuck mood right now. A character that was probably mentioned a handful of times, outside of them saying, "Oh, we need to go and climb the highest peak to get rid of her ashes." Outside of that, She was mentioned like every once in a while. But you had Freya front and center across both those games. Make that make sense. I would have loved to have seen the dynamic of Freya and Kratos continue and blossom. I think that would have been an amazing story. I think that story would have been more grounded. There wouldn't be a fucking gelatinous cube or some fucking baby Yoda looking creature or some fucking sword that has ribbons talking to you. You would have a deeper story where slowly but surely you're having the Freya character learn more about Kratos and Kratos learn more about her. Because at the end of the day, Kratos has suffered. Freya has suffered. They've both had loss. There's not many people that can really understand Kratos that's alive. Not dead, alive. Freya has spent eons getting screwed over by Odin. Her son turned into some fucking crazy weapon or tracker that was hell-bent on killing her, and Kratos kills him to save her. How in the fuck do you not go in that direction, but you instead dedicate an entire game over a character that maybe 5 people in the nosebleed section gave a fuck about? That's dead. So she's in the afterlife. So what the fuck is she going to do in the afterlife that has any fucking significance on anything? Like, you have anything that you want to say about Faye? You can say what? Oh, Faye is a great warrior. Okay. And Freya wasn't? Wasn't Freya a Valkyrie as well? Okay. Freya, magic user, swordsmanship, a fucking shapeshifter, alchemist. You know what I'm going to do? Since this is my stream and I know there's like a handful of people here, only the diehards are even in this stream right now, so I appreciate that. You know what I want to do? I keep talking about it. I want to watch some shit. I want to hear and see some fucking Freya. I want to watch one of my favorite moments. I'm going to find this real quick. I don't give 2 fucks about Faye. I'm not invested in this chick. She is dead. She had her time in the backstory. That's cool. It was cool when she was shrouded in mystery. She set some events to start. Good for her. I respect that. But as far as I'm concerned, who I would have wanted, I wanted Freya. Fuck that. That's what I wanted. And so there is a part, and I hope I can find it because let me see. God of War. God of War Freya. Rage. Angry. Oh, there we go. I think this one. Oh, I gotta put on the headset for this. I gotta put on the headset for this. I need to enjoy this.
When you have everything you need from warm up to wind down, you can give everything you.
Freya.
I want to. Okay, this is. I'm gonna be annoying here. I already know I'm gonna be annoying. I apologize, but it's my. I am fanboying. I will admit I am fanboying over this shit right here. The music, the voice work here is legend. You can even hear the tension in the music rising. This is fucking godlike. And listen to her voice.
He chose this.
I will rain down every agony, every violation imaginable upon you. I will parade your cold body from every corner of every realm and feed your soul to the vilest filth in hell. That is my promise.
He saved your life.
He robbed me of everything. Everything. You were just an animal. Passing on your cruelty and rage, you will never change.
And you do not know me.
I know enough. Does he?
Boy. Listen close. I'm from a land called Sparta. I made a deal with a god that cost me my soul. I killed many who were deserving. And many who were not. I killed my father.
That was your father in hell. Is this what it is to be a god? Is this how it always ends? Sons killing their mothers? Their fathers?
No. We will be the gods we choose to be. Not those who have been.
So, you mean to tell me that you felt that it made sense to pick Faye over Freya? It's like there is nothing. And the thing is, I've watched some content creators and they the copium, the fucking shilling, the beta male bullshit. They are trying to invent every manner of fucking bullshit to excuse this nonsense. Now, as I stated, Freya, very capable. The person who performed her did a phenomenal job. Like, this isn't even the part I really wanted. I wasn't sure this wasn't the exact scene I wanted, but it's still a very good one nonetheless. Let me see. But it's just really, really something. You know, and I'm just like, I don't know how you come to this conclusion. I don't like I'm just flat. I am literally mind fucked. I'm literally mind fucked. But, you know, they felt that it was a good job. They felt that this was the right thing to do. I don't. I feel that there were more compelling characters there. I know people want to keep highlighting, oh, you know, she's a giant, she fought Thor and all such shit. Yeah, like that just, as far as I'm concerned, all of this is what they wanted. It's like that's what they wanted to write her as. They wanted to write her as like she's an equal to Kratos. Because deep down, I feel what they really want to do, they wanted to pass over Kratos in favor of this chick. That's what I don't know how else I can look at it. They're trying to make this Faye character like she's like the upgrade. That's what yeah. They're trying to pass her off like she's the fucking upgrade or something. And that's what it comes across to me as. And I'm just not a fan of that, you know? I understand nothing I say is going to alter the trajectory of what's to come. But if I had a PlayStation, I would not be buying that game. I like, unless it was like a major sale, maybe maybe a year or two after, but that would not be a day one purchase for me. Just speaking for myself, because I'm not looking to support that. Because to me, that's a very blatant direction. I think if that studio, if they felt they could get away with it, they would literally kill off Kratos and replace him with some fucking obscure character like Faye. And then we're just going to focus on her trek through the afterlife, and maybe in the second game she finds a way to come back to life, and then here we're going to continue on with this character. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that was something that was on the table during their discussion meetings. Because why else would you want to have a character like this opposite of Kratos? You could just make your own, just make your own game. You could have literally created this game and called it something else. I've heard on the Sony side, like I said, I'm not a PlayStation guy, but I have heard people mention a game called Forspoken. I've heard people mention this game often. I have heard that the game did have a bit of controversy. I heard that the game didn't sell that well. So I've been hearing many people comparing this Laufey game to the Forspoken game. That's what I've been reading. I've been hearing it. And, I just don't know, literally made a game prequel of the lead up to her death to make the main Gears of War game more impactful. Yeah, I don't know. It you believe it's extra lore? You want DLC with this game? I think there are things about the game I don't mind. There are things about the game I don't mind. I don't mind a female lead. I don't mind that. If it's done right. When I look, like I said, I'm very high on Kreia. I keep thinking Kratos and Freya. I just call him Kreia. I'm very high on Freya. And I see a character that has a lot of depth. Freya, as far as I'm concerned, is not a Mary Sue character. You know, that was one of the main issues that the fucking Star Wars movies had with Rey, and everybody hated that character because she was a fucking Mary Sue. Freya, on the other hand, this is a character that suffered. She's battle worn. She, you know, there is, I feel, at least for me, I felt more attached to Freya, you know, more than I thought I would. You know, when I watched the playthrough and her performance and everything. And, you know, that's the type of character I wouldn't mind playing as. I wouldn't mind that. But when I look at the Faye character, there was what is there to I don't want to speak for anybody. But when I watch those playthroughs, there wasn't nothing for me to latch on to. Like, why should I care about this character? I don't care. She's not here in the moment. She is not here with Kratos. She's not here with Atreus. Why should I give a fuck? This is why I would say, and I have said, that this character should have just been a DLC. You could have told her little origin story, a DLC, wrapped it up. This is what she did before, whatever, and leave it at that. Now we're all caught up for those 5 people that give a fuck. But you are dedicated dollars in production, in time and resources to tell a story that 5 people in the nosebleed section gave a fuck about or gives a fuck about. I just it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't care what she was. I don't care that she was written to have gone toe-to-toe with Thor. I don't give a fuck about that shit because I know where that's coming from. I already, like, the writing, the narrative, I get it. I know where it's coming from. I have no interest in it. I don't give a shit. The fact is, she did what she did. She died. The story is about Kratos. And if you want to go a bit extra, the son, the Atreus, him coming into his own, whatever, embracing his giant heritage or what have you. And then you have your side characters like Thrud, who had her story arc with her father getting killed by Odin, and then now she has the hammer. But Faye? Faye? Really? Oh my goodness. You know what it's sort of like, you ever watch Married with Children? You know, like Al Bundy, where they'd have those show segments and he's like trying to fit like a shoe on this big blob like chick, where like she's probably like a size 15 and she's trying to fit into a size 9. And it's like, you know, it's funny, but I kind of think about it like that. It's like you're trying to force people to care about this Faye character. And you know, I'm sure, like I said, there's 5 people in the nosebleed section. And yes, I do say that as a joke, but realistically, if you're going to total up the entire community, the fandom of people that love the God of War franchise, you're going to be hard-pressed to find anybody that's going to say, you know what? I was getting tired of using Kratos. I feel like using his dead wife now. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. If you do have somebody that says that, they probably got fucking pronouns in their bio, and they probably got the fucking rainbow as part of their fucking social media profile. That's what those people are. So, you know, so I don't really take those people seriously. I don't regard them in any kind of seriousness, any shape, form, or fashion. I don't. But if you look at the real fans, and I do say the real fans, because we know the word real is offensive to the simps, to the betas, and the pronoun users. Whenever you say the word real, that's a trigger word for them. You know? But you know, like I said, I can bitch and complain about this all day. It's kind of pointless because I don't have a PlayStation, so it's like a person will say, "Well, what's in it for you? You have Xbox," but it is something worth discussing in terms of just the, you know, amongst the fandom, you know, from a business standpoint. And I'll tell you this much: if that game does not do well, you're going to see a lot of people are going to attack Santa Monica Studios and Sony the likes you've never seen before. So they better hope all of those pronoun users, those alphabet community members, those beta males, they better fucking hope and pray that each and every one of those people buy like 2 and 3 copies of that game each. They better hope. They better fucking hope. I'm telling you, flops. If that game is a commercial failure, the backlash is going to be fucking epic. It's going to be absolutely, it is going to be one of the most epic backlashes in gaming history if this Laufey God of War game flops. Because people, I don't think people really understand this. And you can apply this to movies, of course. If a movie made $50 million at the box office over the course of 2 weekends, right? 2 weekends, let's just say. I'm giving an arbitrary number. Now, typically, the first 2 weekends, or maybe even 3, depending on the movie, after that window, it kind of starts dwindling down. If your movie does about 50 million in that time span, but your movie cost 65 million to make, you haven't even broke even yet. But to the untrained and ignorant people in social media, they will hear, "Ooh, this movie made 50 million at the box office." Your movie did not break even. It's not even profitable. So I say that to say this. I've no doubt this God of War Laufey game is going to sell a pretty good amount. The real question is, what is the ratio going to be of copies sold versus the budget it took to make the game? That's what I'm looking forward to. Because at the end of the fucking day, that is the only thing that's going to matter. That's the, that's it. That is the Super Bowl of that situation, is how many copies of the game sell and was the game profitable? Did it turn a profit? That's all that matters. So a game can sell 30 million copies. Did the game break even? Was it profitable? Because if it's not, the entire community of God of War are going to have a field day with Santa Monica Studios and Sony. So again, they better hope that every simp, every shill, every pronoun user, every fucking beta male, they better hope every single one of those people that fall into that category buys 2 and 3 copies of that game each. Because I feel that's what it's going to take. I feel that that's exactly what it's going to take. Because the vast majority of people did not ask for this game. They did not ask for this fucking game. So yeah. They better hope. See, right now, the only thing we can do is speculate. All we can do is yap and talk, and that's all we can do. The game looks fine. There's some people that have said, "Oh, the game looks like shit." I don't think it looks bad. I don't even, the thing is, people are very much fixated on how she looks. Like I said, at the beginning of the stream, not the beginning, because I've been streaming for like fucking 6 hours now, but I showed a comparison of the Star Wars Outlaws character, and I will say that to you, King Raven. I don't know if you were here for that. I highlighted the voice actress of the person that voice acted Kay Vess from Star Wars Outlaws, and how she looks versus the character model they decided on. Absolutely hideous. The actress that portrays Faye, and looking at the model of the game, the game character, there are people that are criticizing how she looks. I don't think she looks horrific. I do say she looks older. I will say that, but she doesn't look hideous. My main issue is I just don't believe that this needed to be a full video game. I just don't believe that. And given the tone and the scope of the God of War franchise, when you see a gelatinous blob with a sword stuck in it and some other... At the beginning of the trailer, it had like some sort of Disney-looking character. Let me see if I can type this up. God of War, Laufey, Fae Companions. Let's look at this. Companions. Let me see this. They should have an image of this shit. Or no. Now the only images I'm seeing here are from Ragnarok. Fuck. Fuck, I forgot what. Maybe Pet? I can't seem to find it. I don't know where. Like if I knew the name of it, yeah, Wife of War. And it's fun, and it's funny in the sense that that's exactly what the game is. She was the wife of Kratos, who God of War, so I call it Wife of War. There are some people that, take offense to that. Sorry, I'm not saying that nothing is not true. But I am trying to find there was a character that was very much like a Disney-like character. So this is what I'm looking at right now. For those kind of wondering, so I'm looking through these. So you see this thing here. People are like, what the fuck is going on here? But there was another character. Now, I don't know if she's interacting with this character or if it's a pet or what. I'm surprised that I'm not seeing an image of it. I'm trying to look at it, find it. I guess they're not showing it, but you know, if you watch the showcase, you'll know what I'm talking about. I just don't know if it's I don't think it's an enemy. It looked like a friendly character, a creature. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what. Oh, something happened with the YouTube. Is it on? Is it? Huh. Let me see. Let me take a look at this real quick. I mean, I think everything is still fine here. Okay, looks like things are fine. I'm looking at myself real quick, and so yeah. So maybe it was just a hiccup, you know? Yeah, it might be just a hiccup. But yeah, you know, there was a another I would like to think that many of you probably already know this, but I'm gonna show it anyway. So I usually, you know, I scour a lot of things and I look to find, okay, let's look at this. So this is from blog.playstation.com. So this has a lot of information on the God of War Laufey, you know. And they had interviews here and things like that. So I feel like people that are unsure of what's what. Oh, I gotta put in my damn age. Let's see. Hold on for a second. Let me just take care of that real quick. All right. Put in my month and let's put in the day. Okay. So this is the actual trailer or whatever. I'm pretty sure many of you guys seen that already. But so the game is set in the afterlife, which as far as I'm concerned, that part of it definitely you know, that part of it is interesting because I originally thought that this game was going to serve as like a prequel, you know, so and I had absolutely no interest in that whatsoever. But the fact that you know, her journey into the afterlife happens after Kratos burns her body on the pyre and then she wakes up as she does in the trailer, that is a little bit more interesting for me. You know, so let's see. So, I mean, it's not I can't say that the game looks bad. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like I can't say that the game looks bad. It might not be the style of combat some people prefer, but I can't say it looks bad. It does look pretty fluid. Uh, there's a lot of particle effects going on. The frame rate looks okay. So, we're gonna find out more. Then there's this interview here, which I don't know how many people even watch this interview. I don't know if you guys even look at this interview or not. I haven't. I watched parts of this interview, but I'm not gonna call. I'm not gonna criticize the woman's expertise or her ability. But I do feel in the segment I was talking about with the the Gears of War woman that's spearheading the Gears of War story, that right there, I talked about that at great length. But with this woman here, she is a seasoned person in the game space. I will say that. So
Hello, everybody. My name is Corey Barlock. I am the head of creative here at Santa Monica Studio, and I am excited to be coming here to talk to you a little bit about the God of War franchise as we're expanding out, TV, some games, but most importantly, most specifically for today, we're here to talk about God of War Lao Fei. And I have the director here sitting with me that I'm going to be talking to. Ariel Lawrence is somebody who I've worked with for 23 years. See, she's laughing because that, my God, is a long time. And obviously we've done different things throughout all of that, but we're gonna get to know Ariel just a little bit in this sit down and talk a little bit about our past and what the game is that we're making here. Ariel Lawrence,
yes,
how are
Corey.
you today?
Excited to be here.
Excited to be
Excited to be
That's
here.
good. That's a good answer. That's a good answer. Look, so when did you start working at Santa Monica? When was it?
I started working at Santa Monica in August of 2003, and I was right out of film school. I got hired to cut trailers and videos, and I cut the TGS trailer for the first God of War. And then I wanted to do more than wait tables, so I asked if there was anything else I could do around here, and I ended up working in production. And I worked on God of War 1, 2, 3, Ascension, and I was 2 years on 2018 before I took my little walkabout in the world. And then I couldn't get enough of this place. I came back home.
That's quite an amazing journey. You have deep roots with the God of War world. Cutting the trailer for TGS, that was like the first sort of thing that I worked on.
Yeah, you can't really argue
That was back in the day when
the
Kratos
woman's
had blue tattoo.
abilities. So I definitely salute.
We're still calling him
salute with
Dominus.
her
Still calling him
experience on that
Dominus.
front.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the team was only like, 30, 35 people maybe? Small compared to now.
It was weird. It's weird to think
Yeah.
about making games with that small of a group of people. When we were like 65 people, that's so much. And then we got to 100, that's so much.
Yeah.
Oh, what are the most memorable aspects of working on God of War, the whole franchise?
The whole franchise, I mean, I think each game definitely, I think, left its mark or scars, battle scars.
Yeah.
But, it's like the studio's just the commitment to quality and the late nights with each other trying to figure out some problem or make some magic happen in the middle of the night, or coming back in and somebody took a smoke break and, I don't know, maybe changed the boss of God of War 2. I think that might have been
I feel
you.
like that's a dig at me. I feel like I'm going to own that one because that's entirely true.
But yeah, no, I mean, every game was like a new set of challenges. Like, how do you make Titans? How do you make the trailer for the Titans come through?
Yes.
How do you make multiplayer? How do you reinvent Kratos? Where does he go? Like, so it's always an exciting story.
Why did you want to come back to the studio? What made you decide this is where I need to be?
The short and probably semi-uncomfortable answer for this interview is I came back for you. Definitely that bar of excellence has been in my head for a long time. Your creative voice has weighed down on some projects of mine. And I don't know, I just missed the team's commitment, just the people here. I came back for the people.
Came back for the people.
I came back.
I like
for
that.
people.
That's better than coming back for me because the voices in my head are not ones to follow.
That's your voice in my head, not your voices in my head. That's different.
True. If you had my voices in your, that's not even. That's a whole nother series of videos, I imagine. So, when you found out coming here that you were going to work on a Faye game, what was your thoughts?
I was excited. I was a little shocked, surprised, I think, that we were going to do something different. I think when I was coming back and talking to folks, I had just assumed it would be another Kratos game, and that's who I would be telling stories about for the rest of my life. And I was okay with that. But I think finding out about Faye and just, seeing somebody whose journey that we could really explore and turn new pages on was exciting. Looking at the world in a different lens was exciting. So it was, just saying yes to that opportunity, I think was really cool.
It's a good outlook. Just say yes to that opportunity.
That's what has gotten me into a lot of trouble over the years.
That's true. I still can't
Present
believe you said yes to
position
direct this.
included.
Yeah, I always try to talk people out of directing.
You
these
did
games.
try to talk me out of doing
But I try to be upfront and straightforward
Yes.
about it, just so that people don't feel like you tricked me. Like
No,
or,
you were
know,
very
feel like I tricked
honest about the work that it entailed
Yeah.
for doing this. Yes.
Yes. And it's exciting. Faye is, while it's a different thing, it's still part of the larger tapestry of what we're doing. We really want to explore all these different characters in there, but there's always going to be Kratos games. Like throughout
Oh,
the whole
for sure.
history, we're super
Yeah, we
excited
can't not
about
tell
that.
stories about the big guy.
Let's go into directing. What are you most excited about in stepping into the role as a game director?
There's like a fine line between excitement and being terrified. I think I'm on the edge of excitement most of the time, but I think being able to be curious about everything on the game. Previously, I had done a lot of work on story and cinematics and in different pipelines for the game, but this really got me able to be nosy and ask questions and really get people to look at things differently from a lot of different perspectives. And to just, have an opportunity to kind of like find myself in Faye's story was exciting. But yeah, then I think just, captaining this ship with all of these humans making this game together is a lot, but it's very exciting.
I want to go back to something you said, finding yourself. Talk about what part of you you're putting into the game.
I mean, I think, we've always come at stories from Santa Monica with, characters at their heart, right? And finding ourselves, even in Kratos, everybody's had a point in their time when they've made some decisions that maybe they wish they hadn't and really thought things through again. But I think for Faye, that was that question of, who is she? Who was this person that everybody idolized and, just stood in awe of, and to really think about all the facets that make up that person, right? She's, a loving wife and mother, but she's also a warrior. She's a guardian of her people. She's a rebellion leader. She's all of these things. And to be able to have an opportunity to just explore that person with the detail and the love that Santa Monica brings is just, very touching, very exciting.
What's the hardest part for you stepping into the role as a director? Is there any sort of individual parts where it's like that you feel great about overcoming? I think that's probably the more specific question. Is there's hard parts, but we always sort of push through and we get to that other side. What's any hard parts that you can think of that?
I mean, I think the hard parts there are definitely some places where I feel, comfortable, story is a comforting place for me. But there are some places that are new in a way that having to be familiar with that depth, there's engineering things and design issues and all sorts of things, and everybody has a question and they all need their answers immediately, and trying to kind of keep the potluck that we have going and becoming still digestible at the end of the meal, like that's been very difficult sometimes, of just trying to get everything they need to be as creative as possible, and then keep a handle on making sure that it still tells a singular story of Faye. I think that's been it's been a learning and growing experience as time has gone on. And there's always voices from the top, and there's always voices from the bottom. Everybody has an opinion, which is one of the things I love about Santa Monica. And it's trying to figure out how to temper those to make sure that we're being truthful to who Faye is and what her journey is on that.
So you kind of dove into aspects of design and
Yeah,
engineering and got more educated on that.
Yeah, I think that's the fun part. I mean, that's the wonderful part about making games, is that it's not just one person, it's hundreds of people now to make it together. And, you know, that's, there are places and things that every day is different. You know, every day is, 80 different meetings about different topics and, play testers and build times and, design questions and art questions and narrative questions and, working with actors, and it's exciting. So I don't know, it keeps me busy. Never a dull moment.
Exciting, overwhelming, but fantastic. And you are doing an amazing job at it.
Appreciate
falling into the crazy fray quite well. So for the folks at home who haven't seen the announce that we've done, why don't you do a little recap? Tell us what that's all about.
Well, the game reveal that we just showed, hopefully everybody's gotten a chance to see it. If not, maybe they'll take a chance right now. But we start with Faye's dead. We wanted to start exactly. We wanted to start exactly where the players were, which is, in God of War 2018. Her death was the impetus for Kratos and Atreus' journey together and their growth together and going on to Ragnarok. We debated whether or not to tell a story before that. And what we really wanted to do was just pick up exactly where the player was, which is Faye's dead, and she finds herself in the afterlife of the gods. And there she discovers some things that make her question whether or not Kratos and Atreus are safe. And she's determined to find a way back to help them.
What do you want the audience to feel?
I'd like the audience to watch the game reveal and be like, this is amazing, I can't wait to play this. I can't wait to be in Faye's boots kicking ass. That's what I want the players to feel. I want them to be curious about the world and the opportunity that it has in magic and the gods that we're going to meet with all these mythologies coming together in the afterlife. I want them to be excited and swept away by the world and Faye's story and where she's going to go.
But this is gameplay in this reveal. And this is showing that this is not a prequel. This is a continuation of the timeline right at the beginning of God of War 2018. What happened to Faye after that funeral?
Exactly. And we were really intent on it being gameplay. We wanted the first taste for players to really center on what it's like to play this game and who this person is, and really show you what you're going to get when you pick the controllers up.
Speaking of who this person is, Faye, what is the most interesting aspect of her? Why is Faye such a compelling character? I know why. I have my own answer, but I'd love to hear your answer. Why is she so compelling?
I find great connection with Faye's curiosity about the world, her loyalty to her friends and family, just the fact that she goes into situations that she's kind of unprepared for and kicks ass anyway. And I think that she's a little bit more improvisational than maybe Kratos might be, and she's not afraid to kind of be honest and show her kind of true self and emotions on things. And I think for Kratos, we love him dearly, but I think sometimes he's a little closed off, and he's learning to open up a little bit more. So I think with Faye,
he's working on it. He's a work in
he's
progress.
working on it. But I think with Faye, we got to be let in a little bit more.
Where is this all taking place? Like we're talking about that Faye, she died, right? She died at the end beginning of 2018, and now we're kind of moving into this game and going on the journey. Where is this?
So Faye finds herself in the afterlife of the gods. So this is the birthplace and the ending point to which all magic returns, all magic. And so the amazing thing about that is twofold, right? We get all sorts of magic, a highly heightened magical world to play in. But we also get the return and the discovery of a lot of different mythologies coming together, and what happens when those mythologies kind of meet up, and being able to kind of encompass and throw our arms around different mythologies has been very exciting. Just getting to know different people and different people's stories.
So the afterlife of the gods is kind of this transcendent place above kind of the mortal world and the afterlife of humans, and then the sort of underworld of humans. It exists sort of above all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think in Ragnarok, Odin really was kind of taken by that question. You know, what happens to us when we die? We know what happens to the mortals when they die, but what happens to us? And so this is an answer for that question. What happens to gods when they die? And, you know, things aren't working quite exactly the way that they should be in this afterlife of the gods. And magic isn't flowing exactly the way that it should be. So this afterlife's not exactly a paradise. It's a little bit more of a prison.
It's gone a little bit cattywampus.
A little bit. And the folks who are in charge there, who you'll meet in the reveal video, Sekhmet and Baxi, they've taken over things. And as two respective gods of war, they have a certain way of doing things that's a little bit more violent. So this place is, you know, it's beautiful, it's magical, but it's very dangerous.
From a gameplay perspective, how is this a God of War game? What makes it sort of fit in the pantheon of God of War gameplay?
Well, we don't shy away from violence, that's for sure. So definitely true to our kind of brutal roots. But I think more than that, you know, we're focused on Faye and telling her story and just really exploring the world through her eyes, you know, that journey of her character and how she comes across this world. So I think that at the heart of it really just makes us a God of War game and a Santa Monica game. But, you know, Faye affords us a few more opportunities than maybe Kratos might. Faye is a little bit more agile in the world than Kratos is. And she has a healthier relationship, I think, than with magic. She hasn't quite the past that Kratos has.
She's more of the embracer of magic, whereas Kratos is the skeptical user of magic.
Yeah. So definitely being in a world so filled with magic, you know, we can really lean into that with Faye. And, you know, we want to stay true to the hallmarks of a God of War game, you know, just that close, you know, combat, that agility, the exploration of our world, you know, story at our heart. These are all things.
Pick up and play.
Absolutely.
That sort of brutal, kind of intimate gameplay that we've been sort of refined through each of the iterations, taking it one step further and taking it one step further. What are some things that are kind of added to make it unique?
Well, I think one of the first things that excited the team was that we brought jump back into the game. Kratos hasn't jumped for a little while. So I think that we looked through all of our God of War games from the Greek era, Norse era, and really we got to kind of pick up each element and think about, does this help us tell Lao Fei's story? You know, she is always thinking on her feet and, you know, throwing herself into like kind of the next battle and really trying to like work her way through the world. And so leaning into that, we were able to borrow some of those elements from the Greek era, just, you know, the movement, the fluidity in there, but then also couple that with the Norse era, you know, like the way that we approach the world, you know, our close ties with character, you know, Faye's relationship with her companions, like all of these things kind of led us to this new version that is uniquely Faye.
God of War Lao Fei. Lao Fei is played by the amazing and absolutely wonderful Deborah Ann Wall.
Stunningly talented.
Stunningly talented. She worded it so much better than I did. Talk to me about working with her.
She's amazing, hands down. She just comes to the set with so much energy, and it's amazing to.
So let me see if I get this straight. They felt like borrowing aspects of Kratos from the Greek games, from the original games, of him. They showed. I just watched it. Let me see if I can pull this up again. All right, let me see. I think it was here, right? I think it was here. Let me listen out for it.
With her companions, like all of these things, kind of led us to this new version that is uniquely Faye of War games from the Greek era, Norse era, and
sort of refined through each of the iterations,
let me
taking
watch
it one
this
step
right
further and taking it one step further. What are some things that are kind of added to make it unique?
Well, I think one of the first things that excited the team was that we brought jump back into the game. Kratos hasn't jumped for a little while. So I think that we looked through all of our God of War games from the Greek era, Norse era, and really we got to kind of pick up each element and think about, does this help us tell Lao Fei's story? You know, she is always thinking on her feet and, you know, throwing herself into like kind of the next battle and really trying to like work her way through the world. And so leaning into that, we were able to borrow some of those elements from the Greek era, just, you know, the movement, the fluidity.
Okay. That's what I wanted. So let me get this straight. So you basically wanted Kratos, you wanted to do things that Kratos did before, but instead of giving those mechanics to Kratos that he did prior, you decide to give it to this character. You basically wanted Faye to be the character that pretty much made all of this possible. Like I'm trying very hard to get through this interview. I know I'm the one that put it on, but there's some things in here that I'm hearing. It's like chalk down a board. So I'm going to try to get through the rest. It's like maybe a few more minutes, but this is kind of weird. Like, nobody is saying it is the exact same, but it's close enough that it's like, okay, it's close enough. But, you know, it's just, I think at the end of the day, whoever's going to buy it is going to buy it. But I highly doubt that this game is going to do the type of business that they want it to make. I highly doubt it. I just don't see it. And there are people out there, because of this game, it's going to push the actual Kratos game that the majority of people want to see. It's going to push that further back. This is why I kind of believe like this is like a bit of a transitionary game, you know, and this could have just been a DLC. And I have played games that are massive DLCs. If you look at Witcher 3 has 2 very good DLC content, one of which could have been its own game, but it's a DLC. It's an expansion on the Witcher 3 Wild Hunt game. I see no reason why this could have simply been the same. And it's just wild to me whenever I say that, I get these pronoun user, beta male, alphabet community homos that seem to take great offense to this when I'm like, what, like, where is the attachment of this character? Even at the very beginning of this interview where she said something along the lines of everybody admired this character, everybody wanted to be Faye or something along those lines. She said it was earlier in the interview. And I rolled my eyes. I'm like, who is wanting to be like Faye? Like, what are we like? Are they really think people are stupid, or maybe people were born yesterday? Like, this chick died. She had a life. That's fine. She did. I'm sure she did good stuff. But with something like this is a DLC. This is not something you put in a mainline game, because what's going to happen next? You're going to really tell an open and closed story? Like, what are you trying to do? I have my theory. I believe I believe they would like this to be a franchise. That's what I believe. I believe they want to have this phase situation be more than just one game. And I believe they are looking to gauge the temperature, the barometer, if you will, seeing how this game performs in the wild when it gets released. And I'm willing to wager this game is not going to have a concrete conclusion. It's probably going to be one of those games, and I'm just speculating here. I'm fucking speculating. It's likely to have an ending that's going to be ambiguous and open to interpretation to leave the door open for more Fae of War. I'm willing to wager this. I'm willing to wager this. I don't believe that that this company was confident that this character or this type of character could have handled things on her own, and instead is piggybacking off of the name God of War to make her more relevant than what she really is. I'm going to say it again on some Dr. Umar type shit. I believe that they were not confident in making this game a standalone game, and they're instead actually piggybacking off of the God of War franchise name. If they were like, you could have made, like, they could have commissioned this woman, this Faye Lawrence woman, they could have commissioned her to do this, her own game. Santa Monica Studios is starting a brand new IP. Bethesda did it. I mean, shit, all Bethesda done for since Jesus Walking on Water has been Fallout and fucking what's the other one? Fallout and Elder Scrolls. So when they came out with the decision to make a brand new IP, Starfield, there you go. Santa Monica Studio, there's nothing preventing them from making a brand new IP, something that can exist on its own. I don't think that the majority of the gaming community would have an issue with another female protagonist-led franchise if it's well made. I don't. There's several female franchises that are pretty good to great. But I don't believe they had the confidence in this particular character to have her go out on her own. You could have literally taken this exact same character model, maybe switch it up a little bit, maybe give her brunette hair, and make her into her own game. And I can guarantee you that much of the backlash that Santa Monica Studios have been facing would be pretty much non-existent. It would be like, okay, this is a new game from Santa Monica Studios. It's a female protagonist. She has traversed into the afterlife, and this is her journey through the afterlife. I think the game would have did fine, but the fact that you're piggybacking off of this, I'm not a fan of this. And then the defenders, the copium folk of this game are going to say, well, you know, this is what was pre-written. Yeah, of course, because obviously none of this is real. So it's about as real as whoever is writing the story. So of course, from the very from Jump Street, so to speak, they've already had in mind to go this direction, because they want to move away from Kratos. That is what they truly want. The growing trend right now for anybody that's fucking blind is that they are systematically replacing multiple male protagonists across several different franchises in the gaming space. And they're replacing it with a fucking female. They're not creating a brand new female IP. No, They're taking an already existing franchise that is male dominated, that was brought to the island of relevancy because of the male character and what he brought to that franchise. They are basically ushering them out, sweeping them out the door across multiple franchises. This is what I'm seeing. This is why people are fucking pissed off. It's not because, oh, it's a female character. No, that's what that's what the shills and the pronoun fuckers out there, the fucking men that sit down to fucking pee. That's what those motherfuckers are leading you to believe. Has nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. It's the systematic removal of the male protagonist across several different franchises. That is what I'm seeing. If that wasn't the case, then why don't you just make this bitch into her own character, into her own franchise, and call it something else? But they don't want to talk about that. There's nothing stopping. Like I said, I'm going to double and triple down on this. There is fucking nothing. Ocean's franchise. Maybe some people might not remember this. It had what's his name? George Clooney, Brad Pitt, several different actors. And one of those movies, I forgot which one it was, but I think it was a predominantly or an entirely exclusive female cast. I rarely hear of anybody bring up that movie. Rarely. So I'm like, if you want to make something that is female led, then for the love of God and everything that is holy, why don't you just make an original character, an original franchise starring that female character? Why is it that I consistently see these directions of you take an already existing franchise that had a very strong male presence in its protagonists, and you either effeminate them or you remove them, but you still call that particular game the franchise name that was basically led by the male character? You're calling this God of War. You're calling it God of War. Unless you're living under a rock, you understand that God of War is a franchise based off of Kratos. So now for those other people that will say, well, you know, it's a spin-off. We've seen spin-offs before. And you're right. We have seen spin-offs before. The thing is, people have they don't understand how spin-offs, like, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. If you look at Walking Dead. Let's look at The Walking Dead. Everybody knows The Walking Dead, right? You know The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead has had several spin-offs, right? Now, I'm not an avid watcher of the show, but I know of the show. The Walking Dead is made up of several different characters. Now, you can argue and say, well, you know what? Rick Grimes, he's like the lead guy. Okay, you can argue and say that. But you also have the guy named Daryl. You have the woman Carol. You have the Dread with the sword, Michonne. You have her. So you have a show called The Walking Dead, and the name of the show is not indicative of any of the protagonists on the show. Let me repeat that in a different way. The show title, The Walking Dead, that is not indicative of anybody that is on the, like, the cast, that is aligned with the fucking zombies that inhabit the show, The Walking Dead. Zombies are The Walking Dead. God of War is a title that is bestowed upon the character Kratos. So if you're going to make a spin-off calling it God of War, but using his dead wife, there is a fucking disconnect there. Because people don't understand how this works. You can do a spin-off of The Walking Dead. You can do a spin-off of the show The Boys. Because The Boys show is not solely rooted in Homelander. It's not solely rooted in Butcher. It's not solely rooted in Kimiko, in fucking Frenchie, or Mother's Milk. The show The Boys, they have just about equal screen time. Sure, there are some that have more than others depending on the episode, but The Boys encompasses a group, not a title of a particular person. Otherwise, they would have called the show Homelander. But they didn't call the show Homelander, did they? They called the show The Boys. And based on what they're doing with that show, they are coming up with a spin-off based off of Soldier Boy, a character that was in the show called The Boys. Now imagine if you called the show Homelander, and then they decided to make a Homelander spin-off focusing on Soldier Boy. Do you see? I hope people in the chat, I hope people who watch this after this is live, I hope they understand this shit, because now I'm excited. Now I'm hyped. Now I'm like I'm feeling myself in my delivery, because I don't think people understand how this works. I don't fucking believe it. Let me give you another example. There was a controversy of a character that was recently added to the Marvel token game. No, or maybe it was either, no, I think it was Marvel Rivals. They added Black Panther. And if you are not familiar, they are using the female character Shuri as the Black Panther. Okay. Now, I am not the biggest comic book reader in the world, but I am aware that the Shuri character did ascend, or what's the word I'm looking for? She did take up the mantle of Black Panther for a time. She did. Much like you had that chick, Thor's girlfriend, at one point, she took up the mantle of wielding Mjolnir. But you know what they both have in common? They were among the 2 least selling comic books of those franchises. Nobody fucking gave a fuck. That's not my opinion. That's a researched fact. So the mantle of Black Panther, it's a title. It's a title. We understand that T'Challa becomes the Black Panther. We understand it. Just like you had multiple Ghost Riders. I just recently learned that where you had about 3 different Ghost Riders. But the most popular one, the one that most people know, is Johnny Blaze. Even though his story actually ended many years ago, and I think they're on to somebody else, but people, when they think Ghost Rider, they're really thinking of Johnny Blaze. So there are many instances where you have a franchise and a character that is really intrinsically linked to that particular thing. Kratos, for a long time, is viewed as the central pillar of God of War. To not have this man in that franchise is absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. No matter how much you try to cope, no matter how much you try to mental gymnastic, fucking try to do corkscrew backflips like you Jushin Thunder Liger or some other Rey Mysterio Jr. or some other fucking person. No amount of mental bullshit is going to convince somebody like myself that is of sound mind and well aware of the franchise of God of War. You're going to try to sell me on this character, Faye. I am sorry, it's not working. If this is what they really wanted to do over at Santa Monica Studios, to push a female fucking character as the lead, which is exactly that is precisely what the fuck it is. I'm tired of being nice. I'm taking the fucking gloves off. I am going off. That's what the fuck this is. This is a development studio that's saying fuck you to the community because nobody in the community but 5 people in the motherfucking nosebleed section is asking for this shit or has ever asked for this shit. Fuck that. I'm calling it like what I am calling this shit what the fuck it is. You could be among the 5 people in the nosebleed section, but ooh, I want to use Faye. I got pronouns in my fucking bio. You can be that, and that's fine. But the fucking vast majority of us on planet Earth, when we see God of War, we expect to see Kratos. And if you wanted to have this deviation because it's probably suiting your fucking DEI mandate, you want to get those DEI points to get you a better ranking in the ESG score. Yes, I know well aware of what the corporate fucking structure of environment governance and socialism is. Environmental social governance. ESG. I'm well aware of this shit, unlike the vast majority of gamers that only understand how to push buttons. I'm calling this shit for what the fuck it is. This is just them trying to appease a very tiny, yet pretty much a non-existent fucking market within the gaming space that have consistently ruined games for last 20 fucking years. And it pisses me the fuck off every time I see this shit. And yes, goddamn it is a fucking rant at this point, and I am fucking crashing out. I don't give a flying fuck at this point. Calm Red is done. Crash Out Red is present in this time period right now. And I've only just started with my fucking 4 people in this stream. And goddamn it, we're gonna have a good old fucking time in this stream from this point on. Because I'm calling this shit for what the fuck it is. This is just another political, social fucking, social fucking media woke bullshit. This is what the fuck they wanted. How many franchises have they done this? Do I need to go into Last of Us? What happened with The Last of Us? They took that fucking character, what's his name, Joel? They completely destroyed that man. And they put some fucking queer bullshit in the fucking game. What happened with fucking Ghost of Tsushima? What happened there? The game was highly popular, but fuck Jen Sakai that everybody loved. We're gonna put in some fucking Antifa fucking lesbian bitch in the fucking game. Ghost of Yote. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck that. I'm fucking crashing out. That shit pisses me the fuck off because every single time I've seen this time and time again. This is a fucking agenda. That's all. That is what this has always been. It is a fucking agenda. They don't give a flying fuck of how many copies are sold of this game. They don't. The message is all that's important. That's what's important. That's what they give a fuck about. That's why when you look at shit like Concord, and ask yourself, why is it that we still have games that's like Concord? You would think that every single game developer, because there is not a game developer alive right now that did not witness what happened with the $400 million failure of Concord. There is not one game developer that has not heard this story. You would fucking think that game developers would be like, you know what? I don't think this is the right move. But you know why they keep doing this type of shit? Because it has nothing to do with you buying the game. They don't give a flying fuck. They don't care. An agenda is based not on the sales of a game. It's based on the message. That's all they give a fuck about. Why do you think they made this Faye character like she's Kratos' equal? Think. And who wrote this shit? Oh, someone named Alana Pierce. Now, I'm not going to be the one to say I am the expert in all things Alana Pierce. The only thing I know is that she's had some people get after her on certain claims she's made about writing credits in certain games. And, you know, I find her attractive. I think she looks good. I'll give her that. But when we get right back to it, when we get right back to the main point, nobody asked for this fucking game. Unless you got pronouns in your shit, unless you got a rainbow flag in your profile, unless you're a beta male, unless you sit down to pee, those are the only motherfuckers that ever asked for this game. I'm keeping it real. This game should have been a fucking this shit should have been a downloadable content. That's what this shit should have fucking been. It should say God of War Ragnarok, the Fate of Faye. Oh, I actually like that. I just came, in fact, I'm a stream marker that. That's my shit. The Fate of Faye. I think that rolls right off the tongue. Shout outs to Blood Red, Bloody fucking Bison for coining some godlike subtitle. God of War, Fate of Faye DLC. Buy it now. This explores the what happened with Faye and that DLC. There you go. There you go. But every single time, without fail, you take a franchise that is a male protagonist and you're basically gender swapping them. And I want to be perfectly clear on this. I don't care if it's a female lead or not. But what I do care is when you're trying to build up your female protagonist off of the fucking back of a male character. That's what I don't like. If you want a female protagonist that bad, if you want a female lead that bad, then you put her in her own fucking game. You put her in her own fucking game. That's what you do. That's what I respect. But no, we're going to change shit up and we're going to, bro, no. No. Fuck no. Fuck no. I don't agree. I don't agree and I don't support it. So you know what these people do? Let me tell you this. I have seen the counter arguments. People have brought up the upcoming game Control. Some of you probably never even played that game. Control is a Remedy Entertainment game. It's a very good game. It's a female protagonist in the game. And supernatural powers and shit like that. I highly suggest checking it out. The sequel, Control Resonant, has a male protagonist. And it's her brother. Apparently, the sister ends up going missing or something, and the brother is trying to find her or some shit like that. So people that are on the God of War Laufey bandwagon, they are pointing to examples like those to push and validate their point. And it's a clever strategy. I won't even lie. It's a very clever strategy. And for somebody that is not capable of arguing that point, that would likely be a checkmate situation for some people. But I'm not some people. I'm not some people. While the change has happened, Control and Control Resonant, the title of the game is not indicative of the protagonist at all. I'm going to say it again. Control is not indicative of the main protagonist. So, God of War is a title, the title of God of War. The God of Lightning, God of Smithing. It's a title. It's a celestial title. However, this is not a one-off game. The God of War franchise has existed for a long time. If you wanted to go and change shit up, you should have done so after God of War 1. There is a big difference there. Big difference. You decide to want to create a female lead damn near 20 years after the franchise first came out. This is an entirely different situation. When I talk about Ghosts of Tsushima versus Ghosts of Yote, the term or the title of Ghost, you can literally say that is the franchise name. The franchise name can be associated as ghosts. So when they come out with the third game, because rest assured they're going to have a third game, it's likely going to be ghosts of such and such, or ghosts of such and such, or ghosts of this. So the term ghosts is not indicative of Jen Sakai, much like ghost is not indicative of the other chick, what's her name? Atsa, whatever her fucking name is. That is a different situation. The difference with the ghosts, and for you to understand this, Namco, for instance, Namco has a RPG franchise called Tales of. It's a JRPG. They have Tales of Legendia, Tales of Vesperia, Tales of Berskia, Tales of Symphonia. So Tales of is the franchise name. And whatever they have after that, that's just the title, the subtitle of the game itself. That is what they're doing with the Ghosts of franchise. Now, the difference there is that franchise is 2 games in, or rather 1 game in, before they decided to shift location and shift protagonists. God of War is like 20 years in. You're just now wanting to make a fucking female protagonist now? You want to do it now. And you want to sell us on this now. That's why I say this is a different situation. I don't need to play Ghost of Tsushima to understand the business of this situation. This is why I say there's a difference. That's why I say I use this. Gamers, they understand how to mash buttons. They don't know jack shit about the fucking business. This is different. So I don't need to play, oh, you didn't play Ghost of Tsushima. You didn't play Ghost of... What in the fuck does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? I don't need to... I don't need to have played a single fucking God of War game to do a simple Google search. How long has God of War been a franchise, and who is the main character? I don't need to do that. I don't need to play your game. This is what dumb fucks come up with. Oh, you didn't play the game, so you... This is what dumb fucks come up with. That is their argument. You know what? Let me give you an example. This is what smart people do. Kind of timed out on me, because we need the camera on me. That's what we need. We don't. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do right now. Here we go. Let me see. Let's go here. Very simple. This is all we do. Open up a new tab. Here we go. I want you dumb fuck gamers that probably sit down to pee. I want you guys to pay close attention. How long has God of War been a franchise for? For those of you who have very horrific reading skills and comprehension skills, what I am showing on the screen read as follows. The God of War franchise began in 2005, making it 20 years old. Actually, it's older now because this is at December. So now it's over. It's going on 21 years old. Okay. This is another, here's another simple thing. Who is the protagonist of God of War? Who is the protagonist? Oh, okay. Kratos. Kratos is the protagonist. Okay. So let me get this straight. We have a franchise that has existed for 20 fucking years, and the sole protagonist of this franchise has been a man, M-A-N, a fucking man by the name of Kratos. And now you decide not a DLC, not, oh, we're going to use her somewhat in the game like how they did, no, we're going to give an entire game dedicated to his dead wife. Why? Who the fuck knows and who the fuck cares? It is. I like things that make sense. That I like things that make sense. I'm one of those people. If you explain something to me, I want it to make sense. I don't want something like, if you have to really sit down and break something down to me, then what you're likely doing is you're trying to convince yourself. You're convincing yourself. There is a problem with gamers, and it's a systemic issue that a lot of gamers, they just don't understand this business. They don't do any real research. They don't take any time away from the controller and actually do any God-given, they don't do any fucking research into much of anything. They don't. There's like a very small percentage that does. I am among that small percentage. When you look at franchises like Ghosts of or Control, they are very, very new. God of War is a franchise 20 years, and it's based off of a particular male character. To pivot at this point in time is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Truly. It's if you take this fake character, and if I were to do some sort of Photoshop and remove the title and put something else there, put a different title, we wouldn't be having this exchange. I would not be even talking about this. The internet, the social media they wouldn't even bat an eye toward this. They wouldn't. The source of the issues with this game is the fact that they are fucking piggybacking off of the God of War name. They don't care that she's a giant. They don't care that she's in the afterlife. They don't care that she's using a fucking weapon with homosexual, bisexual, purple lighting or coloring. They don't give a fuck. But what they do care about is the fact that it is supposed to be a God of War title without Kratos. That is the point of contention. That's what it is. That's what it is. So, again, I personally don't care that it's it's a female or whatever case is. What I care about is they are trying to build this character off of an already established IP that's been in existence for 20 fucking years. That is my issue. That. And that's actually the issue of many people. I am willing to wager that, again, if this game was not called God of War anything, this game would not be experiencing this. But they were not confident enough to have this game exist in the wild on its own. That's just what it is. I see right through it. I'm sorry that there might be some people that will likely see this after the live or maybe even in the chat. I'm sorry that you guys just cannot see that. I'm sorry. I wish some of you could. But you can't. Some of you can't. I think if this happened once or twice, it would roll off my back like nothing. But because I've seen so many shows, movies, video games follow this fucking trope, this virtue signaling, identity politics, this political activist agenda bullshit, because that's what it really comes down to. At the root cause of this, that's what it is. This had nothing to do with, oh, Kratos is getting old, he's getting stale, audiences are getting tired of him. No. Fuck no. This has everything to do with them wanting to put in yet another stunning and brave, super powerful fucking female character over the established male character. That's what this comes down to. And it absolutely amazes me how many people seem to not get it through their thick fucking skulls. It's unreal to me. It's like the typical defense that I see from people that talk about this fucking bullshit is, well, Faye is a giant. Faye is powerful. Faye is this. Faye is that. It's enough for me to break my own neck, detach my own skull, and field goal kick my own head into outer space. It's like, this is very similar to my argument of the trannies, the homos, gayifying shows like Star Trek and Star Wars, where I say, if those people want to make gay wars where you have trannies and homos in outer space and girl bosses galore, if you want to do that, then why don't you make your own fucking franchise and do what the fuck you want with it then? If you want to have a bunch of trannies out there, if you want to have a bunch of homos and men on men and chicks scissoring each other in outer space, then go and do that. But you bring that energy over to Star Trek and wonder why your shit flopped? This is the exact same blueprint I see in gaming. I have been seeing this time and time and time again. And it annoys me to no end that there just seems to be people that are so complicit, so fucking passive. They want to deny what is happening right in front of them. The emasculation of the male, how the male is now subservient to the tough girl boss, removing male protagonists out of their own fucking franchises in favor of the female protagonists. The gender swapping, the race swapping. I see all of this shit. Motherfucker, I am the Eye of Sauron in this bitch. It is absolutely insane to me. It is absolutely insane to me that people, they do the mental gymnastics and they find or try to find any and every conceivable bullshit angle they can conceive in their little warped mind to excuse what this shit is. It's unreal to me. It really is. When I get right down to brass tacks and say, why don't you make your own franchise and put a chick in it and call it a day? Just do that. If you want the girl boss, put her in her own franchise. Do that. But no, we're going to take a 20-year franchise that was built off of the back of Kratos, and you have the unmitigated gall as a developer in California, one of the most it is the homo capital of the United States, as far as I'm concerned, filled with mental illness, trannies, and homos galore. You got motherfuckers over there that are fighting to have men compete against women in their own sport. So believe me, I can completely destroy verbally that entire fucking state. But that's not what this stream is about. It could be, because I can go there. I could fucking go there. For the two of you that's probably even in this stream. Oh, I can go there. Want to go political? I'll go political. Because I can tell you this much. All of this homo bullshit, all of this tranny, transsexual, transformer bullshit, at the very core, it is political. At the very end. So you may be on some shit like, oh, well, I'm not into politics. I'm into gaming. Motherfucker, I hate to break it to you. Much of this bullshit is being sourced from politics. from agendas, from certain corporate interests that's funneling money under the table to certain organizations that continues to push this fucking agenda in our schools, in our games, in our comics, in our shows, in our movies, every fucking where. This is not this is not some fucking thing I'm thinking up. This is real. This is fucking real. Video games is just another avenue that they're infecting. It's a fucking cancer to this industry. It's a goddamn cancer. That's what it is. That's what it's ever been. If these people want to create their own homo franchise, you go and do that. Godspeed to you. Leave our shit alone. That's what this is. I'm tired of being nice. I'm tired of trying to walk on eggshells. Fuck that. I'm calling this out for what it is. The people over at Santa Monica Studios, they want to build up another protagonist off of the back of Kratos and the God of War franchise. That's what the fuck this is. If you're too stupid to realize that, that's your problem. That's your problem. If you want to enjoy the game, that's fine. Enjoy the game. I hope you enjoy the game. I am just calling out what the origins are. What is its true purpose? Fuck the game. I don't care about the game. I'm talking about the agenda associated with the creation of the game. Two different arguments, two different situations. Want me to dive? I'm going to dive deeper. Let's go back to fucking Assassin's Creed Shadows. Oh, I love this. I love this one. Why in the fuck did they think putting a black man in feudal fucking Japan as an alleged samurai was going to help the game? I'll wait. Who in their right fucking mind said to themselves, you know what? You know what I want to do in Assassin's Creed? You know what I've always wanted in Assassin's Creed? I want to go to feudal Japan. And I want to use a black samurai. Get the holy cosmic level mental illness fuck out of here. No one in their right fucking mind has ever thought of that. No one. No one. No fucking one. And you know what ended up happening? That game flopped. And the fucking frustrating part of it is, it is an Assassin's Creed game I've wanted for a long time. And all Ubisoft had to do, stick to the shinobi and stick to the culture. But no, we're going to put in some random black dude who nobody amongst the Asian population can 100% agree was a fucking samurai. This is why I have said developers choose. They choose controversy over community. Because I can guarantee you right now, right the fuck now, If Santa Monica studio developers were listening to their community, this God of War Laufey bullshit would not exist. There are few things that I'm certain of in this world, and that is one of them. This God of War Laufey game is a game only 5 people in the fucking nosebleed section asked for. That's it. Like I said, if you guys in the stream or in the chat or whatever, if it wasn't made abundantly clear, I have taken the gloves off. I've thrown them bitches out the fucking window. I am in crash out mode right now. I acknowledge I'm crashing out right now. In fact, I'm a stream marker this shit. Any of you motherfuckers want to what do they call it? Clip the segment. I am in full crash out mode right now. I am no longer playing because you know what? I was trying to be nice with this game. I was trying to tiptoe around it. I was like, oh, you know. This game is a product of our current society of virtue signaling, pushing the female boss, effeminating the male character, and swapping out the male from his own franchise in favor of a female character. That's what it is. But wait. Some of y'all are going to say, oh, Red, you hate females. You're such a misogynist. You're a misogynist fuck. Is it really misogynistic for me to use my God-given brain and my developed intelligence and my many decades of being a part of this fucking industry to dismiss the pattern that I've been seeing over the course of well over a decade? Does that make me a misogynist for having something called pattern recognition? Let me say that again. Is it misogynistic for me to recognize something called pattern recognition as it pertains to the gaming industry on where things are and how things have gone? Is it misogynistic for me to call that out? I don't think so. But if you think so, that's fine. It's totally fine. You can believe that. Have fun with that. I just see things from a different lens than you. I see a 20-year franchise that was built from the ground up with a man. And now you decided to go this route and supplant him with a female character. Not a DLC, not a, we'll give you the option to choose Faye or Kratos. No. We're going to make a standalone game. I can understand to some of you out there, that might make sense to some of you. It might. Maybe you're millennials. I don't know. But I'm 45 fucking years old. And I have been around and I know this industry very, very well. Goes far beyond pressing buttons. I do more than just press buttons. I do more than just that. I research. I look into articles. I look at data. Do I look at every fucking thing? Hell, I'm not a robot. But if it's making waves, I definitely look at things. And if I'm wrong, I have no problem admitting I'm wrong. None. In fact, I have admitted several times I was wrong on certain things over the years. But this God of War shit, nah. It would be an absolute miracle if this game does not flop. I'm telling you right now, it will be a fucking miracle that this game does not flop. A miracle. The amount of money, because I've already researched not too long ago that God of War 2018, pay close attention to this, cost about $44 or $45 million to create. God of War Ragnarok is somewhere on the low end, 105. Like, excuse me, 200 million at the general high end. 200 million to produce, create, market, distribute God of War Ragnarok versus 44 million for 2018 God of War. 4 years difference, 4 years apart. Based on what I've been seeing of the God of War Fae, I'm willing to wager that that game cost more than $44 million. I'm willing to wager this. Am I to expect that game to have similar success as God of War Ragnarok? I don't. Can it? Sure. Sure. Miracles can happen. I don't deny that. Miracles can fucking happen. I do not dispute that. But I highly doubt it. I highly fucking doubt it. I highly doubt it. But at the end of the day, this is just the pattern that I see. It's the fucking pattern. And I'm not fine with it. I'm just not. And it's fine if you're the type of person when you look at this God of War game, and in fact, you know what, for shits and giggles, just for the hell of it, let me go and let's just go and play the game right here, right? Let's go and play the game, right? There we go. We'll mute that sumbitch right there. So for those of you that, you know, you guys like what you see, that's fine. I'm not personally saying the game is shit. I'm not saying the game looks horrific. I'm not saying that. In fact, let me skip past it. Let's get to where she's at, right? Let's get to that part. Just to have this playing, right? Okay, there we go. So okay. I'm not saying the game looks bad. I'm not saying the game is awful. I'm not saying anything. But it's just, I'm calling out pattern recognition. I'm calling out, this is just what I'm calling out. That's what it is. I'm just looking through the chat real quick. I've been on, I've been on my little fucking tirade. So I see some guy named Timothy is in here. Some other guy. I Want Steak and Cheese. That's a strange ass name because he's in here. Tevin Williams. He made a good point earlier. I must have missed it. He said something about if Ubisoft wanted to make a Black Samurai game, they should have bought the rights to Afro Samurai. That would have been interesting. So I guess there are more than a few people here. If I look at how many people are in this chat real quick, what is like 16 or 15? More than I was thinking of. To answer somebody's question, yes, I was watching. In fact, I was streaming the interview. In fact, the interview is right here. My stream watched about 17 minutes of it. It's 24 minutes. So, but at a certain point, I ended up crashing out. So, and I'm still kind of crashed out. But you know, whatever. But anyway. To kind of get back to things, look, again, I'm not saying that the game is bad. I'm not saying that the game is shit. I don't know anything about the game per se outside of the fact that she is, in the afterlife and so on and so forth. I'm not saying that the character is not powerful. Obviously, you can see from the combat she's she's capable, right? My problem is that I feel that this, in fact, wait. Let me rewind that. I've always wanted to look at this again. When she slides, I wanted to look at this. Can I slow this down here? Yes, I can, right? I want to slow this down. I've always wanted to look at this in slow motion. So bear with me, chat. Actually, wait. I want to see if I can slow it down anymore. I really want to slow this down. Okay, I think it's all right. Hold on. No. Nope. I'm not a fan of that. Did I pass it? All right. The slide, I'm not a fan of. Well, it's not really the slide I'm not a fan of. And I think, honestly, we should really look at this shit in slow motion. Let's examine this fucking shit. Because there are aspects of her attacking I didn't mind. I don't know if the part where she slid, if I missed it. Doesn't it look like she's sliding against the ground? Doesn't it look like she's sliding? I'm trying to, yeah, I want to really emphasize this. Let me look at this again. Let me make sure this is on. I want to make sure you guys are seeing this or seeing what I'm seeing. I just, it's not all bad. Like the upward swing right there didn't look bad. I wish I can kind of have more precise control over it. But let me see. Maybe I have to go a little further back. Okay. Or was it right here? All right, this is the last time. This is the last time. Yeah, even that, she didn't look like she even gained her footing back to her stance after she sidestepped. Right? So we got the slide. Right? Now, after the slide, there was like that little part right there. It just didn't seem like, I don't know how to really put it, but there's just certain aspects about it that I'm just not a fan of. But some of the slashes is pretty fine. Okay, so basically she did looks like she did a reverse grip on the sword there. Right, reverse grip. Right, upward slash. Now that looked good. That looked good. Okay, good follow through. Okay, now see, the thing is, you see how she slid across the ground, but she didn't really move her feet. All right, this is 50, 39. So I need, if I can go back to 36. Okay, let's go back here. Oh, I'm really nitpicking this shit. I am nitpicking this fucking shit. So we go back again, right? Bop. Okay, this part, I like this slash. All right, so I saw that she actually changed the grip of the sword while she was in midair. She comes down. She ends with a reverse grip of the sword. Okay, she goes into position. Now, I really do like this upward slash. However, now you see how her foot is planted right here? I don't know if people are really seeing what I'm seeing. So you see how her foot is planted? So she did the strike. Now, if we advance time, right? Okay, she's setting up for the next one. I just don't like the slide. I'm just not a fan of the slide. I'm just not. It's nitpicky, but I'm just not a fan of it. There are other games that do it, and I'm not a fan of that either. I can even look at Dragon Age: The Veilguard, for instance. There is a more egregious sliding animation when you are using the warrior class and you're doing a follow-up strike with your shield. There's a little bit too much sliding in there. So it's just something I'm just not a fan of. I'm more a fan of a character that looks more rooted in the actual game world. And even outside of that, there was a part where she was strafing. This was pretty early. She was strafing across the actual battlefield, and it looked like she was sliding across the ground instead. I don't know. I think it might have been after this action sequence. It might have been after, perhaps. But I don't know. We can maybe, like I said, maybe they'll polish it, perhaps. But I don't want to come across and say, hey, the game is trash. I'm not saying it because, look, the game looks great as far as I'm concerned. Is it the best looking game on earth? No, but it's definitely far from the worst. It's just, I truly believe that this game should have been a fucking DLC. That's what this should have been. This game should have been a DLC. I'm not saying that the game should have never been made. I'm not saying that. But this story did not need its own game. And I think that's really tired of even talking about it or whatever. It's like whatever. I don't know what else I can really talk about when it comes to this, but I don't know what y'all talking about. Thor. What is this? What are you guys talking about here? Thor hair without. Oh, you're talking about. my wait, I think somebody asked me something else. I see somebody said, what's my opinion on Power Man and Luke Cage? Power Man. To be honest, I am not the foremost knowledgeable person on comics. I only knew of Luke Cage from the Netflix show. I know you got the guy that does the martial arts. Iron Dragon, if that's his name. I think that's his name. I might be mistaken, but he had his own show as well. So I don't really know much about those characters. If they are trying to replace Kratos, wait. If they are trying to replace Kratos, the game better be fucking good, not just better be fucking good, not just good or satisfactory. It needs to be mind blowing, and already this ain't it. Yeah, I mean there are nitpicks I have. I will admit there are nitpicks because there are also, and I said, yeah, like I showed that there are certain slashes I do like of her. I just want to be abundantly clear. My issue with this game is not the game itself. The game itself, from a graphical standpoint, to her movements, that is not my issue. My issue is that this is a full standalone game. That's my issue. This is something that should have been done with a DLC. That's my position on this whole thing. I could have literally saved probably 2 hours of me crashing out. I literally could have saved 2 hours of crashing out and just said that. So I apologize for people's hearing where I may have been screaming into the microphone, losing my damn mind. But yeah, at the end of the day, that is my positioning on this game. I don't have an issue with her existing. I don't have an issue with it being a female protagonist. I don't have an issue with that. The issue is that it should have been a DLC. That's my problem with it. That's my problem. That's my issue. Oh, okay, yeah. Now back to the thing I was confused on. Iron Fist. That's the dude's name. That's the show name. So you got that. Now I remember somebody earlier asked me something else. I mean, this was probably, I don't know, the person's probably left the stream by now, but somebody asked me something else. I'm going through the chat. Oh, I see Hector in here. What's up? I didn't even say what's up to him. Let me see. Let me see. Still going through. I think that's what it was. I think somebody asked me about Doomsday. I think that's what it was. Somebody named Doc Darkness or Doc Dark 1985. That's what's up. Oh, here we go. What are your thoughts on Timothy asked me this. What are your thoughts on Doomsday? Are you hyped? So somebody asked me about Doomsday. Somebody asked me about the other character. It might have been the same person probably asked me. I think I don't know much about the Doomsday movie, but I do know the screw job that was done to Jonathan Majors with that stupid fucking court case that he went through with that pointless woman that he made relevant that caused people to cancel him, because the original plan was for him to be Kang the Conqueror. And so I'll never forgive that. I feel like that whole scenario was really fucked up. Jonathan Majors was on the come up. He's a phenomenal actor. And I feel like they fucking screwed him. And so as a result, they had to pivot, and they pivoted to the Doomsday situation. So I really haven't been following the Doomsday thing that much. I do know that I think one of the things I heard, they're bringing back Captain America, like Chris Evans. I heard that. I think they're desperate. And I think they realize that the prior movies that they've been making, which is where some people call it the MCU, the MC, like she, has failed. And I think they're recognizing that they need something to land. They need a home run. And I think that's why they pegged Robert Downey Jr. to come back. And they're doing a fucking ass pull to make it make sense that you're having the same guy that played Iron Man and he's playing Doctor Doom. I think it's one big ass pull. I think they're desperate. I think they realize that all the other movies and all the other shows they've done has been shit. It's flopped. People didn't care. Maybe the alphabet community cared about it, but the vast majority of the Marvel fans are like, what is this fucking slop? And so I think that they're trying everything in their power to make the Marvel Doomsday something worthwhile. I will admit that I am, and I will say this, and I will put my face in the camera. I will admit that I am ignorant when it comes to the comics. I am not a comic book nerd. I am not an expert at the comics, much like when I had that fucking dust up with the anime nerd or nerds that were coming after me because I dared to say something against the Yujiro Hanma character for Tekken 8, and they all fucking dogpiled me on some weirdo shit. So I am not an anime nerd. I am not a comic book nerd. So I am pretty ignorant when it comes to these things. I believe that it is a wise man that can admit when he does not know everything. And I am that person. I admit that I am ignorant to certain things. However, based on what I have learned and seen from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, many of those movies and shows have flopped. That is not my opinion. That is a actual researchable fact. To anybody that's willing to do any bit of leg work with their finger work with their fingers to type some shit up and look up the actual the financial state of prior Marvel movies and their shows from a rating standpoint. So it leads me to believe that Marvel Studios are very desperate in having the upcoming Doomsday movie a success. And they're trying to pull all of the stops to ensure that it happens. They're trying to. But I don't know. Maybe it will be. I don't know. We'll see. I watched WandaVision. I watched Loki. And you know what they did with Loki? They did a fucking bait and switch. I was very hyped for the Loki show because I love Timothy. I think his name is Tim Hiddleston. I actually believe he would make a very good 007. I think he'd make a good James Bond, in my opinion, as well as the guy that played Magneto, Michael Fassbender. He would also make a great James Bond. These are great actors, but to be, I digress. Tom Hiddleston, him playing Loki, when I heard that he was coming out with his own show, imagine my surprise that he was basically replaced by a female boss character in his own show. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. Maybe I'm bugging. Maybe I'm misogynistic. But when I look at a show called Loki, and I know Tom Hiddleston played the role, and they hyped the fuck out of that Disney show, because years ago, why was there that chick that literally dominated him all throughout the show? I don't understand. Now, I will say I did enjoy the Wanda show. I think that was pretty interesting. I think that was pretty cool, especially when they did the whole Agatha, at the end of the show, where she was the one pulling the strings. I think that was I was really surprised. For me, I was pretty surprised. But and then they did the show, I think it was Agatha All Along or something. So, I didn't mind that. But the Loki show, and several other things that we've seen on TV, I've heard, and this goes even beyond Marvel. I've seen like certain animations. I've never watched them. I've heard like they did a He-Man animated series on Netflix or something, and I think that shit was hella woke. Like, I don't know. It's like they did something. Like, I've heard a whole bunch of controversies surrounding that. I didn't even bother to watch it. I was like, fuck that, I'm out. So it's just, you kind of question, like, why are these things happening? You know what I'm saying? And I just unsubscribed. You know what I'm saying? I stopped supporting Disney. I no longer watch Disney. I don't even watch Netflix, and that kind of goes back to when the anime folk were coming after me for the Tekken situation with the Yujiro Hanmo character, and they were like, "Oh, well, how do you not know about Baki? It's on Netflix and shit like that." And I'm like, so you're just assuming that I just watch Netflix. And then more to the point, you think if I have Netflix that I would be watching this Baki show to know about this Yujiro Hanmo character. But that's how fanatical some people are. You understand what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing wrong with enjoying Netflix. I'm sure you guys in the stream, you guys understand where I'm coming from. Enjoy what you want, watch what you want. I don't berate nobody for doing that. I watched Netflix for the longest time during the show Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai was the main reason why I was subscribed to Netflix. Once Cobra Kai ended, I kind of I still was subscribed, but I really wasn't watching it. Admittedly, every now and then I would go through Netflix and I would see what new movies are out, but in terms of actual that's the term I'm trying to say. Episodic shows. That's the distinction I want to say. In terms of episodic shows, I really wasn't watching Netflix. I would look more to see what Netflix original standalone things they would have. And then I would go through the menu and I'd log out. I'd probably go back to playing Xbox or something of that nature. But I wasn't really somebody that was a diehard Netflix subscriber and I'm watching all sorts of anime and all sorts of stuff. So, that wasn't the type of time I was on. Now, Amazon Prime, I was watching that, you know, looking at certain Amazon Prime originals, there were some movies I really liked. I think it was called How It All Ends. I think that was a great movie. If you haven't watched that on Amazon Prime, wait, was it on Amazon? Hold on, let me not play myself. I think it was on Amazon Prime, but if it's on Netflix, I'll own that. How It All Ends. No, that's not it. This is different. It was I know it was with Forrest Whitaker. Forrest Whitaker. How It Ends. Okay, that's what it was. How It Ends. That was on. Was it on Amazon? Wait, let me see. Amazon or Netflix? I just wanted to be sure here. Oh, okay, it was Netflix. Okay. Well, all right. So that movie came out in 2018. So I just wanted to, you see how I get? If I wanted to find out, I research it, and I was wrong. It was not on Amazon. That's a real world example of me admitting when I'm wrong. See? So, but yeah, what was my favorite Marvel movie? I'll get to that real quick. I'll get to that. But yeah, How It Ends. I highly recommend you guys, if you have Netflix, check out that movie. I think it's a really good movie. It's a good watch. But that was back in 2018. So I really wasn't watching Netflix lately, or should I say recently, outside of the Cobra Kai show. But Amazon Prime, I spend more of my time there, and currently I have an active subscription to Amazon Prime currently right now. But in terms of this gentleman asked me what's my favorite Marvel movie. That's significant. I have a few. It's hard to say just one. It's very difficult to say one. That's like saying what's your favorite game of all time. Like, it's very hard to do that for me. I enjoyed I don't think this movie gets talked about enough. I actually enjoyed Avengers Ultron. And I enjoyed it more because I really do enjoy I think his name is James Spader. He's the guy that voiced Ultron. In fact, he was part of an amazing show called The Blacklist, even though I kind of think it went on a little too long. But James Spader, I think that's his name. He a phenomenal actor, and he did a really good job playing the Ultron character. That was something I felt that was really good, because I think that Age of Ultron, I feel like that show, or not, excuse me, that movie, it leaned a little bit more on dialogue and narrative than some of the other Marvel movies that were just more like CGI fight fests. Like, I think that they did a really good job with the narrative and the story. It's if you're into that sort of thing, it doesn't take much to just create a bunch of explosions and fight scenes. Not to say they're not complicated, but I think there's an art to creating a well-written exchange between characters. So I did enjoy Age of Ultron from a narrative standpoint. I did enjoy Thor, because Thor is one of my favorite characters by far. Thor, Spider-Man, Venom. Those are like some of my more favorite characters. Wolverine, as a character. But I really enjoyed the first Thor movie. I enjoyed pretty much all of the Thor movies except I wasn't a fan of the Love and Thunder or whatever the fuck it was. There were parts of it I didn't mind, but it just came off real cringy. It was just cringe as fuck. But I did enjoy the movie, the second Thor movie. Even though I don't think people really liked it that much, but I found moments that I enjoyed it. I think it was the second Thor movie. Dealing with the elves, the dark elves. I actually found that to be pretty interesting. But yeah. I really wasn't a fan of Love and Thunder. Yeah, that's what it was called. What's up, Infinite? I wasn't really a fan of that one, personally speaking. Like, I could take it or leave it. You know what I'm saying? But I think it just depends on what you're looking for in the movies. Because, you got some people that love that fucking movie. I just really wasn't a fan of it. And the guy that directed it, the guy Taika Waititi, like, I think there was even an interview where it was a few years ago, and it caused quite a stir. I think he said something along the lines of he wanted to destroy or subvert people's expectations of what Thor is. And that's what he wanted to do with Love and Thunder. And that explains why it was so cringeworthy. And like I said, I tell people, and I guess Infinite, you're new to the stream tonight. I tell people, and I'll repeat it. I admit my ignorance to comics, and I admit my ignorance to anime, and I stand firm, 10 toes deep, 10 toes down, what have you. I stand on that. It is something wise to acknowledge that you don't know everything, that there are things that you are ignorant to. So when Love and Thunder came out, I had no idea who the fuck Gore the Butcher was. I had no idea who the character was. I had to do a little bit of research because I was, it's a character in Thor, so I wanted to know who the fuck it was. And once I learned it was played, God, what's his name? His name is at the tip of my tongue. He's a phenomenal actor. Fuck, what was his name? Let me just look his name up. It's right at the tip of my tongue. Gore actor. No, let's see. The God Butcher. Yeah, there we go. Christian Bale. Fuck, I can't believe I've been streaming for 8 hours, so cut me some slack. Cut me some slack. I've been at this for 8 hours so far. So yeah, Christian Bale, a phenomenal actor. He is definitely what you call a character actor, and he really brought that Gore the Butcher character alive. I mean, I think I like to think somewhere in a galaxy far, far away, there's a reimagining of that same movie where Gore the God Butcher, played by Christian Bale, had a lot more screen time and the movie was less cringe. I would like to believe somewhere in a galaxy far, far away, in a different dimension, there are other people elsewhere enjoying that particular movie, not the trash that we got. So, but yeah, man. God, I can't believe it's 8:44. Shit. But, I had my crash out moment talking about the God of War thing, and oh boy. Well, if anybody clipped that out, that'd be hilarious. That'd be a great YouTube short, because I went off on that one. Shit, I was talking about I took the gloves off, I threw them shits in the fucking out the window. Yeah, I was going. But that's how I feel. Like I feel like, yeah, the God of War, that game should have been a fucking DLC, and that's just my position on that. Because right now I'm kind of like trying to wind shit down. I think I had only 2 bagels since I started the stream 8 hours ago. So I'm hungry as a motherfucker right now. And so yeah, you know, so I appreciate you guys tapping in. It was a great Microsoft show for those of you that were here for that. Yeah, so I guess over maybe the next day or two, I'm gonna like do my little cut and edit, and I might take some parts of this and upload it or what have you. I might end up doing that. Let me see. Yeah, I think that's what I'll end up doing. Cause I'm hungry. I need to get some eat, bro. You say Marvel Future Fight? Never even heard of that shit. If it's and just another thing, I'm an Xbox guy, so I don't play on PC. So if it's a PC game or if it's a PlayStation game, now if it's PC Game Pass or whatever, I can fuck with it. But yeah, I don't think I've heard of Marvel Future Fight. Never heard of it. I'll look at it. I'll do a YouTube search on it and check the shit out. Let me see. Can tell me a good reason why you think Xbox is. You want me to tell you a good reason why I think Xbox is generally better than PlayStation? Oh God. Oh Jesus. Just when I was trying to get off this shit. Let me see. Let me try to dignify this with the best answer I can give. When it comes to the PlayStation and the Xbox, somebody like me, I look at several different factors. I look at the architecture, I look at their online functionality, I look at their digital footprint, I look at their install base, their reputation. I look at a lot of different factors. From a gamer standpoint, which is in my view very, very simple, if more of the games you want to play is on PlayStation, then obviously PlayStation is the better thing for you. Now, in recent times, we've been seeing a lot of Xbox games come to Sony. I've spent quite a few videos talking about the reasoning behind that. I even made a playlist of all of my Microsoft-centric videos talking about that very same thing. However, not to get too deep in the weeds, that was a corporate decision made by Xbox and Microsoft because of what happened in the 7th generation with the Xbox 360, with them actually becoming dead last behind the PlayStation 3 and the Nintendo Wii. So that led all the way up to the current decision of the current 9th gen console of the Xbox Series X of porting several of our exclusives over to Sony, whereby the typical gamer doesn't understand why this is happening. They don't understand what licensing deals are. They don't know how much revenue Microsoft has generated, which is $650 million, by the way, from this strategy. So when it comes to digital footprint, installed base, Sony is obviously the market leader in that front. Sony has about 80 million PlayStation 5s out in the wild across the world. Microsoft has about, the last number estimated, about 35 million installed base. So that's what's going on there. Now, if Microsoft and PlayStation were to both come out with a game that is an absolute banger of a game, absolutely amazing, and they both cost several millions of dollars to make. Let's just say if it costs $100 million to make both the games on their platform, the chances of Sony making their money back on that game is much more likely and higher than Xbox. Why? Because there are more people that have PlayStations than Xboxes. So even if every single Xbox owner buys that one particular game, the likelihood of that game breaking even and being profitable is slightly lower than the same conditions of a game on Sony's hardware just by sheer numbers. Now, in terms of the network, in terms of the PlayStation Network, Xbox Game Pass, what have you, PlayStation, as far as I'm concerned, is the weaker of the two substantially. Most of Sony's advancements in the digital space when it comes to online netcode and their offerings, basically they have benchmarked, which is the marketing term, from Microsoft heavily. Sony was never one to be originally on board or supportive of crossplay, PC gaming, or a Game Pass-like system. Sony never wanted anything to do with any of those things, and they actually passively shat on those decisions that Microsoft made. And so I find it hilarious as somebody that is well-versed in this industry to see how Sony at one point in time passively shat on Microsoft's decision to put games on PC, to advocate for crossplay, as well as to create the Netflix of gaming in Game Pass. Now look at what Sony is doing. Sony has followed suit and now has X-copied or tried to X-copy every single one of Microsoft's design plans when it comes to their online presence and porting games to PC. So when it comes to innovation, I also give Microsoft the edge on that, because a lot of what Sony has done over years, they have X-copied or benchmarked from Nintendo and Microsoft, more so Microsoft in recent years. In terms of console power, the Xbox Series X is a more powerful console. Unfortunately, PlayStation 5 is slightly faster due to their proprietary solid-state drive that they use within their console. But that type of advantage that the PS5 has over the Xbox Series X is not one that is usually seen unless it's a first-party title. If it's a multiplayer type situation, a multi-platform situation where it's a game that's on both PlayStation and Xbox, that advantage doesn't really come into play as much. So I'm hoping that this is making sense for people. Now, when it comes to exclusives, Sony has generally had more of a stronger presence in the first party market. That's not to say that Microsoft doesn't have exclusive games, because we do, but in the media, mainstream media, gaming journalists, they tend to give higher rank ratings for Sony exclusives. And I won't call bias 100%. Sometimes it is, especially in older games, but we're not talking about the older stuff right now. But you know, you got to tip your hat to Sony exclusives. They do make some very good games, and I do think that it is not it's not a bad thing to make your purchasing decision to go for the PlayStation 5, or should I say the Sony ecosystem, because of their exclusives. There's nothing wrong with that. I am a firm supporter of people making the best decision that makes sense for them. The thing that I've always wanted to do is I always wanted to have people I wanted to give people enough information so that they can make the best decision for them. What ends up happening a lot of times is you have a lot of Xbox fanboys. They'll say Xbox is this and PlayStation's trash. You'll have the Sony fanboys that'll basically do the exact opposite. They say PlayStation is the best and Xbox is the worst. That's not the type of time I'm on when it comes to this channel. I have my favorite. Obviously, Microsoft is my console, but I pride myself in being one of those few people that I don't have tunnel vision where all I see is Microsoft. I look and see what Nintendo is doing, and I absolutely hate that fucking company. I don't mind their games, but I don't like their company. I also know what Sony is doing, and I respect the offering that they have when it comes to PlayStation 5. It's a very capable console. It's a little bit weird in terms of its look. It's pretty big, but in terms of what the console is capable of, if you were to go and buy a PlayStation 5, I don't think you're missing much. I think you're still going to get a great gaming experience. PlayStation does have some really really good games coming out. Like for instance, when I look at the upcoming Wolverine game, I have my issues against it, but I won't deny that overall it looks to be a good game. I have my issues with God of War Laufey. Believe me, I fucking raged out about it probably before you joined the stream. But I can't deny that it looks like it's going to be a solid game. So if somebody is wanting to go the direction of PlayStation, then that's fine. But don't base your decision on going for either PlayStation or Xbox. Don't go and make that decision based on what a Sony or an Xbox fanboy tells you if they're not willing to give you at least some of the benefits of both, as well as some of the weaknesses. So, and it's not easy to do. It's not easy to do because it requires you to know a lot about both. And not everybody's willing to take that time. So if I had to judge it solely on if you're the type of person that you prefer to be doing multiplayer stuff, you enjoy being, online with your friends, if you enjoy playing online and competition and netcode is very important for you, and you want more so a safer online experience, I would have to say I have to give Microsoft the edge on that. If you're looking for like innovation, like if you're looking for something that's like looking to truly move the industry forward, I'd have to go for Microsoft. And the proof of that is just look at what they're coming out with the upcoming Helix. I mean, it's a PC hybrid, it's a PC console hybrid that's going to be more powerful than the PlayStation 6, which has forced Sony to abandon putting their games on PC. That's the main reason for that. So when it comes to driving the industry forward, I have to go with Microsoft. If you're interested in very strong first-party exclusives and experiences, I have to give the nod to Sony. If you're somebody that grew up with a PlayStation 1, you might feel more comfortable sticking with the Sony controller. That's another thing I've heard people, because they like adjusting to an Xbox controller is a little bit difficult for them. If you're looking for it's kind of like a lot of what I can say about PlayStation is it really is tied with their first party. They have very good, strong first party games. And now, to be fair, some of the multi-platform games that are on both PlayStation and Xbox, sometimes you might have a better the performance might be a little bit better on a PS5. That's something that confuses a lot of gamers because they don't really understand why that is. One of the main reasons for that comes down to optimization from the developer of that particular game. So for instance, let's say Crimson Desert. If you take a game like Crimson Desert, and I'm just using an arbitrary example. If you look at Crimson Desert, and let's just say if you have both versions, PlayStation 5 and Series X, if you look at the quality mode, right? This is, again, a hypothetical situation. There might be instances where certain parts of the game run a little bit better on Sony hardware than Xbox hardware. In those situations, it could be one of two things. The developer of Crimson Desert did not optimize the game properly for the Series X. That is a real thing. Because you tend to see that also when it comes to PC versions. Sometimes you'll have a console version of a game, and then the PC version of the game is absolute shit. That's because the developer failed to optimize the game properly for the PC version. That's usually what happens. Another possibility is the developer decided to account for the PlayStation 5's faster SSD, which would give a bit of a leg up over the performance of the Xbox Series X if the developer leveraged the added benefit of the Sony SSD. I would urge for you to look that up. Because the solid state drive or what have you that's in the PS5, it is faster. That's a fact. That is undeniable. I don't know how many Xbox fanboys will admit to that, but they do have a very fast SSD. But not every game takes advantage of it. So in the event a developer that's making a game for both platforms, if they decide to put a little extra work and try to tap into the PS5 SSD, you may have situations where the game will run better. I know I'm being very long-winded here, so I apologize, but I don't know how to really... I don't want to just say, oh, one is this, and I'm trying to give as much insight here as I can. But let me see. What else can I say? But moving forward, because right now we're at the ass end of this generation. We're right now in the 9th generation. When we get to the 10th generation, things are going to be very, very interesting because the PlayStation 6 is going to be now I don't mean this as a disrespect. I don't mean this as a dig towards Sony. But the PS6 is going to be more like a by the numbers standard video game console. There's nothing wrong with that. Microsoft, on the other hand, remember when I said about innovation and pushing the industry forward? Microsoft is creating a PC console hybrid. And because they're going that route, their processor, their system on chip, their SoC is significantly larger than the one used for the PlayStation 6. Why? Because Microsoft is accounting for the overhead needed to run PC versions of a video game. So they have to account for that added layer of performance from the PC side. That's what they have to do. So the battleground for the 10th generation, it's gonna be it's gonna be very, very different than what it is right now. Because right now, as I spent the last I don't know how long breaking it down, both PlayStation 5 and Series X, they have their pluses and minuses. But I do feel that there's a possible shift that might happen because Microsoft is Microsoft is they're doing something revolutionary. And this is something that I don't think Sony or Nintendo could do because they don't have, quite frankly, they don't have the money for it. Oh, look at Jules. Oh, Apex Jules. All right, what's up? I don't know what happened with the chat. I apologize for that, but I don't really know. Somebody else mentioned something about that, but yeah. But yeah, so the whole thing with relation of PlayStation 6 and the Xbox Helix or what have you, it was just kind of like there is a possible shift there. And when it comes to power, when it comes to them having the actual ecosystems of the Epic Game Store, GOG, and Steam, there was no way Sony was going to allow PC ported versions of their exclusive games to be playable on their on the upcoming Xbox console. So that's why I'm like, if you're trying to decide between buying a PS5 and a Series X right now, it really just comes down to exclusives. If you like what you see on the Sony side of things in terms of the exclusives, then I would just say go that route. If you're somebody that if you're like a Call of Duty player and you want the best online network and experience you can find, Microsoft is no question. Microsoft, they know how to do a network, the party chat, integration, all that shit. Microsoft, no doubt about it. But I'm just looking ahead to the what you call it, the Helix and the PS6, and the PlayStation 6 is going to be phenomenal. It's going to be a very powerful console, but like I said, it's going to be a video game console. They're not reinventing the wheel on this one, so it's going to be more of the same, but just better, which is nothing wrong with that. However, looking over on Microsoft's side, it's kind of like, fuck. Like, you're playing PC games across 3 different ecosystems. It's going to be more powerful than the PS6. That much is for sure. What we don't know is how we don't know how much more powerful it's going to be. But anybody that knows anything, you would know that power isn't everything when it comes to consoles. But, you know, it does help. So the 10th generation is something I'm really looking forward to. I'm really looking forward to that. But yeah, you know, I think when it comes to PlayStation, you're not going to hear me condemn PlayStation the way a typical Xbox fanboy will do. I can't do it because I respect the genius of Mark Cerny. Mark Cerny is the guy that I think he's the lead engineer of Sony hardware. The guy is a genius. He does fine work. And I look forward to seeing more about what PS6 has to. I just look forward to it because I look forward to the next generation. But I do believe we have about another 2 years, maybe 3, of this current generation right now before we fully shift into like the PS6 era and the Helix era. That's what I do believe. And that's what weighed in my decision to pull the trigger on going after buying a brand new Series X, because believe me, I thought about it. I was like, yo, does it make sense to buy another Xbox Series X right now? I had to ask myself that question, you know, and right now, based on what I know, given the cost that the PS6 will be, given the price of the Helix, given the fact that there are companies like I think it's AMD or Nvidia, one of them are looking to upgrade the Xbox Series X with the I think it's called the FSI. It's a shade FSV or FSR. You know, so it's a benefit that the Series X is likely to get next year. So, you know, if Sony wants that same upgrade for the PS5, they're going to have to spend a lot of money. And I don't know if they're willing to do that when they already are preparing for the PS6 and they're also pushing the PS5 Pro. So I don't know if they're willing to kind of go back and upgrade the base PS5 to be able to run FSR, I think it's 3.1 or 3.2. Or no, sorry. I think it's 4.1. I think. Yeah, I think that's what it is. That technology is a upscaler. It can upscale the image of video games, and it can increase frame performance. So this is a big deal for Microsoft because Microsoft, apparently, from my research, they've continuously upgraded the FSR aspect of the Series X to where I believe the FSR in the Series X is somewhere around the 3 something range, whereas Sony kind of stopped. I think Sony PlayStation 5 is like around the 2.2 to 2.5 area. So for them to kind of take advantage of what I think it's NVIDIA. Let me make sure of something because I'm like, let me double check here. Let me type this shit in. This is what we do on Red Related. We fucking we find shit out. So all right. How should I word this? Okay. Possible FSR upgrade to Series X. At this point, it'll probably like lead me to other articles that will talk about it. Okay. So this is what we got here, right? So I just want to read this for some people. So Yeah, so the potential for an FSR upgrade to the Xbox Series X is significant, especially with the introduction of AMD's FSR 4.1 upscaling technology. This technology is expected to support RDNA2 and RDNA3 hardware. Now, what that means, and the reason why people were excited on the Xbox side, is because Xbox's architecture, the Series X, is based off of RDNA2 technology. So the fact that AMD is bringing their FSR 4.1 upscaling tech, and they're bringing it to their older generation chipsets, such as RDNA2, that is where the conversation started to come about regarding the PS5 and the Series X. So anyway, let me continue. So yeah, the AMD FSR 4.1, this version is set to deliver a game-changing upgrade to the Xbox Series X, unlocking next-level 4K image fidelity. It is expected to support RDNA2 and RDNA3 GPUs, potentially surpassing the baseline PS5 in visual fidelity. And then you have INT8 version of FSR 4.1 is capable with RDNA2 GPUs, allowing access to the technology on a wider range of hardware. This version offers superior image upscaling quality compared to previous generations, such as FSR 3. Digital Foundry simulations indicate that the INT8 version of FSR 4.1 offers superior image upscaling quality compared to FSR 3, but it is slower than FSR 3 and Intel XeSS. The Xbox Series X is said to offer 48.6 tops of INT8 performance, while the base PS5 is listed at 20. That is a huge difference. 48.6 to 20.6 is a massive difference. This suggests that the Xbox Series X may benefit more from FSR 4.1 than the base PS5. The integration of AMD's FSR 4.1 into the Series X could provide a substantial advantage in visual quality and performance, potentially surpassing the PS5 in terms of image fidelity. However, the implementation of this technology would depend on the availability of the appropriate hardware and the support provided by the Xbox Software Development Kit. Now, I can tell you this right now. The Xbox Software Development Kit, which is provided by Xbox people themselves, such as individuals like Jason Ronald, and you damn sure know Asha Sharma, the new CEO of Xbox, is going to do everything in their power to make sure that happens. So this little possible concern is not really a concern. Let's just put it that way if you read in between the lines. So that is why when it comes to that aspect, that's one of the reasons why I was confident in trying to go after another Xbox Series X. And again, just to kind of put it out there, the current Xbox Series X that I do have right now is largely because of a few of my channel members and subscribers, of which they know who they are. So again, I want to take, I can't mention the Series X that I have right now without mentioning that, and how I was able to get it, because it did cost me $705. And so they definitely helped me out a lot, which was very humbling. But before I even made videos, expressing, that my console before was fried, and everybody started to help and pitch in, before it even got to that point, I was actually thinking, is it even worth getting another console right now when I feel that the PS6 and Xbox Helix is right around the corner. So when I started to do a little bit more research and kind of recognizing that, Sony and Microsoft, they're looking to push the 9th generation as much as they can, because they both know their next generation consoles are going to be very expensive. And if we know based on history, even if you were to buy a console on day one, there's going to be a lot of support for the prior generation, at least for another year or two. We've seen this, going from, the 7th generation to the 8th, and especially from the 8th to the 9th. So it's not surprising that we're going to see something similar from the 9th to the 10th. And that's just, so that it gives me confidence that, PS5s and Series X's are still going to be relevant for at least another 2 to 3 years. Even after the next gen consoles come out, you're still going to see developers pushing games on these consoles. And with this whole FSR thing, the Series X is going to see a significant upgrade. So it's going to be moving forward. So I don't know if that, I know Hector asked me that question about, a PS5 and an Xbox. It's kind of hard for me to just say, oh, this is better. I don't want to I don't like looking at it that way. At the end of the day, it's your money. You have to make the best decision that's right for you. The only thing people like me can do is just try to give you as much information as it can. And, I don't know if I did that, but I tried, to think I was trying to get off this stream like 50 minutes ago. But yeah, I need to get some food. And so I apologize. I'm like withering away. But yeah, I appreciate those people that tuned in. Hopefully, if you guys aren't subscribed, hopefully you do so. Follow me over on Twitch. If you can, become a fucking channel member. It's $2, people. Help a brother out. But I appreciate whatever support you guys do offer. Believe me, whether it's comments, likes, shares, hypes, you name it. Believe me, I'll take it. I'll take it all. But I definitely need to get some food. So, but yeah, man, I'll talk to y'all. I did feel like playing some fucking Crimson Desert, but if I do, it's gonna be after I stuff my face. And I don't know if I'll start a stream for that. And if I do, I'll probably just be pressing buttons, and so I don't know. Whoever will tune in for that if I do that. But anyway, I'm out. Enjoy the rest of you guys' night. And I'll definitely be streaming probably tomorrow or something like that. All right, y'all.